and welcome to this Business Analytics Full Course by Simplilearn. If you're curious about how the job market is changing in 2026 and the rising demand for business analysts, you are at the right place. With AI rapidly evolving, it's clear that while automation is taking over many tasks, there are still roles that require human judgment, creativity, and strategic thinking. And business analysts are one of them. Companies need professionals who can translate data into actionable insights, communicate with stakeholders, and ensure that business processes run smoothly. This course is designed to equip you with the essential skills and knowledge to thrive in this fast-growing field. The demand for business analysts is booming right now, and organizations are looking for experts who can bridge the gap between technology and business. With AI changing the landscape, business analysts are needed more than ever to analyze data, make decisions, and ensure that business stay ahead. This course will give you the tools to become an in-demand business analyst in 2026 with real-world examples, practice tests, and hands-on tutorials with tools like Tableau, Jira, and Lucidchart. Here's what we'll cover in today's course. First, we'll have a look at what business analytics is and why it's crucial, who a business analyst is and what are the skills needed to become one, the core concepts in business analysis. We'll have a look at the BABOK principles and requirement classification. We'll also have a look at Jira tutorial for business analysis, the techniques and templates for business analysis projects, stakeholder engagement and communication. Then we'll move on to business process modeling with the help of Lucidchart, governance and information management. We'll also have a look at performance improvement and KPIs. And by the end, you will understand the essential role business analysts play and how to kickstart your career in this high-demand field. Let's dive in. Also, if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. This course is perfect for professionals looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, and SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA BABOK V3 aligned, and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP and CCBA. You'll also engage with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefits from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will get the support you need to land your next big role. So hurry up and enroll now. You can find the link below. Now, before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. What is the main purpose of business analytics? Your options are to design websites, analyze data and provide actionable insights for decision making, to write marketing copy, or to manage social media accounts. Drop your answers in the comment section below. Let's dive into the course now.
Okay, let's talk about the first thing. A very simple topic to start with. A very basic topic to start with, and the topic is, what is business analysis? Okay, let's proceed. Let's talk about the first topic for the day now, and that is, what is business analysis that you are. You all can see here on your screen, there are few W's, lens, defining needs, recommending solutions. There is one 11-year-old boy and there is one 45-year-old woman. 11-year-old boy, 45-year-old woman, and you are working as the business analyst. You get some instructions from the senior management that you have to explain, you have to share the details of the topic inflation. You have to select one of them to explain the details, the core concepts of inflation. Whom would you prefer and why to explain the core concepts of inflation? One very important thing that I want to share with you all here is, in the business analysis world, there is no scope of the words like may, maybe, might be, In simple words, assumptions are not allowed. There is no scope of assumption when we're talking about the analysis. That before we jump to the conclusion, it's an important thing for us to first understand what's the purpose. You can see there are so many questions here. Why we need to explain? You need to understand the background. What is the background of this 11-year-old boy? Is he having a fresh mind or is he into some asylum? Is this woman having a good, strong background or she is lacking some basic aspects? So what I'm trying to explain to you all here is that analysis as per the IB standards should always be based upon the factual evidences, your research, your investigation, exploration, and not on assumptions. I'll just share with you all a few statistics to start with, and you gain more understanding, Ibrahim and others, that what's the intent of asking this question. You all can see here 71% of the failed software projects are traced to poor requirements globally. 71%. Success rate is just 29%. Why do you think we have such a huge 71% you may say number, a huge number of failed software projects? The main reason is poor requirements. Poor requirements simply mean that we start thinking about a solution without having a clear understanding around the requirements. So it's an important thing for the analyst to first understand the requirements, understand the business needs, ask questions, gain clarity so that we are able to come up with a solution that's completely aligned with the business requirements. Second thing, if you all see here, Sanup is saying assumptions-based analysis, requirements not signed off, or changing requirements, yes. In a way, Sanup is also blaming the business team for the failure. He's saying that it's not always BA responsible for the failure. It may also be the business team. Yes? Is that what you're trying to say? So yes, so you can see here for failures, nobody is taking the ownership. Yes. So yeah, so I can understand this thing happens. Yes, nobody is going to take the ownership of the failure. But the thing is, if you just think on the analysis perspective, we don't have, you may say, the full command or like full hold over the changing requirements, but at least from the analysis perspective, we can make it more refined, more detailed, so that we have less chances of failures. Yes. Second thing is, everyone, if you see on the screen, 40% of the effort in an average software project is in fixing errors. Now, my question to you all is, why do we have errors in any project? What is the major cause of errors? From your prior experience, from your personal experience into the corporate world, everyone. What's the main reason? Why do we have errors? Why do we have defects? We are going to talk about all those important things. Those may help us come up with a very structured, organized approach towards the business analysis, be it communication, be it documentation, be it our own detailed research and investigation, how to perform all such in a very organized manner as per the IAB standards, so that we're able to minimize these errors, we are able to minimize the upfront uncertainties, so that Pradesh and others, technical implementation is more organized, is completely based on documents that you create. Technical team says poor quality of documentation. BA says technical team is not doing the proper implementation. Blame game starts. To avoid all such things, in our live session, we are going to talk about few important tasks to be performed by the business analyst, few important techniques. There are not few, there are more than 50 techniques that we'll discuss. The effective use of tools and technology to make your analysis more structured and organized so that it helps everyone, business team, implementation team, testers, operational support, help desk, and everyone. And that's why business analysis is such an important aspect in any project. We're going to talk about the business analysis body of knowledge to improve the business analysis capabilities. But on your screen, you can see here, there are only 4 W's. One W is missing. Which W do you all think is missing? And the missing one is the most important one. Aparna is saying, who is missing? And who will discuss in detail who is? Can anybody guess what who signify here? The stakeholders, our target audience, our customer. It's an important thing to have a discussion, a detailed discussion with them, gain the proper sign off. I remember somebody had mentioned this thing in the chat that without proper approvals and sign offs, we're implementing the thing that also leads to errors. I'm not able to recollect the name, but somebody had mentioned this thing. So, yes, a proper plan for approval, how we share the details with our stakeholders, and also we're not relying completely on the stakeholders for the business analysis related information. To start with, it's the 5WH analysis: what, where, why, when, how, who. If you're having the answer to all such questions, it means we are doing a proper investigation, we're doing a proper research, exploring all the possible opportunities, and then coming up with a solution. Now you all can see here, along with these questions, there is one lens, a maroon color lens on your screen. Can any one of you guess the reason why we have this lens here? And what's the purpose of a lens when you're talking about these W's? What this lens signify here? When you talk about the lens, with lens, there are 2 important things. One is focus, and another is there are 2 important characteristics associated with the lens. One is the focus point, the focal length, and another is the magnification. Let's first talk about the focus and then we'll talk about the magnification. When we talk about focus, everyone, focus simply means it's an important thing for us as a business analyst to focus on the stakeholder demands, understand their business needs, and come up with a solution that satisfies those business needs. Business analyst is into a liaising role, bridging the gap amongst all the key stakeholders and not just focusing upon the demands of the implementation team. Business analyst is into a liaising role, bridging the gap amongst all the key stakeholders, be it your project team, be it your operations team, business team, or any other team. Which one of the following statement best describes the role of a business analyst? Business analyst is into a liaising role, bridging the gap amongst all the stakeholders. Shubhrikanta, it's about bridging the gap amongst all the stakeholders, not just the project team. If you're going with option number C, indirectly you're saying that BA is implementation biased. But if you're going with option number D, you're going with IABA standards, and IABA says that business analyst is into a liaising role amongst all the stakeholders. I normally see people going with option number C because this is what is happening in most of the projects, and this leads to the errors. Option number C is incorrect. Option number D is the correct one. A person who performs a set of tasks and techniques used to work as a liaison among the project managers, project team. This simply means you are influenced, you are focusing more on the demands of the project team, less focus on the needs of the business team, and that would lead to a solution that is implementation biased, and that leads to the defects, the confusion, the sometimes even the scrapping of the project. So the answer is answer number D. Person who performs the set of tasks and techniques used to work as a liaison amongst all the stakeholders in order to understand the structure, policies, operations of the organization. This is a very important thing to understand for an organization to recommend solutions that enable organization to achieve its goals. And the major challenge is the major thing, what's going wrong in most of the projects is we talk to our implementation team, our technology experts, getting influenced by their demands. They do not know much about the goals and objectives, and that leads to a solution that's very difficult to use, and sometimes it's not in accordance with the business needs. So what IAB has to say here is a very important thing that for you as a business analyst, an important thing to understand the structure, how the organization operates, how a solution is going to fulfill their needs. So structure, policies, operations of an organization are important aspects to understand first, and then to recommend solution that enables the organization to achieve its goals. So this is about the focus. Second thing is the magnification part. Magnification, everyone, if we talk about in the business analysis world, there are few jargons like high level requirement and low level requirement. What's the difference, everyone, in between the high level requirements and the low level requirements? High level requirements versus low level requirements, everyone. First topic that we're starting with, and I'll share with you all one more thing here. High level requirements, everyone, when the requirements are mentioned in the form of an overview or a summary. Low requirements describe how these needs to be implemented. Absolutely wonderful. So when requirements are mentioned in the form of an overview or a summary, this is termed as high level requirements. High level requirements can be categorized as the bird's view or a top view. Any business analyst working on the given set of requirements need to break it down and capture the details in more granular, decomposed, and fragment form that can be easily implemented. High level requirements help to gain a basic idea about the business needs and the associated solution. High level requirements, when analyzed with the help of collaboration, research, and experiments, in-depth analysis, and documentation, would lead to low level requirements. Canteen ordering system at Unilever. This is the high level requirement. And if you have to come up with the canteen ordering system, Anmol and others in detail, what are the important low level requirements that you all can come up with? If canteen ordering system is the high level requirement, what can be the possible low level requirement components? You can think about a login page to validate, to check for the authenticity of the user. You can come up with a proper food menu for a user to select the food items, and food menu may include several options. What else do you all think can be part of low level requirements? You may also come up with payments for the food items and the details of all the payments, different payment options. You may also have food delivery options, very similar to what we have in Zomato, Swiggy, and other online applications. And we may also have a mechanism to gain the feedback on the quality of the food and the quality of service. So what we are doing then, we have this high level requirement and we're trying to break it down so that we're able to understand all the low level details or all the granular information. So the requirements that you simply get from your business team members, the requirements those you receive from your key stakeholders in the form of an overview or a summary, that's your high level requirement. And if you're able to break it down into smaller fragments, granules, with the help of your detailed analysis, those granules, those fragment level information is nothing but your low level requirement. Okay, so this was about everyone, the high level versus low level requirements, a very important aspect of the business analysis when we start with the analysis. So 5WH we have discussed, process-centric lens to focus on the demands and the needs of all the stakeholders to do the detailed research and investigation. This helps us define needs and then recommend solutions. When we talk about needs, everyone, needs can be in the form of problems. Needs can also be in the form of opportunities to grow. Let's discuss one project now. And from that project, we'll be able to understand the real meaning of needs, what exactly needs signify, how we define needs, how we write the problem statement, and how are we able to understand the business needs in a very organized manner. So let's try to understand this thing with the help of one. Yes, this surge that Ibrahim is talking about, this is something causing problem. That's also one of the very important thing. Krishna said a very important aspect that time is spent in coming from 12th floor to the cafeteria. So if I summarize all these important problems, everyone, so this can be summarized as 150 seats and these many employees. So first problem is the capacity. Second thing, long queues and elevator time. Third thing is the time management. Fourth thing is the food wastage. Fifth thing is the food of their own choice. Employee dissatisfaction. Office productivity. These are all very important business needs. Those we were able to identify when we have gone through this case study. Think about a possible solution. Now you know the problems. We were able to consolidate. We were able to come up with a complete list of business needs. Now, considering these needs, what do you all think? What can be a solution that satisfies these business needs? Now think about the solutions, everyone. And Hina, now you can come up with your solution that you had mentioned earlier. That increasing the capacity can be one of the possible solution option. Resettlement of the canteen area. So if I was talking about a bigger canteen, Anmol is saying coming up with an online meal ordering, get more canteens. Yes, bigger canteen is what Karan is talking about, bigger canteen or canteen with more number of seats. Online ordering is what Saket is mentioning here. Food, ordering food from desk, what Abhishek is mentioning. So now you all can see here, and Swapnilata is mentioning about the flexi time slots, that if you have surge, then come up with flexi time slot, like one team is going to have a lunch at 12, another team is going to have a lunch at 12:30, another one at 1, and another one at 1:30. That way we can manage the rush in the canteen. And the same thing Sandeep is also mentioning here. More number of canteens near employees. Sandeep is talking about spacious area, more number of seats. Subhakanta is mentioning here. Now, everyone, you all can see here, increased number of canteens. Aparna is talking about floor-wise canteen. The fourth option, Karan is going with option number 4. Floor-wise pantry. Pantry guy can also provide some paid beverages. Meaning to say, and my intent behind asking you all this question is to make you all aware, to make you all think from this perspective, that for the particular set of business needs, there can be n number of solutions. Different options can be there to satisfy the business needs. Some of the learners are mentioning that we should have a bigger canteen. Some of you are mentioning we may come up with the flexi time slots. Some of you are saying floor-wise canteen. Some of you are saying pre-booking. Some of you are talking about online meal ordering. This simply means that there can be different solutions for the given set of business needs. So yes, so you all can see here, we need to choose more efficient way. Gaurav is saying come up with more efficient process. What we draw from this discussion, everyone, problems first which we need to prioritize, and then solution that we have already discussed, Ibrahim, that first we are able to come up with the problems and then the corresponding solutions. Now, we were able to list down, we were able to come up with all the possible options. 8 options we were able to come up with. You can see 8 options on your screen. But not all 8 we can implement. We have to select one of them. And there comes the importance of analysis like feasibility analysis, gap analysis, impact analysis, variance analysis, financial analysis. So all such analysis we are going to discuss in our live session with the help of few case studies. Those may help you take a decision, a judgment that may help you come up with more valuable solution, a better solution out of the multiple options available. So what we're trying to understand here is, everyone, that first important thing is to understand and get a stronghold over the business needs. And then you can come up with the different solution options. And then with the help of several business analysis techniques, we may arrive at a better solution. Like in this case study, you'll find that online meal ordering as a solution was a priority, was preferred over the other solutions. In this case study, the final solution was online meal ordering. But that may not be a case in other organizations. That may not be a solution in other business scenarios. So this simply means when we are doing an analysis, we first identify the business needs, consolidate the list of business needs, think about the possible solutions, have a discussion, apply an analysis, and then arrive at the best solution out of the multiple options available. As a business analyst, you have to come up with all the possible options first. Have an open net discussion with everyone so that you're able to select a better solution. Imagine if you come up with one solution, convince everyone, maybe you have missed the better solution because you've not discussed with everyone. So what IABA recommends is to come up with all the solution options in an open forum with everyone with an open mind, talk to everyone, talk to your key stakeholders, and that may help you select the best solution out of the multiple options available. And this will bring about a change and this will help in the continuous improvement, everyone. If you're able to come up with a better solution, this would enable change and would help in continuous improvement. So we have discussed about these W's, this process-centric lens, defining needs, recommending solutions. We'll talk about the enablers. We'll talk about change and also the continuous improvement. So today it's like very first session. So we talked about few introductory things. And first thing that we discussed was about the Simplilearn LMS. The very important topic for the day, the first topic, and we talked about what is business analysis. Now, the first thing that we had discussed before the break is what is business analysis. We talked about the standard definition from the BABOK guide to follow the 5WH criteria, to understand what are the important things to be done, where it needs to be done, why it has to be, when, who, how, and using this process-centric lens. This process-centric lens is going to help us perform the detailed analysis, break down the high-level information to some smaller fragments, come up with some low-level information, detailed information, focusing upon the business objectives, the goals, and this will help us then define the needs. Needs are in the form of problems or the opportunities. Before the break, we had gone through the canteen ordering system case study to understand and list down all the possible problems. And those problems, those challenges, those issues would then help us think about the possible solutions. And then we can come up with one solution out of the multiple options available. And this solution can be implemented to bring about the change. Let's talk about a very important thing here, and that is enablers. Let's try to understand the practical significance and importance of the enablers when we are performing the analysis. I'll make it very simple for you all to understand with the help of one example. Let us suppose I say the current state or the as is state is in the canteen ordering system project, current state is all the employees going to the cafeteria to have lunch, to have their meals. Yes. This is the current state. Change is, the transition is, the to be state is, there is one canteen ordering system mobile application. You just log into this application, select few food items, Amit and everyone else, and then you order the food. And food is delivered to your work location. You need not to travel from your workstation to the cafeteria. It's delivered right there. This is the change. Now you are the analyst and you have to ensure that nobody is going to the cafeteria and everybody is ordering the food online. How would you enable this thing? What are the important measures, steps that you can follow to ensure that there is a proper transition, a smooth transition to a new future state? Everybody accepts it. What you will do then? If you are into such project and you have to enable this change, what are the possible enablers that you all can think of? Is communication alone helpful? If you drop an email, you all are from the corporate world, do you think just an email would encourage everyone to go to the to just order the food online? So so do you think it's a good enabler to shut down the cafeteria and force people to order the meal online? No, it's not the enabler. It's a forceful transition. That's not the enabler. Transition requirements, everyone, are the requirements in the form of enablers. Those may help you as a team, as a project, as an organization have a hassle-free and a smooth transition to a new future state. Enablers are considered to be transition requirements, those are temporary in nature. Once there is a successful transition to a new future state, those are no longer required in most of the cases. So what are the enablers, everyone? Enablers are all those important set of requirements. Those can be in the form of training. Those can be in the form of mentoring. As people were talking about communication, it may be in the form of some training material, certain important documents, certain important notifications, certain important offers like discounts and coupon codes. Those may help you encourage your stakeholders to transition to a new future state. That's the enabler, everyone. Is everybody fine with this definition of enabler, or do you need more examples? I can give you all a few more examples if you're not clear with the enablers. It's a very important thing for you all to know the enablers. During this 1 month, what are the important enablers? Those would help you, Amit, and others transition to a new future state. That's the certified business analyst. What are the enablers? The biggest enabler for you and me, for everyone, is the business analysis body of knowledge. This is what we all are discussing in the live session. This is what we are trying to understand the deeper meaning of it in the live session. BABOK guide. What else? What all are the important enablers, everyone? Especially people who are new to the analysis world. And the certified analyst after months' time. What are the enablers? Those are going to help you transition to a new future state. Second thing is your projects, working on the projects. Third thing is your simulation tests. Fourth thing is the self-learning module, wherein one lady with very sweet, calm and pleasant voice, she is going to talk about few very important aspects. And also your live sessions. These all are important activities. As Amit is mentioning, tasks. I'll add one more word, activities. set of tasks, activities, work items, those would help you ensure that there is a hassle-free and a smooth transition, hassle-free and smooth transition to a new future state. Enablers are all those important set of activities, tasks, documentations, and all those important work items defined as the transition requirements. Those are good. Yes, it can be in the form of standard operating procedures as well. Yes, it may be an SOP, but not just confined to SOP. It may be much more beyond the SOP. It may be certain important protocols. So that's why I said it's a huge umbrella term defined as the transition requirements. In few organizations, they create user manuals and user guides. In few organizations, they may come up with some training videos. And few organizations, they may come up with a simple short workshop to have a discussion. This may also be like if we create one community and have a discussion, like kind of a WhatsApp group, that may also be one of the enabler. Yes, so but here it's not allowed. This enabler is not allowed here due to the security issues. We got a lot of complaints earlier that the numbers were misused. So that's why we stopped that activity. So enablers are all those important activities that may help you transition to a new future state. These are in the form of transition requirements. Those are considered to be temporary in nature. Yes, enablers are all those important transition requirements. Those would help business analysts ensure that there is successful and a smooth transition to a new future state. And they're often unneeded once we transition to a new future state. This can be in the form of training material. This can be in the form of workshops, email communications, business continuity plan, and others. So this way, we'll be able to enable the change, and this helps in continuous improvement. Now, the next thing is, everyone, to discuss about the responsibilities of the business analyst. Who is a business analyst? What are his or her responsibilities? And what are the important tasks and activities that he or she will be involved in? But before we talk about the responsibilities of the business analyst, let's talk about a very important thing, a very basic thing to start with, and that is to understand the difference between responsibility versus the accountability. All this very basic, but just want to discuss this thing with you all because you get such questions in your job interviews if you are new to the analysis world. What's the difference between the responsibility when we compare this with accountability? Major difference between a responsible stakeholder and the accountable stakeholder. Responsibility versus accountability. This question is for you all to answer. What's the difference between responsibility versus accountability? If I say you are accountable for this task, Amit is accountable and Nishta is responsible for this task, what's the important difference between the two? Accountability is answerability, and responsibility can contribute absolutely wonderful. That's the most simplified version, I believe. Karan says if someone gives me work to do, then it would be my responsibility to do that work. That's my accountability. Okay, let's try to understand this thing. I'm getting some very good responses. Hina is saying responsibility is to complete the task and accountability is ownership of the task irrespective of the outcome. Okay, to a certain extent correct. Sanoop is mentioning responsible is owner of the task, accountability is taking accountability of work quality. Is that just confined to work quality? To a certain extent, partially it is correct, but not 100%, Sanu, but it's a good try. Thank you. So we're getting a lot of responses. Let's go through what IIB has to say. Let's read it straight from the horse's mouth. Let's see what IAB has to say about the responsibility versus accountability. Yes, let's go through what's there in the book. Let's discuss this thing now, everyone. Although very basic but important. Responsibility, everyone, can be defined as sole ownership. That is, a responsible stakeholder will perform the task assigned directly. It means owning the task, working on it, and ensuring the completeness of the given task. In simple terms, responsibility, a responsible person can be regarded as someone who is carrying the cross on his shoulders, that is ownership and directly working on the given task. Whilst accountability is slightly different. Accountability, as Aparna is mentioning, is more about the answerability, what Amit was talking about a few minutes back. Answerability is, everyone, the peripheral involvement. What is peripheral involvement? Peripheral involvement simply means you are involved, but you're not working on it directly. You are tracking, monitoring, and performing the evaluation. You provide the assistance to the responsible person, but you are not directly working on the given task. For example, if I say task is Amit, we have Amit with us and we have Aparna with us. Amit and Aparna are the two stakeholders, and the task is to gather the requirements gathering. If Amit is the business analyst and Aparna is the project manager, who is responsible, Aparna, to gather the requirements here? If the task is to gather the requirements and we have two stakeholders, one is Amit, another is Aparna, who is responsible for gathering the requirements? Yes, here Amit as a business analyst is responsible. It is his duty, it is his ownership to work on the requirements, gather the information from the key stakeholders, and have first the high level requirements and then break it down into low level requirements. Aparna is accountable here. Aparna is going to ensure that Amit is moving in the right direction. What Amit is capturing is in accordance with the business needs. If Amit needs some additional resource, some additional time, or better environment to work, few important tools, all such important things are going to be provided by the project managers. In a way, Aparna is involved, but the involvement is peripheral. That is, Aparna is not working on it, but providing a better environment, tracking, monitoring, and evaluation is done so that Amit is able to perform his responsibility in a better manner. But in a few cases, what happens is, let us suppose Amit is a very senior analyst, more experienced than Aparna, and Aparna is not at all involved in what Amit is doing. Amit is not only working on his task, but he is also having the accountability. That happens if you're into a senior position, you have both responsibility as well as the accountability. But if you talk about the real life scenario, in most of the cases, you'll find if one person is responsible, there must be somebody else accountable to monitor, track, and evaluate his or her activities. Is everybody able to understand the difference between the two? Responsibility versus accountability? Yes, so you'll find somebody who's working on the given task directly is the responsible person. I'll take a very simple example. In this live session, we have two people from Simplilearn. One is your trainer, and another is your LSM Amal. Yes. And I'm talking about the training session. Who is responsible to deliver? Who is responsible? Who is the owner of this training session? Who is conducting this training session? It's the trainer. Trainer is responsible. But what is the role of Amal here, the learner success manager? He is the manager. He is helping us come up with a better environment. If you find, if you're stuck somewhere, if you need some assistance, he's going to pitch in and provide the valuable inputs. So what is happening here? And Amal is not having a discussion with us, but if I mention Amal, are you there? He'll just mention few seconds. Yes, I'm there. What sort of help you need from my end? So he is having a peripheral involvement. He is accountable. But I am responsible and I am delivering this training. I'm just mentioning whatever is there in the BABOK guide. Are you following Hina and others? So responsible person is somebody who is working on the given task directly and somebody who's tracking, monitoring, evaluation, and also providing a better environment to work. Environment may include your tools, technology, additional resources, more time. All such important things have to be carried out by the accountable person. So that's the difference between responsibility versus accountability, everyone. So this is about, everyone, the responsibility versus accountability. The very important thing for us to understand before we talk about the responsibilities of the business analyst. Now let's talk about, everyone, the very important responsibility of the business analyst, and that is requirements elicitation. Requirements elicitation is one of the very critical, very important, and a very significant contribution from the business analyst. Let's try to understand what is requirements elicitation, how it is carried out, how it should be carried out in the ideal scenario. Because we get so many questions in the job interview, in your CBAP examination around requirements elicitation, and people have this misconception or like no clear understanding of what's the difference between requirements gathering and requirements elicitation. So let's try to understand the deeper meaning of it. With the help of the story, we'll try to understand the clear meaning of requirements elicitation. Let's see what's the story. The story is from Arabian Nights. So the story is there was one king, and this king had three detectives: Detective D1, Detective D2, and Detective D3. You can consider them as modern day business analysts. All three of them were gathering information for the king 24/7, experienced fellows with good understanding of the requirements, and they were like very informative, and they used to share some very important details with the king, and this helped the king gain some important information, and that used to help him run the stabilized kingdom. One fine day, D1 and D2 got to know from some reliable sources that D3 is getting much higher salary, much better compensation, and they also observed that he is now getting huge respect in the eyes of the king. Now, since they all had similar work experience, D1 and D2 were not comfortable with this. They had few questions. They wanted to discuss this thing with the king. So D1 tried to reach out to the king with his questions and queries. King was also a very smart person. So before D1 could come up with his questions or arguments, King said, I have one task for you. Would you be able to complete this task? Would you be able to come up with more information for this? He says, yes. Now, this time, D1 took it as a prestige issue that whatever task King is going to assign to me, I'll come up with the best possible information, the best possible solution. So King explained him the scenario. He said that I got to know from few sources that this is our kingdom K1 surrounded by K2 and K3. There are few vagabonds coming from kingdom K2. They are in our kingdom at present and they are planning to go to the kingdom K3. But I don't trust this information. Can you please gather some more information? Help me know who are these vagabonds? Why are they passing by our kingdom? What's their intent? And all such information if you can share with me. Devon tried to identify their location. Eventually, he was able to identify and locate those vagabonds. Devon had a detailed discussion with those vagabonds, with people around, and then he came up with some information. Devon said, King, you're absolutely correct. These are few vagabonds. So King said that I already know. What more information you have? He says there are around 12 to 15 in number. They are here because they are going to travel to the next country, K3, in few days. They're going to attend one marriage ceremony and they're going to come back in another week's time. And then they'll go back to their own original country. King says, how many men, how many women, do they carry any instrument that may harm us? Is there any evidence that they're going to attend the marriage ceremony? D1 never had answer to all such questions. So King asked D1 to stand behind the curtains. Then D2 comes in. D2 also had the same set of questions for the king, same set of queries, but king assigned the same task to D2 as well. D2 went to that place, had a discussion with vagabonds, had a discussion with people around, and now D2 came up with a lot of information as compared to D1. And D2 was sharing all those details with King that these many men, these many women singing songs, they carry no instrument that may harm us, their jolly nature, people are also enjoying their company, and so on and so forth. A lot of discussion he was having with the King, a lot of information he was sharing. All of a sudden, D3 comes in. D3 was not looking comfortable. D3 had a fearsome face. D3 was in a hurry to share some information with the king, but he finds that king was enjoying the story that D2 was sharing with him. D2 was unstoppable. D2 had so many things to share. He wanted to prove a point that he is a better analyst. D3 was not able to control himself. He says, please stop. Don't share this cock and bull stories with the king. I have some very important thing to share with king on the urgent basis. King says, is that really very important? We are in the middle of the discussion. Please don't interrupt. He says, no, I have to. And it's a very important information. Since King had a respect for D3, he asked D2 to stop for a while. He said, okay, let's hear what he has to say. And then we can continue. D3 says that King, I have done my research. I've done my analysis. And these are not vagabonds. These are enemies disguised as vagabonds. There are thousands of them hiding in the countryside near our borders. They may attack our country at any point of time. These people are here to locate our important army positions, locate our important, you may say, places, and they there are other people who they are waiting for these instructions from these people, and they attack our kingdom at any point of time. So instead of listening to this cock and bull story, it's an important thing for us to alert our defense, alert our army, and be prepared for the next war. King takes notice of this thing, alerts the army, the defense, and eventually they are able to win the war, and they are able to come up with the stabilized kingdom again. And the story goes on from there. We'll stop here. My question to you all is, why do you all think, and how do you all think D3 was able to come up with a better solution? What was the difference in the approach followed by D3 as compared to D1 and D2? Why D3 was getting much better salary, much better compensation, and huge respect in the eyes of the king? What was the difference in the approach? Saket is saying the detailed research. But if you see, D2 also came up with the detailed research. But was his research in accordance with the business needs? The accuracy in his research is a very important point. Thank you, Rajni. Nishta is mentioning here many other sources. He is not just relying on one source. So let's try to understand the moral of this story. If you'll observe in this story, everyone, the biggest mistake that D1 and D2 were doing, they were just relying on the inputs from the vagabonds and people around. They were having a discussion with vagabonds. If you ask a vagabond who is disguised as an enemy, is he going to answer that, no, I'm the enemy, alert your army or else I'll kill you? No, they're not going to tell you this thing. But what D3 is doing is, along with the discussion with vagabonds and people around, he did his own research. He is also performing certain important experiments. And that's why he was able to identify that there are thousands of them hiding behind the bushes in the countryside, near the borders. So what IAB has to say, that requirements elicitation is not just about gathering the requirements from the stakeholders. No. If you just gather the requirement from the stakeholders, you will not be able to come up with the proper solution. IABA says that requirements elicitation is when you start crying. That is, you collaborate with your key stakeholders, fine. You talk to vagabonds, you talk to people around. But at the same time, you do your own research. Look at the historical evidences, historical data, existing documents, search over Google, and also perform experiments like prototyping, hit and trials, and others. Surveys, yes, experiments may include surveys as well. So what IAB has to say, let's look at the definition. You'll gain more clarity, everyone. What IAB has to say, it's in your class notes, page number 3, you'll find the details here. I'll just increase the font size. Requirements elicitation, everyone, is to draw out, explore, and identify the information that is relevant to the change definition. Requirements elicitation depends on 3 pillars: collaboration, research, and the experiments. When you collaborate to gain more information, this is requirements gathering. But requirements elicitation is a huge, broad umbrella term that includes requirements gathering, also your own research. Now, research may include, as Gaurav is mentioning, this may include certain important survey results, some important past experience, you discover some information, you look at some existing results, some case studies. That's all part of your own research. And then you should also perform certain important experiments like hit and trial. We'll discuss how to perform hit and trial, prototyping, proof of concepts, all such important things. If you perform as part of your analysis, this is your requirement solicitation. So moral of this story is, every time you look at the requirement, you start crying. If you cry, you are acting as D3. If you are smiling, then you are D1 and D2. Now you all have to decide whether you want to be D1 and D2 or D3. So what is crying, everyone? Crying is to collaborate, perform research, and also focus on experimentation to arrive at the clear definition of business needs and then the corresponding solution. So this is one of the very important responsibility of the business analyst. They ask you such questions in your job interviews as well, that what's the major difference between requirement solicitation, requirements gathering. So you can tell them about the elicitation, the broader umbrella term that includes the requirements gathering. Requirement solicitation, the main thing is that you not rely on what you get from the stakeholders, because the stakeholders may not know about the information. And it happens in most of the cases. I think Sanoop had this thing to say in the beginning today, that sometimes business team is not providing the relevant information, then they blame BA for a bad solution. Yes, so the important thing is, yes, it happens in most of the projects. They won't blame themselves for the bad solution. They'll blame you. And if they're blaming you, that's also correct thing. It was your responsibility, not just rely on what they tell you. You also do your own research. If king knows everything, then why he'll hire a detective? Yes, it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to do your own research and perform experiments and arrive at a conclusion. Don't trust what you get from, don't completely trust. You may trust, but not have complete reliance or dependency on what you get from your key stakeholders. That's the intent behind this story here. Let's talk about another important thing here. Another important thing is, everyone, if you see here in your slide here, it says performs the tasks defined in the BABOK guide. This is a very important thing. I'll request everyone to please focus here for another 10 minutes. We are going to talk about a very important thing now, and that is perform tasks defined in the BABOK guide. There are few important tasks, few important knowledge areas, few important techniques. So let's try to understand what are the important tasks, what are the important techniques, and in a way, now we'll talk about the business analysis body of knowledge, the table of content, and the overall structure, and all the important topics that we're going to discuss in our upcoming sessions. It's mentioned here, discover, synthesize, and analyze the information. Now, I'll again come up with a very basic discussion. I'll take you back to your class 3, third standard. In the third standard, we used to have one question, that what's the difference between discovery and invention? What's the difference between discovery and invention? Discovery is, as we all know, yes. Invention is when you try to find something new. New in the sense, it does not, there's no presence at present. It's completely new. You are creating it. And invention we'll discuss with the help of experiments. Experiments, when we talk about discovery and inventions, inventions are based on experiments. Experiments, this can be in the form of hit and trial, proof of concept, POC, will create a POC in the live session, and the wireframes. Discovery, when we talk about everyone, discovery is about the past experiences. Something that already exists. And in our live session, when we talk about discovery, we'll create data models using the discovered information. We'll talk about the research. And we'll also talk about data mining. These all are based upon the discovering of the information. So discovery is something that's linked with the information that already exists. Invention is something that's based on certain important experiments that leads to something new. Yes, but the irony is, for every invention, after a few years, we get to know. So discover, synthesize. Now, how to synthesize the information? How to classify the information? Business requirement document. How to create the BRDs? How to write the functional specification documents? How to come up with non-functional requirements, NFRs? How to define the functional requirements? These all things we'll cover as part of synthesis and analysis of the information. And when we're documenting all these things, BRD, FSD, FRDs, user stories, and other important things, it should be aligned with, it should be something that's discussed with the key stakeholders. Investigate and clarify stakeholders' desire. Determine issues and their causes. So in our next session, we'll talk about how to perform root cause analysis, fishbone diagrams, 5-way analysis. So all those important things that we're going to discuss in our upcoming sessions. Today, we managed to complete chapter number 1, and we have discussed about the introduction to business analysis. We talked about the purpose of the BABOK guide, what is business analysis, who is a business analyst, and the structure of the BABOK guide. We are done with our chapter number 1. Now, if you all are with me, shall we discuss few questions to summarize whatever we have discussed today? Few basic questions before we move to Q&A, if you all are with me. Yes, let's discuss few basic questions now based on whatever topics we have discussed today, and then we'll move to Q&A wherein you can come up with your questions and queries. So let's go through a few questions. Question number 1 on your screen, everyone. Let's discuss this question now. Martha is preparing for a requirements workshop as part of her elicitation process. Now, today we have talked about the elicitation, and this question is based upon the elicitation only. In her preparation, she wants to review all of the details surrounding the problems and the opportunities faced by business to better interview and ask questions in the workshop. She is going through the problems and opportunities faced by the business. Now, a document that includes the details of problems and the opportunities. What is the name of that document? And there are 4 options on your screen. You have to select one of them. So what is the right answer here? Answer is business need. Business case is one level ahead of business need, wherein we'll come up with all those constraints, assumptions, dependencies, barriers, financial justification, all such things. We haven't talked about business case yet. So when we combine business needs with constraints, dependencies, assumptions, then it would lead to a business case. Yes, so business case we have not discussed. Problems and opportunities, it is something linked with business need. Okay, the positive business case and the negative business cases in detail, we haven't covered that topic yet. That's the extension to the business needs. So first thing is to understand the business needs, problems and the opportunities, and then details around it, like what are the financial problems, cost and budget, what are the dependencies. Those things can be part of the business case. Okay, so the answer is business need here. Solution scope we have not discussed, and scope model also we have not discussed. We had discussed about canteen ordering system project, and I asked you all to define the business needs. Some of you are saying that the problem is with the space management. Some of you said office productivity. Some of you had mentioned that there is lesser space. Some of you had mentioned that food wastage. What are all those things? You are trying to come up with the details surrounding the problems and the opportunities faced by business. And when you club all those things together, arrange them in one standardized template, that's your business need. Why less space? Somebody says because company doesn't have much budget. What is the budget? What are the budgetary constraints? There comes the importance of business case. What few learners were talking about. Are you getting it? But to start with, it's not a business case. It's more about identifying the details around the problems and the opportunities. So, Preet and everyone else, business need is considered to be the origin. To start with your analysis, this is the origin, this is the initial point, this is the ice breaking step to start with your analysis. And with that, you may come up with then the business requirements. Business requirements may then lead to the stakeholder requirements, then the solution requirements, and then the transition requirements. But first, the origin is the business need to review all of the details surrounding the problems and the opportunities. So, Preet, are you with me on this thing? Yes, so it's the initial step. You start with the things, and then the details may be in different directions. Details like financial obligations or financial deficits. It's a business case telling you about all those financial details. Then, if you look at the technical feasibility aspects, then feasibility study. Then, if you're looking at the things from the resource perspective, then resource management would come into the picture. So, all those attributes, if you're able to come up with later, that may help you design different business cases. But to start with, it's about to review all of the details surrounding the problems and the opportunities. These are the full details, but you're not getting deeper into it. If you delve deeper into it, then you'll need other techniques like business case. Following? I hope I'm not confusing you all. So the initial step is to gain clear understanding around the possible problems and the opportunities. And then you may go a step ahead and create the business cases and then the business requirements, and then finally come up with a proper solution for it. So this is about the problems and opportunities, the origin to start with the analysis work. Now let me ask you a few more questions. So let me read the explanation as well. Martha should review the business need documentation. Business need defines the problem or the opportunity being faced by business, and this information is used to determine the information to be elicited when developing the business requirements early in the project life cycle. And they also ask you such question in your job interviews that what is the prerequisite or precondition to define the business requirements? Answer is the business needs. Business need is the origin from where you can gain more information around your problems and opportunities, and then you can come up with your business requirements. When we're talking about cost and benefits, there comes the importance of business case. Business case assesses the cost and benefits of the proposed project. This business framework is used along with solution scope to determine the information to be elicited when developing stakeholder solution transition requirements. So when we're going deeper into it, the cost, the budget, the constraints, the dependencies, there comes the importance of business case. So it's the next step. Harry is the business analyst for his organization, and he is working with you and other stakeholders to begin the elicitation process. Harry recommends that you begin the process by starting with some lateral thinking, like what we are having at present. So what is this lateral thinking all about? Which option do you all think can be linked with lateral thinking? Yes. Lateral thinking is something linked with brainstorming, everyone. If I talk about the human brain, although I mentioned this thing in the beginning that don't make assumption in analysis, but if you assume that this is your human brain, not your lungs or kidneys, if this is not anyone's human brain, so left side, right side. What is the role of the left side of the brain, everyone, and how it's different from the right side? Anyone? The difference, what's the role and the responsibility of the left side of the brain as compared to right side? Left side is more about, can anybody complete the statement? Logical, conceptual, and simply maths. Left side is about mathematics. And what is this right side? More active nowadays for most of the people. Right side is about those reels. Yes, cosmetics, colors. Yes. So, 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 so this part, if it is not working in our live session, I'm fine with it. But this part should be very proactive. Okay. So the intent is, and this part is about the lateral thinking. So for any BA, yes, from the response Saket, I can understand that right side is very active. So they should not be active, they should be very active. Lateral thinking, something that's linked with brainstorming to generate ideas from the key stakeholders. They can use their cognitive mind and come up with more details. So lateral thinking is something that can be linked with brainstorming, mostly focusing on the left side of the brain. Okay. Now, one more thing linked with brainstorming is a very basic thing that I want to discuss with you all before the start of the tomorrow's session, and that is the difference between analysis and analytics. This question I generally get in the second or third session from the learners. So before you all come up with the questions and confusion around these two words, let me explain this thing today itself in the introductory session itself so that we are not having any confusion around it in the upcoming sessions. Analysis is something that we're discussing at present, and analysis is something that we are going to talk about in all our live session. But eventually, you'll also find we have to discussion around analytics as well. Can any one of you help me know what is the main difference between analytics and analysis, or do you all think it is one and the same thing? This is linked with lateral thinking. You can apply your lateral thinking and answer this. Akash is saying analysis, checking and validating the existing system and data set. Analytics are the tools and procedures to perform the analysis to a certain extent, correct? Yes. What else? But what's the difference, major difference in one line? When you perform analysis, Sanoop is saying analytics is outcome of analysis. Okay, it is correct, but not the full information. Let me make it very simple for you all to understand this thing. Very simple definition I'll come up with. Let's see if you're able to understand this part. Analysis and analytics we're talking about, and I'll introduce one more word here as statistics. Or I can say mathematics. If I remove SIS from here, this part from statistics, and this part from mathematics, we are getting analytics. What exactly this means? This simply means analysis is a broad umbrella term that includes several types of analysis. Analytics is one branch within analysis that is purely based upon the mathematical approach. When we apply formulas, when we apply probability, permutation, combinations, measures of central tendency, this gives rise to analytics. So what is analytics? Analytics is the analysis based on the statistical findings. Analytics is something that's a mathematical approach to analysis. I'll just show you all how. I'll make it very clear to you all so that if somebody asks you this question or if there is any confusion, I'm removing it right away in the first session itself. I'll just show you all the Tableau tool to make it very clear in your mind that how it works. I'll just open one data set to show you all the difference between analytics and analysis. If you search on Google or Chat GPT, it says tool-based analysis is your analytics. What is tool-based analysis and why you need the tools? If you look at the analytics tab here in Tableau, you will find here reference lines, reference bands, box plots, cluster, forecasting, trends, average, totals, median with quartiles, all this information under the analytics tab. And if you observe, these all things are based upon the mathematical approach. Let us suppose I'll just show you all one data set. It will make the thing very clear in your mind. I normally get this question from the learners in every batch, and to avoid confusion, I'll just show you all just one data set to make it very clear in your mind how it works. So I have this data set and I'm going to the sheet 1, and if you see here, I'll just drag and drop few things. You'll learn about this tool in our upcoming sessions. And if you see here, with the help of this tool, I'm able to come up with some important graphical representations. And here, if you see, I have measures like sum, average, median, count, and all these things here. Calculations. These all things are the important contributors to the analytics. So in simple terms, in the analysis, if you're making an effective use of statistics, permutation combination, probability distribution functions, that leads to analytics. And why analytics is considered to be tool-based approach? Because if you have large volumes of data, if you do it manually, it may be very time consuming and very less efficient. And that's why analytics is considered to be a tool-based approach. I just want to show you all one more example before we move to Q&A. Just showing you all these things in the first session itself so that you're clear with basics before we move to our tomorrow's session. So I'm just showing you all the Python workbook as well to make it very clear in your mind how it works. Like I'm opening one machine learning sheet here to show you all the importance of analytics. So you'll see here, with the help of analytics, I'm able to come up with some important graphical representations. I'm able to segregate the data, arrange the data, use some important tools, and I'm able to find some very valuable information. So what is happening here? If we're making an effective use of statistics, we have large volumes of data and we are able to identify certain patterns and trends in it. We apply measures of central tendency to it. We apply probability distribution functions to it. And any kind of mathematical approach would take us towards the analytics. That's one branch within the business analysis. So analytics is not something outside the business analysis umbrella. It is something that is performed by, I'll come back to this topic here. It's something performed by the data analyst and also the system analyst. So next time you hear about analytics, don't get confused. It's not something outside analysis. Analytics is within the business analysis framework. The main thing analytics is you apply the mathematics to arrive at the results, a mathematical approach to perform the analysis. That's it, not more than that. Okay? And that may include what Supreet is mentioning here, forecasting, estimations, trend analysis, those all will be part of your analytics. Yes, so that was the last topic for the day. We are done with our discussion. Business analysis core concept model. So let's start with a very important topic, everyone, and that is the BACCM model, the BACCM model, the business analysis core concept model. Now, yesterday we had discussed a very important thing, that it's an important thing to first understand the problems. Those problems and opportunities would help you define the business need, and then we can think about the solution. Now, today we'll expand our discussion around it and we'll talk about the 6 core concepts. Those may help us develop clear understanding around the high level requirements. Yesterday, if you all remember, we had discussed about high level requirements versus the low level requirements. High level requirements are in the form of an overview, a summary, or just an explanation that may help you dig deeper and come up with more details. BACCM model has 6 core concepts. Those may help you develop a very clear understanding around the high level requirements, and then it will be easy, it will be more simplified to come up with the low level information, the fragment level information, or more granular information. Let's see what are those 6 core concepts and how these 6 core concepts may help us come up with a clear definition of high level requirements. So the BACCM model, everyone, this includes 6 core concepts: need, change, solution, context, value, and the key stakeholders. Yesterday, we had discussed about needs, and we had discussed that it can be a problem or the opportunity to be addressed. And we had discussed about a problem with the help of one case study, one project, canteen ordering system. Now let's talk about needs. Those can also be in the form of opportunity. Needs are not always around the problems to be solved. It can also be an opportunity to grow. Let's try to understand how to capture the needs. Those are in the form of opportunity with the help of another case study here. You also have to understand what is the context, the circumstances that are influenced by, and provide understanding of the change, that why you're bringing about the change. How is this going to help your key stakeholders? Something that you're trying to develop, is this something that is going to be accepted? Is enterprise ready to use and realize value from what you're delivering? Sometimes you think as an analyst that it's a very good solution, but when you present it to your key stakeholders, they reject it. So it's a very important thing that along with the business needs, we also focus upon the value to be delivered within a given context. And what is the value? The worth, the importance, or usefulness of something to a stakeholder within a given context. Let me make it very simple for you all to understand. Let us suppose I say, Sudhir we have with us, and another analyst is Ifra. Ifra and Sudhir are there with us. The two BAs, and they deliver this product to Anurag. Anurag is, let us suppose, the customer. and the product is P. Definition says worth, importance, and usefulness. Worth, importance, and usefulness in terms of what? This is my question to you all. Anurag is going to approve or reject the project, the product being delivered. So what will be the criteria? What are the factors that may help him select or reject the product being delivered by Sudhir and Efra? Question is worth in terms of what? Importance in terms of what? Usefulness in terms of what? What are the factors that you'll consider to ensure that product is valuable? Think from the customer perspective and answer. Yes, needs in terms of what? Why do we develop a product? First thing, very simple, very basic question to start with. Why do we develop any project? Why we bring about the change? Value for business and the user in terms of what? Let us suppose I say Amit and his team. Now, Shikha has a very good point here. Value in terms of cost, effort, time, and simply you can say make your process more efficient. This is one thing, yes. What else can be a reason? Hina is saying what in terms of finance, yes. So this is same thing what Shikha has mentioned few minutes back. And a very important thing is the user experience. Everyone. So meaning to say values can be measured against two factors. One is business value, another is customer value. When we are trying to evaluate the value and you're focusing upon the cost, the finance, the efforts, the time, the resources, this is defined as the business value. But when we're looking at the product in terms of the quality, the customer satisfaction level, how well it is able to deliver value to the key stakeholders, then it is defined as the customer value. So let me make it more clear to you all. Let's go to your class notes, session number 2. Discuss this in detail. Session number 2, topic number 1, value. Value is the usefulness to the stakeholders within a given context. Usefulness can be defined with the help of two important elements, everyone. Business value and the customer value. Business value, it is associated with the cost structure and the revenue streams that is more focused on profitability, gain margins, and as what Hina was mentioning, worth in terms of finance. And here, several financial calculations are performed like return on investments, payback period, present value, net present value, internal rate of return, total cost of ownership, cost of the change, opportunity cost, sunk cost. These all would help you come up with the business value. So business value in simple terms is all about value in terms of money. Second thing is a very important thing, the customer value. It is associated with the quality of the product. That is, project or the solution must drive customer satisfaction and the solution must be usable for the purpose. Now, when we talk about customer value, everyone, there are two important jargons that you all have to make a note of. One is house of quality. Another is voice of customer. House of quality simply means all those important features, functionalities, services, those are going to drive the better customer satisfaction level. For example, if I talk about your project number 4, hospital management system, and you have to define few house of quality. Can any one of you think about the house of quality in terms of important features to drive customer satisfaction when you're talking about the HMS project, hospital management system? It can be all those important specializations, facilities, the total quality management as Sakesh is mentioning, yes, the hygiene, doctors availability, bed availability. Nowadays, after COVID crisis, the oxygen cylinders, ventilators, yes, and all those important surgical and medical instruments. So, what is house of quality? House of quality simply means you're coming up with a product that has all those important features and functionalities that drives customer satisfaction. And what is VOC? VOC is very common in most of the projects. Can any one of you help me know what's your understanding around VOC? VOC is, can anybody complete the statement based on your prior experience? Yes, it's the voice of customer. Voice of customer is about how well you're able to gain the customer feedback. Like you all must have observed this thing that in our live session, during the break time, we launch the polling activity. And at the end of the live session, Amal is going to share with you all one feedback survey form. Why we are doing this thing? This is to record the VOC, review comments, feedbacks, and understand the level of customer satisfaction. Here, polling, surveys, and interviews may help record the VOC. So, value is a very important aspect to consider. House of quality examples we have just discussed, like in hospital management system, if you have to come up with house of quality, Amit and others, what are the important features that you'll try to develop? You can come up with patient registration. After patient registration, you can think about a form to book an appointment with the doctors. Doctors with the given specializations are available. Their timings. What else? The number of beds in the hospital, the radiology, the different medical instruments, the hygiene. What else? All those important things, those are required by the customer, should be part of the house of quality. It's kind of total quality management. Somebody had mentioned this thing a few minutes back in the chat box. Let's take one more example to understand house of quality, Amit and others. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about the library management system, the second project, and you have to maintain the house of quality. What do you all think would be part of house of quality, everyone? Satish, you had mentioned about TQM, and somebody else had mentioned about the important features. Can you all think about the important house of quality? Books availability is a very important thing. Yes, books availability, a proper structured mechanism to issue a book, to return a book. Yes, RN is mentioning about the area to sit and read the books, a better environment. Yes, so all such things would be the essential important factors. Those may help you define the house of quality. even business value and customer value are interdependent. Like if I talk about Nokia, Nokia was the undisputed leader, and they are banking on the fact that they have got huge customer base, they're getting some huge revenues, becoming undisputed leader in the mobile phone industry. But what eventually happened? When they were not able to maintain the house of quality, when they were not able to get the good VOC, ultimately that impacted their business value as well. And this business value went down over the years, and now they no longer exist. If they exist, there's no good presence in the market. So customer value is also going to impact your business value. So even business value and customer value are interdependent. So that's why it's an important thing that whenever we are thinking about a solution for any given business problem, we also consider the values parameter. MVP is, you can see here, the most basic version of a product that contains just enough delivery work to satisfy early customers and gather feedback for further development. When you read this, Karan and everyone else, what do you all think about the MVP? Now, this question is for you to answer, everyone. Just read this and answer. It says a most basic version of a product that contains, like, I'll give you a very simple example. Since we have Karan and others who come from sales background, whenever you have to promote any product, companies generally come up with the free samples and they distribute those free samples to people without any cost. They say this is a free sample. Why do you think these companies come up with the small samples of the product and they distribute that for free as part of their advertisement? Why they are doing it? This is something to gain feedback, to understand whether the customer is happy with the key features to be developed. It is not the full product. Like, I'll give you one more example. When I asked my learners to install the Jira trial version, some of my learners dropped me a message on LinkedIn. I'll share with you all my LinkedIn details as well today. So I get a lot of messages from the learners saying that, Vaibhav, this trial version that you asked me to install, it has very less features. And when I purchase the Jira tool, I find a lot of features. So then I tell them that what you have installed as a free trial version is just the MVP. And if they share everything in the trial version, then why you are going to purchase the full product? So what we're trying to understand here is that MVP is going to have all those important key features, those important features, those are must have for the customer. If customer is happy with it, then we may expand and come up with the full product. So if you see here the focus, it focuses on delivering core functionality to test the product's intended value to the key stakeholders. And what is the goal? Why we are developing the MVP? The primary goal is to validate the assumptions and learn from user feedback with minimal development effort. Why it says minimal development effort? Because if you develop everything and then go for the feedback, there will be a lot of defects and a lot of things to fix. But if you're able to understand the customer viewpoint and views, if you're able to gain the proper feedback, it will help you save time and effort, and you can develop a project and you can develop a product wherein customer develops the trust in you. That's an important thing. Imagine if you don't create a beta or the MVP and you directly create one product and share with your business team, they're coming up with a lot of defects and issues. They're not going to develop trust in you as a team, as an organization, and eventually that may lead to scrapping of the project. So, is everybody able to understand, Karan and everyone, the importance of MVP? MVP is kind of a teaser before the actual release of a movie. Yes, you all must have seen this thing. Whenever there is a new movie coming up, they come up with a teaser. Yes, and there are so many likes, there are so many things shared, people subscribe, and based on the response, they know that yes, this movie is going to earn more profit. Yes, so meaning to say, minimum viable project is going to give them the flavor of an actual product that's going to be delivered in months to come. And that's the importance of MVP, everyone. Rag is saying constraints, assumptions, dependencies, are these important things to consider when we define the business needs? Yes. So constraints, assumptions, dependencies, any barrier in the realization of value, Anurag and others, has to be part of your business needs description. And then the constraints, those barriers, can be analyzed with the help of feasibility, gap, impact, and other types of analysis like risk analysis and others. So, yes, this has to be defined as part of the needs, but not in detail. Details would be part of your feasibility, gap, impact, and other types of analysis. Simple question, but you have to think logically and answer. Question is, a business analyst is evaluating multiple options to address a customer need. Which one of the following is one of the important criteria for selecting the right option for the customer? And you have four options. This is the hint. Hint is all four options are correct, but you have to opt for the option that's a superset of other options. You all are going with option number A, and A is the right answer. When we are talking about cost reduction for the customer, when we are talking about improved revenue for the customer, we are focusing upon the business value. Better turnaround time. This is something linked with house of quality. This would help us come up with better voice of customer. And this is something linked with customer value. And combining both of them is option number A, value delivered to the business. So the answer is option number A, value delivered to the business. And the moral of the story is value is the combination of the business value and the customer value. Now, Arun, you will be getting the answer to your question again. You can see here, cost and revenue is something linked with business value. When money matters, we are focusing on business value. When the quality matters more, what solution we are delivering to the customer and whether customer is happy with it or not, then we are focusing on the customer value. So the answer is A, that includes B, C, and D. That there is one core concept here as the context. And what's the importance of the context? Yesterday, if you all remember, Sneha and everyone else, we had discussed about the Unilever case study, Unilever canteen ordering system. And I'd asked you all yesterday to come up with a solution in response to the given business needs. Some of you were saying that increase the size of the cafeteria. Some of you were saying that there must be a cafeteria in each and every floor, floor-wise cafeteria. Some of you mentioned that there must be an online meal ordering system. Some of you were saying that there can be flexi time slots. Context, that's the background, is going to help you understand that why we are bringing about the change. And this may help you take a better decision and come up with solution recommendations. Context is something that is going to help you understand the circumstances that are influenced by, and will give you the complete understanding that why and what's the main reason why we are bringing about the change. Like, I'll give you one example. But the context is going to help you understand. It will always help you define the scope for your solution. I hope that makes sense to you now, Sneha and everyone else. So context is a very important thing. This is going to help you sketch the boundaries. Context is going to help you come up with the solution in response to the business needs. Sometimes what happens is we are not clear about the context. We don't know why we are developing a solution. And we come up with the solution component. Those are completely irrelevant. We'll talk about the scope creep in our sessions to come. It helps to avoid any creep, redundant, or any duplicate component in your solution. It helps you maintain a focus on the requirements so that the solution that you come up with is completely aligned with the requirements. That's the reason why context is very important. If you talk to any senior manager, the first thing that he'll ask you to do the research upon is the context. So let's talk about the requirements now, the more important topic, the more relevant one with regard to the analysis work.
Ever wondered what those people with fancy charts on their computers are doing? They are probably business analysts. So, what's a business analyst? Think of them as the Sherlock Holmes of the business world. They look at lots of information and figure out how to make companies run better. And guess what? It's a pretty cool job right now. Lots of companies are trying to hire these folks. Want to know how much they make? On average, about $85,000 per year. Some of them even make over $120,000. Not bad, right? But here's the thing. To be really good at this job, you need to know some special words. It's like learning the secret code of business. And in today's video, we are going to look at the 10 important words every business analyst should know. And by the time we are done, you will be talking like a pro. Let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most, and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you're running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So a KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is structured query language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
So let's talk about the 3 things you need to know to become a business analyst. To start your BA journey, you need 3 pillars. The first one is clarity. second one is capability, and the third one is commitment. Now, clarity means knowing what this role truly involves. Business analysts don't just gather requirements, they solve problems and help organizations make better decisions. Second up, we've got capability. Now, capability means developing the right mix of technical and interpersonal skills. You need to understand data, communicate with people, and think analytically. Third, we've got commitment. Now, commitment means being ready to learn continuously because business analysis evolves constantly with technology and business trends. The good news, you don't need to start from zero. People from all the backgrounds, marketing, finance, operation, customer service, or even software development can successfully transition into business analysis. All you need is the right plan, and that's what we will explore next. So the first step in the roadmap is self-assessment. Assess whether business analysis is right for you or not. So what you need to do is you need to ask a few questions to yourself. The first question would be something like, do I enjoy solving problems? Am I curious about how businesses operate? Do I like collaborating and communicating with people? Now, these are the essential traits of a business analyst. Many beginners wonder what a business analyst does daily. So in simple terms, a business analyst identifies business needs and help design solutions that deliver value. Let's say, for example, if a hospital wants to reduce patient waiting time, the business analyst would observe the current process. It would collect data, identify bottlenecks, and propose improvements like digital appointment systems or process redesigns. Now, if you're unsure what business analyst tasks look like, explore junior and senior business analyst job descriptions online. Compare responsibilities to see what aligns with your interest and skills. You can also shadow a business analyst at your workplace or read case studies that describe a day in the life of a business analyst. This will help you understand what the job truly feels like. Now, the second step is to build a career transition project. Once you have confirmed this path fits you, the next step is to plan your career transition like a project. Treat your career shift exactly how a business analyst would manage a business project. So you can start by identifying skill gap. Ask, what knowledge or experience am I missing? But lack technical knowledge, your gap might be tools like Excel, Power BI, process modeling. You can move forward steadily. Now, the third step is to catch up on business analysis fundamentals. Now it's time to understand the foundation of the profession, the fundamentals of business analysis. Start by exploring the business analysis body of knowledge, also known as BABOK. Now, this global framework defines what business analysis is and what business analysts deliver. It covers core areas like elicitation. This means gathering information from stakeholders. Then we've got requirement analysis. This means gathering all the requirements needed and then analyzing it. Then we've got solution evaluation. Now, to make it more easier, consider beginner-friendly resources like Business Analysis for Professionals, or you have Simplilearn's Business Analytics Full Course. We have attached the course link in the description box below. So you can just go and check it out, where you'll get the thorough full free course of Business Analytics. We also have Business Intelligence Career Guide, comprehensive playbook to become a business analyst from Simplilearn. You can also explore webinars and toolkits to learn about business analyst outcomes, deliverables, and techniques. For example, a deliverable could be a business requirements document or a process flow diagram, essentially any output that captures your analysis work. Now, by mastering these basics, you will start thinking like a business analyst, structured, analytical, and solution-oriented. The next step is developing skills and competencies. Now, once you have learned the fundamentals, you need to develop your core BA skills. Think of it as your tools for success. So we have divided them into two categories. The first one is the technical skills. So what you need for technical skills is, the first step is requirement gathering. You need to ask the right questions to uncover business's needs. Process modeling, visualizing how work flows through an organization using diagrams. Data analysis, interpreting data to identify trends, issues, or opportunities. Documentation, writing clear and concise business requirement documents, BRDs. Next, we've got soft skills. So let's talk about what all you need to know in the soft skills. So the first one is communication, explaining complex concept simply to both technical and non-technical teams. Critical thinking, looking at problems from multiple perspectives. The next skill you need to have is a negotiation skill, balancing different stakeholder needs to reach a feasible solution. Adaptability, handling change gracefully since projects often evolve rapidly. And as we move into 2026, a modern business analyst must also understand AI, automation, and data-driven decision-making. Now, these technologies don't replace business analysts, they empower them to make smarter recommendations. Let's move on to our next step, which is expanding your knowledge. Now, learning doesn't stop once you complete a course. To grow as a business analyst, you need to keep expanding your knowledge. You need to read articles, blogs, watch educational videos, attend webinars, and subscribe to business analyst newsletters. Like why change learning is not just about consuming content, it's about engaging with it. Try explaining a concept you have learned to a friend or a colleague. Teaching others deepens your understanding. You can also find a mentor, someone who has experience as a business analyst. Mentorship can help you bridge theory and real-world practice. If you prefer learning with others, join business analyst mentorship groups or communities, for example, the BA Mindset Mentorship Circle. And if you're already working as a business analyst, think about your career path. Would you like to specialize in data analytics, enterprise architecture, or product management? Now, each path opens new opportunities for growth. So now that you know how to expand your knowledge, let's move on to our next step, which is focusing on business modeling. Here's one of the most powerful yet underrated business analyst skills, business modeling. Now, business modeling means representing complex business situations visually using diagrams and models. Let's suppose, for example, a process flow diagram shows how work moves from start to finish. Then you've got a context diagram. It shows how systems or departments interact with each other. Decision tree helps you to visualize choices and their possible outcomes. Next, you've got a use case diagram which shows how users interact with the system. Now, these visuals help stakeholders understand problems faster than words alone. Remember the 3 C's of modeling: clarity, consistency, and context. Your diagrams should clearly communicate ideas, be consistent with terminology, and always show context, how each piece fits into the bigger picture. Now, by mastering modeling, you can make yourself stand out as a business analyst who not only talks through problems but shows solutions in a very structured way. Now comes the next step, which is about career change. Now at this stage, you have built skills and knowledge. Now you need to prepare for the career transition itself. Remember, switching careers is not just a professional shift, it's also an emotional and logistical one. Make sure you have a realistic financial plan during your transition period. Support from friends and family. A mindset ready to handle challenges and setbacks. If you feel unsure about where to begin, you can check out Simplilearn's webinars on our YouTube channel. We feature industry-leading coaches from top US companies, professionals with years of hands-on experience and who can guide you through every step of your transition. They will help you understand how to position your experience, bridge your skill gap, and handle the uncertainty that often comes with a career change. Also explore stories from others who have successfully transitioned. They will remind you that this path is absolutely achievable. So now that we have talked about switching careers, let's move on and talk about how can you own your resume. Now your resume is not just a document, it's your first business analysis project. Here's how we can make it effective. Focus on achievement rather than duties. For example, improved data accuracy by 15% by analyzing workflow inefficiencies. Highlight transferable skills like communication, process improvement, or stakeholder management. Include a professional portfolio with sample case studies, diagrams, or mock projects. Always be truthful. Never exaggerate experience. Confidence comes from authenticity. If possible, get your resume reviewed by a career coach or mentor. They will help you identify areas of improvement and tailor your profile to attract business analyst recruiters. Next, let's talk about the interview practice. Now comes the final step, interview preparation. Practice makes progress. How do you handle conflicting stakeholder requirements? What business analyst techniques do you most often use? Next, focus on storytelling. Use the STAR method, which is situation, task, action, and result. It will help you structure your answers clearly. If possible, practice with a friend, mentor, or even in front of a mirror. And after every interview, reflect on what went well and what could improve. Remember, every interview is a learning experience that builds your confidence. Sundaraman Chitamani. Now, this is an excellent book if you want to actually master the concepts of storytelling.
Imagine you're a pet lover who wants to start your own pet care business. But as soon as you lay the groundwork for your business, you realize that being a pet lover is not enough. You need assistance in understanding the pet care market to develop a solid business plan. Without a clear understanding of the market demand, competition, and customer preferences, you may struggle to differentiate your services and attract customers. However, with help of data-driven insights such as market research and customer demographics, you can make informed decisions about business strategy, pricing, and marketing efforts for your pet care business. This is where the importance of business knowledge comes into play. Understanding industry trends, consumer behavior, and operational requirements is essential to building a successful pet care business. Now, business analysts are the individuals who combine both data knowledge and business knowledge to drive insights and come to conclusions. Hence, business analysts help businesses make better decisions by studying information and figuring out how to improve processes and outcomes. In this video, we will discuss the CBAP certification, which shows that a business analyst is really good at understanding what a business needs and finding good solutions. We'll talk about everything you need to know about this certification, like what you have to do to get it, why it's helpful for your career, and more.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
But before that, if you're interested in a career as a business analyst, start your career growth journey with a postgraduate program in business analysis from Simplilearn. Learn how to solve tough business problems using popular tools and advanced AI like ChatGPT and Google Bard. Get expert guidance with masterclasses from Purdue University. For more information, check out the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So, no more waiting. Let's get started. So, what is CBAP certification? CBAP actually stands for Certified Business Analysis Professional, provided by IIBA or International Institute of Business Analysis. It is basically a professional certification for people having ample experience in the field of business analysis. And once you're certified as a CBAP, you will be considered as a leading or senior member in the BA community. So, how does CBAP stand out and what are its benefits? You exhibit the expertise, skills, and experience necessary to excel as a proficient business analysis professional. You can distinguish yourself to employers and colleagues by demonstrating your commitment to your career and the field of business analysis. Professionals with CBAP certification tend to command higher payment, enjoying up to a 13% increase in earnings compared to their non-certified counterparts. Now, is CBAP worth all its hype? Through research, we could find that approximately 20% of job descriptions mention CBAP as a requirement for business analyst openings for experienced candidates. We know it's a small number right now, but in the coming years, it is going to increase, and also these global certifications will be an upper hand for you as the job market is getting more competitive. And people who are certified mention that they are more confident at work because the CBAP exam is based on BABOK, which is the business analysis body of knowledge, which is the worldwide recognized standard for business analysis. We will discuss about BABOK later in this video. The certification has also helped them in getting promotions and salary hikes. It has helped them in networking with other BA professionals, and it has given them international recognition. Now, let's see the eligibility criteria to acquire the CBAP. According to the guidelines, the candidate appearing for this certification must complete a minimum of 7,500 hours of business analysis work experience in the last 10 years, and within this 7,500 hours, a minimum of 900 hours completed in 4 of the 6 BABOK guide knowledge areas. The candidate must complete a minimum of 35 hours of professional development in the last 4 years. Now, you must be wondering what's professional development. It is nothing but formal education, webinars, workshops, trainings, self-learnings, etc. The candidate must also provide 2 references, must follow the code of conduct, terms and conditions, and of course, pass the exam. So as we said, CBAP is based on BABOK. Now, what is BABOK? The word BABOK, which stands for Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, is like the ultimate handbook for mastering business analysis. It's designed to show what skills and knowledge an experienced pro should have in this field, and the CBAP exam is completely based on this guide. Basically, BABOK has 6 knowledge areas, which are Business Analysis Planning and Monitoring, or BAPM, Elicitation and Collaboration, Management of the Requirements Lifecycle, Strategy Evaluation, Analysis of Requirements and Design, and Evaluation of the Solution. Now, what's the format of the CBAP exam? It is a computer-based exam which can either be taken through online proctor format or at a PSI center. The exam consists of 120 multiple-choice questions which must be completed within 3.5 hours. As already mentioned, the questions will be from the BABOK guide, and you can expect both scenario and case study-based questions. Now, coming to the passing score, there is no specific score published by IIBA. It is competency-based score and depends on the fellow candidate's performance. But try to maintain an 80% score to be on a safer side. Now, having known all this, how do you prepare for the certification? You need to really dive into the BABOK guide. And many institutes offer specialized training for CBAP certification. Plus, TCA is an official education provider endorsed by IIBA, offering a comprehensive CBAP preparation course. Also take numerous practice exams and go through the sample questions available on the IIBA official website. Now let's see how much does a CBAP certification cost. At first, you have to pay an application fee of $145, which is non-refundable and non-transferable. Then comes the exam fee, which depends on your membership. For an IIBA member, the fee is $350. For a non-member, it is $505, and for a corporate member, it is $305. Now, if you don't pass the exam in the first attempt, you can rewrite the exam by paying a fee of $295 for IIBA members and $450 for non-members. You have 3 attempts within 1 year from the start of the application approval date. But if you fail the 3rd attempt, you have to wait 1 year to apply again. Now, the validity period of CBAP certification is 3 years, and you are required to recertify after every 3 years, for which you need 60 CDUs. You will have a grace period of 1 year to recertify. The recertification fee for IIBA members is $85, and for non-members it is $120. So there you have it. We have covered everything you need to know about the CBAP certification. Whether you are aiming to boost your earning potential or enhance your skills, CBAP certification could be the next step for you.
Well, at its core, business intelligence, often referred to as BI, is the process of collecting, analyzing, and transforming raw data into actionable insights for business purposes. It helps organizations make informed decisions, enhance performance, and gain a competitive edge in today's dynamic market. So let's understand the steps involved in the processing of data. The first step in the business intelligence process is data collection. Businesses begin by identifying the relevant data sources for their operations, such as internal databases, customer interactions, website analytics, and social media platforms. Once identified, the necessary data is extracted from each source, which can be in various formats like spreadsheets or databases. Before proceeding, it's important to cleanse the data by removing duplicates, errors, or inconsistencies, ensuring its accuracy and reliability. The second step is data integration. With the collected data in hand, the next step is data integration. Businesses transform the data into a unified format that is compatible and consistent across different data sources. This transformation involves standardizing data formats, organizing fields, and creating a unified data structure. The transformed data from various sources is then merged into a central repository or data warehouse. serving as a single source of truth for further analysis and reporting. The third step is data analysis. Businesses select appropriate analysis techniques based on their objectives, which can include exploratory data analysis, statistical modeling, data visualization, or machine learning algorithms. Using these techniques, businesses uncover patterns, trends, and correlation within the data. These insights provide valuable information about customer behavior, market trends, operational efficiency, product insights, and more. To communicate the findings effectively, businesses create reports and visualizations that present the insights in a clear and understandable format. The fourth step is decision making and action. The final step in the business intelligence journey is turning insights into actions. Armed with the insights from data analysis, businesses make informed decisions. These decisions can range from optimizing operational processes and refining market strategies to improving customer experience and identifying new business opportunities. Businesses continuously monitor the impact of their decisions and actions using feedback loops and iterative processes to refine strategies, adapt to changing market conditions, and improve overall performance. Have you ever wondered how successful people can be after opting a postgraduate program in business analytics? Hear it from our learners who have experienced massive success in their career. The next question is, why is business intelligence so valuable to businesses? So let's explore its benefits. The first is enhanced decision making. By providing accurate and timely insights, BI enables organizations to make informed decisions based on facts rather than assumptions or intuition. This leads to improved efficiency, reduced risks, and better outcomes. Increased operational efficiency. Business intelligence streamlines operations by identifying bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and highlighting areas of improvement. This leads to enhanced productivity, cost savings, and overall efficiency gains. Competitive advantage. In today's competitive landscape, gaining a competitive edge is crucial. BI equips businesses with actionable insights about market trends, customer preferences, and competitors, enabling them to make strategic moves and stay ahead of the curve. Applications of business intelligence. Retail. BI helps retailers analyze customer buying patterns, optimize inventory levels, and personalize marketing campaigns, ultimately improving sales and customer satisfaction. Healthcare. By leveraging BI, healthcare providers can analyze patient data, optimize resource allocation, and identify patterns to enhance medical treatments and patient outcomes. Finance. BI enables financial institutions to assess risk, detect fraudulent activities, and identify investment opportunities, resulting in improved decision making and financial performance. Let's understand the tools for business intelligence. A number of BI tools are already present in the market, but let's go through the top business intelligence tools. Power BI. Microsoft's Power BI offers robust data visualization capabilities, interactive dashboards, and integration with various data sources. It's user-friendly and allows for collaboration and sharing within the organization. Tableau. Tableau is renowned for its interactive and intuitive data visualization features. It supports advanced analytics, custom calculations, and offers seamless integration with multiple data sources. ClickView. ClickView provides a comprehensive business intelligence platform with powerful data discovery, visualization, and reporting features. It allows users to explore data from various angles and uncover hidden insights. Looker. Looker offers a cloud-based platform for data exploration and visualization. It focuses on providing real-time insights and collaborative analytics, enabling teams to work together seamlessly. So there you have it, folks. Business intelligence is an essential tool that can help businesses succeed in today's marketplace.
Let's talk about the different types of requirements now, everyone. And let's try to understand the 4 types of requirements. What is the importance and significance of it? And why at all we have these 4 requirements classified in such a manner. So when we talk about, everyone, the requirements classification, we have 4 different types of requirements. IAB has come up with this classification to make it very simplified how to write, document, and analyze the requirements. First thing is the business requirement, the statement of goals, objectives, and outcomes that describe why a change has been initiated. So, Sneha, coming back to your question on context, context is going to also help you define your business requirements. Stakeholder requirements is the next step to describe the needs of the stakeholders that must be met to achieve the business requirements. And today, Anurag, you had this question around gathering the requirements. This is the requirement component when you gather the requirements from the key stakeholders. Business requirements, first thing, first step. Then discussion with the key stakeholders, you collaborate with them. Do your own research, perform experiments, and then that leads to the solution requirements. Business requirements and stakeholder requirements are considered to be high-level requirements, everyone. While solution requirement is considered to be low-level requirement, or in simple terms, detailed requirement. Business requirements are in the form of summary, the overview, giving you the context, the background, the drivers, the stakeholder expectations, and then you are performing your own detailed analysis, and you come up with both functional and non-functional requirements, and those are part of your solution requirements. And then transition requirements. Yesterday we had discussed the enablers, if you all remember. Enablers in the form of training, mentoring, promotions, advertisements, offers, all those temporary requirements, those may help us transition to a new future state. Those are the transition requirements. Now let's try to understand the deeper meaning of it by first going through one case study. So let's talk about one case study here, and let's try to understand the requirements classification in a very simplified manner. And for this case study, you all have to come up with the answers for a few questions. So let's discuss this case study now. So this is one case study. This is from my previous project, and this is what I faced in my project. So I'm sharing this. Shika is saying, is it mandatory to have the transition requirements? Transition requirements are the enablers. Those would help you ensure that there is hassles in a smooth transition. But if you find requirements are simple enough, people are aware about this thing, then these can also be an optional requirement. But my personal, you may say, suggestion, or you may say my opinion is, it should be mandatory. Even if your stakeholders are aware, you all would agree with me, one basic training or a workshop may help them brush up the things or gain more clarity. It's not mandatory as such, it's kind of an enabler. Yes, so it's an enabler, and if you apply the enabler, it will make the things more structured and organized. So although it's not mandatory, but practically if BA is doing it for every project, it may help your stakeholders, because it's not that time consuming. You organize one workshop, give them some overview about the solution, that's it. Okay. So although not mandatory, but it's like kind of something that will always help you gain the trust, make them understand the things well. Okay. Yes, release notes. Yes, yes, correct. Release notes can be part of the transition requirements. Yes, yes. So to answer your question, there's no criteria such that no, it has to be mandatory. But if you are coming up with proper release notes, if you come up with a user manual, it is going to facilitate, it's going to make the things easier for your users to understand. So it's a nice to have thing. And in few projects, release note is mandatory. Without release note, they'll not accept the product. Yes, so release notes, user manuals, training materials. Yes, so that's always a good thing to have in any product delivery. Okay. I hope I've answered your question, Shikha. Yes, let's discuss this case study now. There is one application, a website that's primarily designed for those employees who are on the verge of retirement, or simply you can say resigning from the company. Like if you're resigning from the company or if you're retiring, both the cases, there will be some settlement, there will be some sort of you may say savings that needs to be withdrawn. So this application is about helping those people who are resigning or retiring from the company. This application helps them raise a few tickets and requests for reimbursement, and helps them raise requests for pension fund and provident fund withdrawal. During the COVID-19 crisis, we started getting complaints that this application was causing some problems. Performance is very low sometimes, and sometimes the application is not responsive, and on few occasions the application goes down completely and they cannot complete the formality, they cannot withdraw or they cannot raise a request. So all such things are getting problematic. So there were some escalations, there were some tickets being created. So I discussed this thing with my production support manager, and he shared few valuable inputs here. He mentioned that application was designed 10 years back, and at that time the scalability was marked as 20. When I say scalability was marked as 20, this simply means number of concurrent users to the application is 20. If there are more than 20 concurrent users, it will start to create problems. During the COVID-19 crisis, this COVID crisis, traffic on the application has increased many folds. And sometimes the scalability expectation more than 300. And that's the reason why it is going down. Now, this is one major problem that we faced. I'm sharing with you all this thing. And now the question for you all is, if you are in this situation, how are you going to deal with such problem? So let me discuss with you all the solution now. What was the solution? And I'm not saying that this is the best solution. This is a solution that was agreed upon by most of the stakeholders. So let's see what was the solution, how we tried to manage this thing in our organization, in our project, and what are the important components to this solution. So what we did in our case, I'll just share with you the solution. It's there on your screen. Our solution was divided into two parts. The strategic solution and the tactical solution, everyone. Strategic solution and the tactical solution. Now, my question to you all is, Shikha, Pallab, and everyone else, a very simple question to answer. What is the difference between a strategic solution and the tactical solution? This question, especially for those who are new to the analysis world. What's the difference between a strategy and the tactics? A strategy and tactics. What's the difference? Yes. A strategy is a well-defined approach from the long-term perspective. A strategy may be time-consuming, but a strategy would always lead to an organized solution, and Anurag is mentioning a long-term solution going to fetch goodness in long run, more organized, more structured, more efficient solution is strategic solution. And our strategic solution was that we raised one request to create a new application with the scalability equal to 1000, keeping in mind the increased number of employees and concurrent users. This request was approved and estimated time for delivery was around 7 months. This is our strategic solution. Tactical solution, everyone, is a short-term solution. A workaround, you can say a workaround, a temporary fix that may help you for the time being, that may help you for now, but may eventually break in the long run. And in our case, it was an urgent thing for us to come up with a tactical solution. So what we did, everyone, for these 7 months, we came up with a tactical solution, one workaround. And as part of this workaround, there were 3 important things that we had created. Scalability was increased from 20 to 50. As the production support manager mentioned that we can increase up to 50. So now it was increased up to 50. On the main login page, one functionality as a counter was introduced to count the number of users logged in. This recorded the number of users logged in, and when the record count reaches to 50, the 51st user is redirected to the maintenance page with a pop-up error message that the maximum limit has now been reached. You can wait here or try again later. There is a scheduler that monitors the ideal time for the logged in users. If the ideal time crosses 15 minutes, then users are automatically logged out and the user in a queue in the maintenance page get the opportunity to log in. So what is happening here? Like if somebody is just logged in and not using it, kind of yes, a warning message that we can come up with. Just an example, but what you're saying is also a very valid point. Now my question to you all is, in this solution that you all see on your screen, Pallab, Shikha and everyone else, there are few functional requirements mentioned here, and there are few non-functional requirements as well. My question to you all is, what are the functional requirements that you see here and what are the non-functional requirements? Functional requirements are all those requirements, those are related to features, functionalities, workflows, and system-related changes. While non-functional requirements are the requirements, those are related to environment, those are related to something that you cannot see, but those are the major contributors. For example, if you see here the scalability, the usability, the maintenance, the service level agreements, those all are considered to be the non-functional requirements. So when we talk about the solution requirements, everyone, the features, the functionalities that we're trying to develop, those all things will be part of functional requirements. And all the supporting conditions, all the environmental conditions, those are not appearing on the screen, but those would help you work efficiently. Those all things are the non-functional requirements. I'll just share with you all a few examples of non-functional requirements. It will make the things very clear in your mind. I'll just share with you all the definition and the examples. It will be very clear in your mind how it works. So you can see here Shikha, Ayushman, Aparna, Anurag, and everyone. And thank you so much for your responses. I'm going through all these responses and I am with you. I am completely in agreement with your responses. NFRs, there are total 15 categories of NFRs. Page number 303, BABOK guide. And this includes availability, compatibility, functionality, maintainability, performance efficiency, portability, reliability, scalability, security, usability, certifications, compliance, localization, service level agreements, extensibility. These all are considered to be the major NFRs, the important NFRs to be considered in any software development project. Now let's try to understand these things with the help of few examples. Let us suppose I say we have Silam with us, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. We have Silam with us and we have Shikha with us. Shikha and Silam are the two B's. And they're working on one important feature, that's to develop patient registration form. In this patient registration form, they are coming up with some important fields like patient's name, patient medical history, supporting documents, and then list of doctors to book an appointment. This contains the complete list of doctors. And then submit button and close button. When Silam and Shikha are testing this form, once it's developed, they are entering some test data and they click on submit. When they click on submit, expectation was the form submission should not take more than 5 seconds. But when they test this, when they try to evaluate the performance, they find that a submission and the creation of patient ID took around 50 seconds. This tells about the issues with performance efficiency, and this scenario that we're discussing here can be categorized as a functional issue or a non-functional issue, everyone. If submission and loading of a new page, if submission and the outcome is having a delay in performance, is having a delay in the results, what exactly is the issue? Is this a functional issue or a non-functional issue, everyone? A very simple question to answer. Yes, this is purely non-functional requirement, and here we are talking about performance efficiency. Non-functional because we are talking about the performance efficiency here. But if I say Rajni was looking at the list of doctors, and in this list of doctors, Shikha was surprised to see that the doctors, nurses, ward boys, and all the other medical staff, all those names are listed here. Rajni was confused. She was planning to book an appointment with doctors, but along with doctors, the nurses and ward boys are also mentioned here. She registers one complaint and says that this list of doctors is not proper. When Rajni is registering such a complaint, she is complaining about functional issues or non-functional issues, everyone. This is the functional requirement. A list of doctors should always have the list of impaneled doctors. And if this list has certain redundant or duplicate or unwanted component, this simply means functionality is not proper. So is everybody able to understand the difference between the functional and the non-functional requirements? I have one question for you all if you are clear with this basic aspect. Let's discuss this question and see how many of you are able to answer the question that I'm going to ask you all now. The question is on your screen in few minutes. Yes, this question. Question is, everyone, business analyst Jack is working on developing an e-commerce website. He has gathered the requirements from the key stakeholders involved in the project. After the discussion with the key stakeholders, he drafted the requirements and decided to present it to the stakeholders for confirmation. During the session, he discovers that an important non-functional requirement is missing. Now you all have to look at the four options and identify which option is talking about the non-functional requirements. If you look at option number, so C is the right answer. Let's see why A is incorrect. The business process is not implemented properly. Business process is again the functional requirement. Customers order again functional requirements. So both are the functional requirements and these are not implemented properly and that's why it's causing problems. So that is something a functional glitch. So that's why A is incorrect. Option number B, customer support via chat. Chat is something visible on your screen. You can simply chat like the way you are having a discussion with me over chat. This is one functional requirement. This is one feature to be developed. So this is again the functional requirement. Displaying few things that you can see from a naked eye. Payment screen. These all are the functional requirements. But if you look at option number C, fail over setup of servers. If server is causing problem, it will cause problems with performance efficiency. It will cause problems with scalability. It will cause problems with system availability. It may also cause problems with system maintenance. So failover setup of servers is the most appropriate option because it's talking about the, the scalability, performance efficiency, maintainability, and availability. That's why option number C is the right answer. Is everybody clear with the difference between function and non-function requirements? Or if not, I can share with you all a few more examples. But it should be very clear to you all the difference between the two. Everybody with me? Or do you think one or two more examples may help you? Shika is coming up with, I know you have worked on NFRs in your project and you have got good strong hold. It's just to make you all understand, but no, it's not always invisible. It's just to make you all understand it is more about kind of an abstract noun, something that's in a supporting role. Yes, it's not always invisible. It can be visible in few scenarios, but my intent behind telling you this thing is that it's always in a supporting role. It's always something that is going to help functional requirements work in an efficient manner. Yes, with invisible, my intent is to tell you all the supporting role. Okay, but it may also be visible in few scenarios, but mostly it's into a supporting role. Yes, let's take few more examples to understand this thing better. Okay, one more example in the form of a question. Jim needs a separate application server to deal with increasing amount of work. Now here it's visible, Shika and others, application server. Which of the following best describe the Jim's requirement? Now, if you see here, increasing amount of work is something that can be linked with scalability. That can be linked with system performance. System availability as well. Yes, perfect. Yes, availability. So the answer is non-functional requirement here. Let us suppose I say you have to develop canteen ordering system. If you come up with features like food menu, payments, food delivery, feedback, you are developing all the functional requirements. But if I say Sukhpreet and Shikha ensure that the food menu is very well organized, people are able to find the right set of messages, people are able to locate the food options in a very simplified manner, then we are talking about the usability. And usability is a major contributor to the NFRs. And you all would agree with me, this usability was the major drawback with the Nokia phones. And that led to the downfall. So usability is also one of the very important aspects. And the same thing Pallav is also mentioning. Pallav is mentioning very important thing here. Pallav is saying that NFRs can be visible too, yes. Like if a website loads within few seconds and provides a clear message, the same is visible to the users, yes. But when website loads, it's less about visibility, it's more about what you feel. Yes, like if it's loading in few seconds, you can easily feel that yes, the performance is good. So my intent behind telling you about this visible and invisible, I was not, the intent was not to tell you that it's not appearing. The intent is to tell you that it's more about providing better environmental conditions. If your screen loads in 5 seconds, it tells you about more efficient process. If every detail is very clearly mentioned on the screen, it tells you about the better usability. Aparna is saying NFR would be a good to have requirement in few scenarios. My opinion is NFR should be a must have requirement because NFR is going to provide a better user experience, and a better user experience contributes to better customer value. So, Aparna, my personal experience into the corporate, my personal recommendation would be based upon my experience that it should always be must have. And I can understand why a partner is saying that it's nice to have or not, because what happens is I get this response from few learners that in their project they ask their development team to handle the NFRs and they're just focusing on NFRs. Do you think it is the right approach to assign the responsibility of NFRs to your technology team and you just focus on the functional requirement as a being? Pallav, Shikha and others, what's your opinion on this thing? No. It is, and this question even they ask in your job interviews as well. It's for you as a business analyst to define them. You can talk to them, as Amit is mentioning. You can talk to them, technology team, to understand their level of comfort and their level of feasibility. But it is for you as a business analyst to define them. It's for you to include both function, non-function requirements as part of your solution requirements analysis. You cannot leave this thing to your development team to handle, because if something breaks, if there is some negative feedback from the customer, they're not going to take the blame for this. They're going to blame BA that BA never defined it. So that's why it's the responsibility of a BA to capture both functional as well as non-functional requirements. Now let's read the definition. It will make the thing very clear in your mind, everyone. Non-functional requirements capture conditions that do not directly relate to the behavior. When I was saying visible or not visible, I simply meant it is about the behavior. Non-functional requirements do not directly relate to the behavior or functionality, but rather describe environmental conditions under which the solution must remain effective or qualities that the system must have. So simply what you're trying to understand here is that when we are talking about the solution, so I mean just 2 minutes for me to wrap this up and summarize. Yes, then we'll have a break. I know it's 11 o'clock. So the summary is, when we are defining the detailed requirements, the low level requirements, it's an important thing for us to come up with all those important things related to the behavior, functionalities, features, plus, as Pallav was mentioning a few minutes back, it's also very important thing to talk about the environment, the supporting conditions, to ensure that user has a very good experience when he's using the product, and very good experience in terms of usability, ease of use, performance efficiency, scalability, system availability, And also few more things that we have not focused upon, like localizations, requirements dealing with local languages, laws, currencies, culture, compliances is also very important. NFR, usability, security. So these all are few important. So today we had started with and we had discussed about one very important topic as business analysis core concept model. As part of this core concept model, we had discussed about 6 core concepts: need, change, solution, context, value, and the key stakeholders. People who are preparing for the CBAP examination or the CCBA, you all can create one short form here as NCS and CVS to learn and remember these 6 core concepts. People who are preparing for the job interviews, for them, this values parameter is very important to mention. If they ask you this question in the job interview, that what are the important core concepts as part of the BACCM model? So you have to talk about value. This is the top priority item. You have to talk about the value. Value we had discussed that value can be measured against 2 factors: business value and the customer value. Business value is more about the profitability and gain margins. And in our financial analysis topic, we'll talk about business value in detail. Business value can be measured with the help of few financial calculations like return on investments, payback period, present value, net present value, internal rate of return, opportunity cost, sunk cost. So we'll solve few numerical problems around it. We'll discuss few important numerical problems. We'll solve them in the live session. This will help you gain the complete understanding of the business value. People who are from the finance background will talk about capital budgeting techniques as part of business value. So all those capital budgeting techniques are major contributors to business value estimation and calculation. Customer value, as we had discussed, can be easily defined with the help of house of quality and voice of customer. House of quality would lead to the minimum viable product. Minimum viable product is a product with all those important features that may drive customer satisfaction. This is not the full product. Let me repeat on this thing. This is partial version of a product, a miniature you can say, or a version that primarily includes only those features those may drive the customer satisfaction. It's not the full version, but the partial version of the actual product. More details you'll find in the link that I've shared with you all, batimes.com link. You'll find the details of MVP, prototype, POCs. Prototype we'll create in our live sessions. You'll gain more understanding around MVP in our next session. So this was about the value parameter that we had discussed. Anurag is mentioning if you can explain context once more. Context simply means, everyone, as we had discussed before the break as well, the circumstances, like if I have to explain this in very simple terms, if I talk about this overview and summary in WhatsApp Pay project, why do you all think we were reading this thing very carefully? And this helped us understand whether the business needs are in the form of problems or the opportunity. Because when we read the overview or the summary, it helps us understand the context. Context is something linked with your background, existing behavior. Context will help you understand the current state in terms of processes, stakeholders, policies, infrastructure, stakeholders, everything. So that's why context is very important, because it will help you gain clear understanding around what is the existing behavior, what are the important aspects of the current state, and why at all we are bringing about the change. That's the importance of context. Yes. Sarag is saying, can we say everything relevant to the change? Everything that will help you understand why a change has been initiated. Everything that will help you understand what are the possible components to the expected change definition. Everything that will help you understand the strength and weaknesses in the current state or the existing behavior. Everything that will help you understand the problems or the opportunities to grow. Okay, getting it? Now, this is a very important thing. Sneha is saying, apart from stakeholder requirement info, where else can we get more context? So the answer is, Sneha, you have to cry. Yes, you are saying you can collaborate with the key stakeholders to get the information. What are the other things to do? So you have to cry. That is, do your own research and perform certain experiments. Research is when you look for the historically available information, when you try to discover the information, when you Google something, when you look at some research papers, and also at the same time you create some prototypes and proof of concepts. That's how you'll be able to get more information. So my statement is, a well-defined context would help you come up with a very structured and organized BRD. If you all are with me, shall we start with our next topic, and that is the creation of BRDs. With the help of one template, we'll try to understand what is the BRD, how it is created, and what are the important components to it. Once we are clear with BRD, then we'll talk about the SRD, the FSDs, and how to use the tool Jira to document those things. But let's first talk about the BRD, and let's see what BRD is all about. So when we talk about, everyone, the BRD, the business requirement document, it's a very important document to create. And this document, BRD, is a combination. It includes both business as well as stakeholder requirements. So BRD is nothing but a combination of high-level statements of goals and objectives that describe why a change has been initiated, plus the viewpoints and views of the key stakeholders. If you combine business requirements and stakeholder requirements, both the high-level requirements, this leads to BRD. You all can see here in the BRD, the first important thing is project summary. Now, Anurag, coming back to your question around the context, if you are clear with the context, it will help you define section number 1 in your BRD, that is project summary. And what is the project summary? Project summary includes the objectives, the background, and also the business driver. So you all can see here objectives, background, and the business drivers. Project summary. Objectives, you all can see here, it's mentioned these should describe the overall goals in developing a product. If you're able to define overall goals in developing a product, in a way you'll be able to come up with the value parameter as well, the definition of value parameter as well. High level description. Look at this statement here, high level description of what the product will do, how they are aligned with the business objectives, and the requirements for the interaction with other systems. Background provides a brief history of how the project came to be proposed, like why the change has been initiated, including the business issues, problems identified, and expected benefit of implementing the project and developing the product. Business driver, this includes the list of drivers like the financial benefits, operational, market, or even the environmental conditions. So you can see here, Anurag and others, context. If you know the context well, it will help you define section project summary in your BRD in a very organized manner. You will be able to come up with the objectives, the background, the business drivers. In a way, you will be able to define the project summary. First thing. Describe what work is in scope for the project. Specifically, what work is out of scope. This is also a very important thing. We should know what we have to do, and we should also know what is something that will remain intact and you're not going to touch. Describe what work is in scope for the project, specifically what work is out of scope, beyond the current budget, resources, and the timelines as approved by the key stakeholders. This is designed to prevent scope creep of additional features and functions not originally anticipated. Now you all can see here this project scope is something that is driven by the stakeholder requirements. An organization won a project for an e-commerce website. The BA has gathered the requirements from the client, that is, the stakeholder requirements are met, analyzed and documented it, got it reviewed from peer BAs as well as the development team. During the implementation, development team, your implementation SMEs, development team in the BABOK guide, this is termed as implementation subject matter expert, is not very clear with a few requirements. So they communicate the problem with BA that we are not clear with these requirements. What you have documented, we are not clear with this. When BA goes to the client for clarification, client says that they never asked for such requirements. This simply means they are saying that stakeholder requirements were not finalized. How can you document something without getting the approvals? In the whole process, which step BA has missed, which led to this confusion? And you all are absolutely correct. You are wonderful with your answer. Answer is answer number B. This simply means project scope was not clearly defined. And how you will ensure that project scope is clearly defined? With the help of stakeholder requirements. The stakeholder requirements must be very clear, first thing, reviewed by your key stakeholders, approved before you finally assign it to your developers to implement. So coming back to our discussion here, Ayushman is saying B is correct, but why A is incorrect? A says BA has not elicited the actual requirement. BA has elicited the actual requirements, Ayushman. But the challenge is, the issue is, after elicitation, you have to get the official sign off, the buy-in, the feedback before it is transferred to your technology team. You can see here BA has gathered the requirements from the client, analyzed it, got it reviewed by peer BAs and developers, but not the client team. This is the flaw. Ayushman and everyone else. Look at the question that Ayushman is saying that why A is wrong. Why A is wrong? Because BA has elicited the requirement. But the problem is with the review process. You are talking to BAs, you are talking to development team. It means you are just talking to the implementation team. But you're not focusing on the prior approvals from the client. That's the reason why there is a problem. Getting it with me, Ayushman and others? Yes. So the problem is not with the elicitation. The problem is an agreement before elicited results are shared with your technology team. Problem is not with gathering the requirements. Problem is with gaining consensus, agreements, approvals before sharing the information with the development team. Describe what work is in scope for the project and specifically what work is out of scope. Here, the scenario that we were discussing was of the scope creep. You assign something to the development team that client is not asking for. That's the clear violation of the boundaries of the scope of the solution. And here there is a scope creep because there is no prior approvals before the implementation. So project scope is also a very important thing to define as part of your BRDs. In scope functionality, out of scope functionality, first thing is project summary that is derived from the context, the BACCM model context, the core parameter. Project summary includes the objectives, the background, and the business drivers. Then the project scope based on the stakeholder requirements that includes in scope functionalities, out of scope functionalities, system perspective. A system perspective is also a very important thing to consider how system responds to change. Assumptions, constraints, and the risks, if there are any, issues, business processes, current state, the proposed new state, and then your business requirements with regard to functional and the non-functional requirements. Just the high level scope that you can expand, that you can decompose to create your solution requirements. So format may vary and there are several factors. It may be in terms of the BRD, it may be in terms of the operating norms within the organization, the format, may the OPAs, yes. Anurag is eating my words. He's coming up with OPAs, a very good jargon. Yes, I should add a red heart to this. Yes, we are talking about OPAs. So Shikha, the answer to your question is OPAs. Organizational process, assets are the ones, those will help you define the format, the structure of any solution that we create, that we design or document. So OPA is the right answer. Organizational process assets. Perfect. Thank you. If you all are with me and following, shall we switch our focus to the Jira tool? System perspective, yes. System we can discuss. System, if you talk about Aparna and others, provides a complete description of the factors that could prevent successful implementation or accelerate the project, particularly factors related to legal, regulatory, compliance, existing in technical and operational limitation of the environment, and also sometimes budget and resource constraints. Perfect. So this was about everyone, the BRD. Now let's talk about the creation of the documentation of solution requirements. Traditionally, it was done with the help of FSDs. Traditionally, it was done with the help of use cases. But today, we're not going to talk about traditional documents. Today, we are going to talk about an interesting thing, that is, so this was about everyone, the creation of BRDs, your recordings. If you all are with me, the last topic for the day is to talk about the Jira tool, the installation, and how to use this tool to create some solution requirements. Shall we proceed? If you all are with me, following. I know it's difficult Sunday morning to discuss all such things. If you all are with me, shall we proceed and talk about the Jira tool now? Yes, perfect. Now let's talk about the Jira tool, everyone. Jira is one of the very important tool nowadays to create the business analysis related artifacts, documents. Jira is the, you may say, pioneer tool, and along with Jira we have some other tools as well, like the Azure DevOps, Trello, Rally, and others. Jira not only helps you document the solution requirements, it also helps you come up with the document management, the document repository, and also a proper document, you may say, exchange. So we will talk about how to exchange the information using Jira, how to maintain the information, how to write the requirements, and everything using this Jira tool. So let's try to install this tool. You need not to download the app. It's just about creating your credentials, Karan. Okay. So there is no downloading required. You just need to create your own credentials and use the web-based login. Okay. Just bookmark the link so that you can use it every time we discuss this in the live session. Okay. So let me share the link with you all here. The Jira trial version. Just give me a second. Let me free. Just you need to type here free trial version. Jira. Get started for free. This is a trial version. It will not have everything, but the important thing that you'll need. So I'll share with you all the link now. You all can do it parallelly with me, or you can just note down the few important things and do it offline as well, whichever way it helps you. So now this is the first page. Get started with Jira. It's free up to 10 users, no credit card needed. Is everybody able to access this link? First thing. Yes. Now you have option, it says work email, but my suggestion is do not mention the work email. please always mention your personal email ID. Okay, if you mention your work email, it may cause problems. Your organization may not be using it. Your organization may not allow you to work on some external link. So always use your personal email ID. Like I'll just go to Google and I'll use my Google ID, Business Analysis Trainer. This ID I'm going to use to create my Atlassian page. Now it says your site and it automatically generates one unique combination of your ID plus one number with a green tick. Is everybody able to find this thing? Are you able to find your own site mentioned like this? .atlassian.net with a green tick? Yes or no? Please check and confirm. Yes, Sandeep is saying yes. Try to follow these things. If you're facing any problem, after the live session, you can stay back for a few minutes. You can share your screen with me and then we can discuss. So try to follow these things. If you're not able to, then need not to worry. Learners who are not able to do this thing, they can stay back for a few minutes and then we can resolve their questions and queries. Okay. Now click on this blue button, continue, and it will take you to the next page in few seconds. And then it will ask you to select one template. So click on this blue button, continue, and within few seconds, it will take you to the next page. So you can see here, next page is loading. It says getting things ready. And it says there are three templates: Kanban, web designing process, and Scrum. Now, Kanban is one very important board. We'll discuss that later. This is mainly used for defect fixing, for projects wherein it's more important to just finish the tasks, for small duration projects, for less budget projects, Kanban. So Kanban, web design, and Scrum. If it is asking what kind of work you do, you can skip. If it is there, if you got a different page, need not to worry. It happens with the trial version. You may get a different page. So try to skip if it is optional and reach to this page. If you can't skip, then write something there. Type something, enter some test value, any test data, your name or anything, and then you can move to the next step. Okay. Learners who are able to find the Scrum, they can select Scrum and then continue. Then it says name of your first project. So you can mention about your project. Yes. So for you, if it's mentioned Kanban, in few minutes I'll tell you how to resolve that issue. If it's saying project management, select the project management and move forward. Then tell you all how to come back to whatever instructions you are getting. Just fill those things and move forward. And go to the main dashboard. Then I'll tell you all how to create a Scrum board. Okay. So whatever instruction you are getting, whatever options you are getting, just fill them and move forward and create your own page. Then we'll talk about how to reach to the Scrum board. Okay. Name of the project you all can mention. Like for me, I can mention CBAP, November 2025, morning batch 1, 2, 3, and get started. Then I need tasks, assets, requests. So I'll click on next here. Finish this thing. And then it will take me to the main Jira dashboard with all the important list of features and functionality that we are going to use in our live session. How many of you are able to find this page with your project name, summary, backlog, board, calendar, timelines, and everything? Yes, aligned with it. Perfect. Thank you. Now, some of you had the question that you are not able to find Scrum and it says project management. So, for those people who are not able to, for them, the workaround is, I'll just show you all the workaround. You can look at your project first thing. Yes, look at the project, spaces, and manage spaces here. In the manage spaces, you can see here all the details are mentioned. If it is something apart from Scrum, then you have to make few changes. And what are those changes? You can create your own space. And in your own space, you can select software development. In this software development, you can select Scrum. Use this template. Team managed. Write the name of your project, like I can mention here, CBAP. November 25, C21, and click on next. So you're using iPad, so it's asking for downloading the mobile version. So that's why I mentioned yesterday that if you're able to use your computer, that would be better. But if you're using iPad, you can download the mobile version as well, but that won't be that effective or efficient. Okay, so if you're logging from your computer, it would be easier. But you can also download the mobile version, that would also work. Okay, so you can just go through these steps and in a similar fashion, you can download it in your computer as well. Okay, so Hina, are you able to find your project name? Okay, let me ask you all. Hina and others, are you able to find this create button on top? Everybody? Is everybody able to find this create button with the plus sign on top? Yes. If you click here, in your work type, if you're able to find the story mentioned, it means you're on track. You have the right template. Let me repeat. If you click on this create, and within the work type, if you find it's mentioned story, it means you have opened the right template. You are on track. You are on right page. Is everybody able to find work type as a story in this drop down? If it says no, it means you're not in the right template. What you need to do is, okay, learners who are saying no, it means you have to make certain adjustments. And what are the adjustments? You can go into manage workspace. Are you able to find manage work types? So Preet and others, in this drop down at the end, are you able to go to this manage work types? And then try to add from the list. This is one option. And the better option would be you simply change, like you can add a work type from here. And you can add like user story like this. This is one option. And create it. Second option is you go to your, okay, let me make it very simple for you. Okay. First thing is that I can see majority of the learners are able to find a story in this drop down. Workaround is, if you're not able to find the story in this drop down, go to this add work type or manage work types and add one more option, and then this option would appear in this list. This is a workaround. If you want something on the permanent basis, then you can click on spaces here and create your own space. Sneha, Sukhpreet and others, are you able to find these spaces in the left hand section? Check and confirm. Sneha, Sudhir and others are able to find spaces. Click on this plus, then software development, then Scrum, and then you can create your Scrum board. Following Sneha, Supreet and others, try this. Software development, Scrum, then you can enter the name of your projects, team managed, submit, and then you'll find the board like this. And then again check, are you able to find, close the tab, okay. So what you need to do is simply click on a space. Okay, click on this space, software development. So Preet, if you'll select software development, then you'll find a Scrum. Okay, so what we can do is, if you're facing some issues, let's park this for now. Let's discuss few documentation part. First thing is, in your Drive link, under the class notes folder, you'll find one document as Jira Basics. Jira Basics that we are going to start with today. There are two important BA artifacts or documents that we create here. An epic, and the next one is the user story. Epic represents everyone the holistic view or the high level description of the complete solution. Epic that we have in the Jira is something related to BRD. Epic represents the high level requirements. And what is the user story, everyone? User story is the modern ways, the new ways of capturing the solution requirements. So what is the user story, everyone? User story is a standardized format, a standardized template, an organized approach to document the solution requirements that may include both functional as well as non-functional requirements. User story is a low-level requirement. User story is granular in nature. User story captures solution requirement in a very simplified manner. User story is one standard format to capture the functional and non-functional requirements. So let me repeat. Epic represents the holistic view or high-level description of the complete solution that we're trying to develop. For example, Saket and others, if I say we have to create one canteen ordering system, high-level descriptions would be part of the epic. But if I say create a login page with details around login credentials, food menu for all the features related to placing an order, these all can be the associated user stories. Now I'll come up with one statement. If Epic is the parent, then one Epic may have n number of user stories. Saket and others, are you able to understand this concept or not? User stories and Epic have parent to child relationship. Meaning to say, from one high level requirement, we may come up with several low level requirement. If the high level requirement, one more example, everyone. If high level requirement is hospital management system, this is the high level requirement on the Epic, hospital management system. This is the Epic. High level requirement, then the low level requirements can be patient registration, doctor's appointment, medicines, lab test, billing and exit formality. So yes, Aparna, absolutely wonderful. Epic represents the summary, the high level requirements. Those need to be analyzed in detail. And after your analysis, you will be able to come up with the low level details, the granular details, and those can be captured in the standard format, and that is the user story. So if you have a big chunk as an epic, you break it down, those fragments that you'll get at the end, the decomposed form, the granular form is your story. So what is the story? The story is the child, epic is the parent. So stories and epics share parent to child relationship. So what I'll do is in your project here, I'll first create one epic. So what I'll do is I'll simply, you all can do this in parallel with me if you have the access. Epic, and the name of the epic is, let us suppose, team ordering system. This is the epic canteen ordering system, and the description I'll copy it from here. And I'll add the description here. The standard description we'll discuss in our upcoming session. What can be standard description to write the acceptance criteria? For not just the sample description I've added here. Assignee, you can assign it to yourself for now. These dates and versions we'll discuss in our upcoming sessions. Today we'll just try to create one epic, and I'll click on this create button. Now when I click on this create button, I'm getting one notification here that changes are saved, and this is the epic that is created here. I'll click on this link, and this is my epic, everyone. This now epic has now been created. You can see here that this is the canteen ordering system epic created here. Now what I'll do is, everyone, I'll again go back to my previous page here, and I'll create one user story. I'll click on this create button, work type as user story, summary I'll write here as login page, and then for the login page I'll copy few details from here to make it quicker. I'll just copy this from a document, and I'll add the summary here. And I'll click on create here. Now when I click on create, you can see here I'm getting one message that the story has now been created. Yes, everyone. Now, if you click on this backlog, is everybody able to find this backlog in the top ribbon? Yes. Now, if you click on this backlog, the story that you have created would now appear in the backlog here like this. Let me repeat, Ronnie and others, one more time. You click on create, work type as story. You can mention the summary of the story like a login page. You can enter some sample description like this. I can add another name as food menu because login page I already have. And I can click on create. When I click on create, you can see here the work items now appear under the backlog like this. Yes. Now, coming to what? Not able to create the epic. Okay. So to create the epic, Akash and others, simply click on this blue button. Work type as epic. You can mention here epic like HMS and then click on create. And this will, yes. No, I'm coming to that part only. Yes. Now, I have questions from Akash, Shikha, and others that now, where is the epic? If you just mouse over on your user story, you'll find it says add the epic. And why epic is not showing in the backlog? Because your developers are not going to work on the epic. They're going to work on the user stories. So backlog includes remaining work items. Backlog is not directly showing you the epic because epic is something, a high level description. And a backlog would include low level description. Now you can click on this epic and add the epic that you have created. It will appear here like this. You can add it like this. You can add it like this. Now everyone, the last thing here is, I'll just request you all to just click on this purple link, canteen ordering system, and click on this link one more time. If you click on this link, you'll see here on top the epic link like this. Let me repeat. Here on top, you'll find the epic link. Just click here. And here you'll find, everyone, this is the summary. You'll find here the epic and the child work item as a user story. Just give me a second. Let me repeat here. Now, Ronnie, Karan, everyone else, you all are able to find the user stories in the backlog? Yes or no? First thing. Yes. Now click on this story link. When you click on this link, in the right hand section, you'll find the details of the story. And on top, you'll find a purple color link for the epic and a green color link for the story. Yes. If you click on this purple color link twice, it will then open a page, everyone, wherein you can find the epic and then the child work items. Now, when you'll open your story, in your story, you'll find that there is a parent mentioned here. Check and confirm, another way to get to this page. So now if you click on the parent, you'll find the epic and the user story like this. So Ayushman and others, what I was trying to explain you all with the help of Jira tool, that the high level requirements and low level requirements have a parent to child relationship. So high level requirements, what I'm trying to explain you all here, that high level requirements and low level requirements can be easily captured. These can be linked in Jira as a parent to child relationship. Now you can see here everyone, there is one plus icon here. You can click on plus and you may have several stories that you can add here. You can select the story and you may have login page, food menu, uh, food payment or payment gateway. You can add a story like this, payment gateway. Then one more story as food delivery. So that way you may have several stories. Those can be part of one epic. Yes. So Pallavi is saying, so epic is a description of large body of work. Yes. So it's a wonderful explanation from Pallavi here that epic is simply a collection that may have several stories. Today we have talked about the stories. It may also have some important tasks. It may also have certain other activities as well. So what is the epic, everyone? Now we're getting the real definition of epic here. Epic is the huge umbrella term, a collection that includes smaller stories, tasks, and other activities. So epic is kind of a module, you can say. Yes, a module that may have some sub modules and some features and stories. So epic is an umbrella term, the high level requirement that can be decomposed into stories and other items. Other items we have not discussed today, else it will be complicated. We're just talking about child items as stories, but they can be other items as well, like you can see here bug, tasks, and other things. So epic is kind of a parent that may have several child work items. Now the next thing is, and the last topic for the day is to talk about the acceptance criteria. So if I open one of the story here, you can see here that create work item. Yes, we will do that. We'll also create work items under child. We'll talk about tasks, but not today. Step by step. Today we have just talked about. You can see here we can add subtasks here, link work items within story as well. But those things we'll discuss in our upcoming sessions, not today. What I'm trying to explain you all today here is the very basic aspect of high level versus low level requirements. We'll expand this discussion in our upcoming knowledge areas. Now, one more important thing I want to share with you all here is, everyone, the documentation part, just on high level today, the acceptance criteria. Whenever we are documenting the user stories, a very important part of it is the acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria would help you define the solution requirements in a very organized manner. You all can see here on your screen, I mentioned as a user I want, so that, given, when, then. And if I read everything, it says as a user I want canteen ordering system to have proper authorization authentication, so that only Unilever UK employees can order meals through the online application. Given that Unilever employees have valid login credentials, when he or she tries to log in with valid credentials, then employee is redirected to food menu after validation of the credentials. This is the solution in a very organized manner, and when we write it like this, this is known as the behavior driven development format. Acceptance criteria may also include your business rules, may also include your top priorities. So acceptance criteria is basically your overall solution requirement. And whatever you add in the solution requirement, it's part of your acceptance criteria. So it is, I'll not say it is like a business rule. It includes business rules, assumptions, dependencies, priority, everything that helps you define the overall solution requirement. Okay? Getting it? People like Aishman and others who are focusing on CBAP examination, for them, the important thing is the user story and how we create a standardized template for the user story, this BDD format. Behavior driven development format is important for people who are preparing for CBAP examination. So BDD format, also known as the Gherkin syntax. This is the Gherkin syntax to document the user stories. And today I'm going to share with you all just one last link. Okay, everyone with me till this point. So this was the last topic. We have to talk about the invest method. We have to talk about, yes, I'm sharing in a few minutes, Sandeep. These are a few important things that we have discussed. Now, let me summarize what we have discussed today. So today, we managed to complete chapter number 2. We have discussed about the BACCM model, the key terms, the requirements classification, the stakeholders, requirements we have discussed, designs we have touched upon. So we'll also talk about designs in detail, but to a certain extent we have covered 2.5 as well. So in a way, we have covered chapter number 1 and 2. For first few minutes in our next session, we'll talk about design and stories, and then we'll primarily focus upon chapter number 3 in our next session. So in our next session, our top priority would be to have a detailed discussion around the first knowledge area, and we'll talk about these 5 important tasks. In the next session, we'll create some designs like process model, scope model, mind maps, and others. So my request to you all is that please join through your personal computer, not the mobile phone, because we are going to draw a few designs using some tools. So if you join through the mobile device, the iPad, it will be difficult for you to parallelly draw the designs and learn the things. Okay? The suggestion is use your personal computer for your upcoming sessions. So the first knowledge area in the list, chapter number 3, business analysis, planning and monitoring. Knowledge area number 1. Business analysis, planning and monitoring, Shikha, Akash and everyone else, popularly known as the BAPM knowledge area. Business analysis, planning and monitoring. And this knowledge area has 5 important tasks associated with it. Plan business analysis approach, plan stakeholder engagement, plan business analysis governance, plan business analysis information management, and plan business analysis performance improvements. 5 important tasks here. Learners who are preparing for the CBAP examination, the CCB examination, you all can create one short form to learn and remember these 5 important tasks and their sequence. You all can create something like this: A, S, G, I, P. What is ASGIP? A stands for approach. Approach today we'll discuss. Approach talks about the methodology. Agile versus the waterfall. Predictive versus the adaptive approach. So A stands for approach. S stands for your stakeholder engagement. How well you're able to identify the key stakeholders, how well you're able to define their roles and responsibilities, how well you're able to communicate with them, how well you're able to collaborate with them. All such things will be part of the stakeholder engagement. So this is defined as S. Then G stands for governance. The governance, this is the most important topic. Here we'll talk about the plan for prioritizations, the Moscow analysis, change control mechanism, plan for approvals, how to set up the decision-making authority. Those all things are part of the governance model of the project. People who are preparing for the job interviews, for them 3.3 is the most important one, the governance model. I stands for information management. Information management is more about how well you are able to come up with the document repositories like SharePoint, Jira, Azure DevOps, and other important repositories to manage and store the information. And also come up with a retrieval mechanism so as to retrieve the information whenever required. And P is for the performance improvement. For performance improvement, we'll talk about the root cause analysis, how to get the fishbone diagrams, how to come up with 5 why analysis. Those all important things will cover as part of performance improvements. So please create this short form ASGIP. Look at these tasks. If you're fine with this, we'll then start with 3.1 and we'll talk about plan business analysis approach. Just go through all these tasks mentioned here. See if on high level it's making sense. If yes, if you're fine with this short form, the acronym that we're creating here, we'll then start with 3.1. Okay, let's talk about plan business analysis approach. Plan business analysis approach. First topic, first task in the list. And you all can see here it's mentioned here, define overall method to conduct business analysis activities. Now, method, everyone, can be of two types. The old method, the traditional method, the legacy method, or it can be the new method, the modern day method. Can any one of you share your experience, your thoughts about the old methodology? What was the name of the old methodology? Old in the sense 15 years back or 10 years back? What methodology we were using? Is waterfall the only one? If I say waterfall is one of them, what are the other traditional methodologies? You all must have heard of the spiral model, V model, and Raj is a very good point, verification validation model. If I combine all of them together, waterfall, the spiral model, the V model, there is a name given to it. What's the name given to this approach, this methodology? This is known as predictive methodology. And nowadays, yes, I'm coming to that part in a few minutes. We'll talk about waterfall in detail. So Karan and everyone else, predictive is the old methodology, old ways of doing the analysis. And the new ways are, can anybody help me know the new ways of doing the analysis? The new methodology is agile. Is agile the only one? Along with agile, we also have DevOps. And both extreme programming is something part of agile. It's not something outside it. Agile has total 9 approaches. Extreme programming, Scrum, Kanban, Crystal Clear. These all you will find as part of your Agile Scrum Master course. These all are within the Agile framework. So XP is not something outside Agile. Okay, Agile includes XP, it includes Scrum, Kanban, your Scaled Agile, Evolutionary Agile. These all are part of it. Okay. So Agile and DevOps, feature-driven development, this is also part of Agile. Okay. So Agile and DevOps combined together, this is part of your adaptive methodology. Now, Karan has one question around what is waterfall. Some people might have questions around what is V model. Some may have question around what is Agile. So in few minutes, we'll try to understand the difference and the definition of all these key terms. But till this point, it's making sense or not. Methodology can be of two types, predictive or adaptive. Predictive is the traditional methodology. When I was new, when I was in the corporate world for the very first time, so many years back, in those days, adaptive never existed. It was not there at all. And we were completely focusing on these predictive methodologies. And then after 2000, I think 14 onwards, then or 13, I must say, 13, 14 onwards, Agile tried to expand and Agile started to become very popular. And now we are in 2025, end of 2025, and predictive is almost completely removed. It's no longer being used in majority of the, there are few projects still using it, the very few in number. Majority of the projects all across the globe have transitioned to the new ways of doing the analysis, the new ways of project management, and that is adaptive methodology. Okay, so we'll talk about DevOps in detail. You'll get to know more about it. Here, Dev and Ops means development and operations. Okay, this is basically for the maintenance and the production support. DevOps is generally for the maintenance projects and the development support. So we'll talk about it. So on high level, everyone, methodology we have discussed. This can be old ways of doing the analysis, what used to be followed 15 years back, 20 years back, and the new one, the adaptive one. And in few companies, especially companies with some traditional frameworks, they have not completely transitioned to adaptive. They're having some good practices carried forward from the old methodology, and they've combined them with the new methodology. And this gives rise to another methodology, good things from the old world added with the new word, and that's hybrid. So we'll talk about hybrid methodology as well. Few companies are using the hybrid, you may say, model. So we'll talk about hybrid model as well. Yes. If you're saying hybrid, then don't say waterfall and agile. With hybrid, you should say predictive and adaptive. Okay, because hybrid is not just about waterfall and agile. Hybrid also includes good practices from V model, from a spiral model, and even sometimes your DevOps as well. So with hybrid, you should say predictive and adaptive and hybrid. These will go together. Okay. waterfall and agile are going to go together because these are the two examples. So in a nutshell, what we have discussed here is the overall method to conduct business analysis activities. It can be predictive, it can be adaptive, or it can be a mixed bag. That's the hybrid methodology. So let's talk about these things now. And in your BABOK guide 3.1, there is one table that we're going to discuss now. Predictive versus adaptive. First thing, first difference is everyone, the solution definition. Define before implementation to maximize control and minimize risks. In adaptive, you can see here it's mentioned defined in iterations to arrive at the best solution or improve an existing solution. Now, when you read this, everyone, especially people who've got some experience into analysis world, learners who are preparing for the CBAP examination, my question to you all is, what's your understanding? What do you all think is this difference all about? What's the major focus here? What's this point? How you'll differentiate between the solution definition in the predictive world as compared to the adaptive world? This question only for those who are the experienced professionals in business analysis world and they have worked in both predictive and adaptive. What is the difference in solution definition? The repetition, phase by phase. Okay, let's try to understand this thing. Working in the sprint, Swati is mentioning here. These all are correct answers. Let's try to understand this thing now. Let's try to understand the meaning of waterfall and the meaning of agile in detail with the help of some simple examples. So if I talk about everyone, the waterfall, first thing is to start with the basics. What waterfall means or how water falls. If you go with very basic physics, water falls from the high altitude to low altitude. This is how water falls, yes or no? Waterfall simply means steps. Waterfall simply means the plan-driven approach. And what is the plan-driven approach, everyone? In waterfall, we used to follow the software development life cycle. And what are the key components to it? Everyone, software development life cycle. What are the key components to it? First thing is, what is the first step? In software development life cycle, it's the requirements gathering and design, you can say. Then after that, once the requirements gathering is done, then the development is going to be the task of your implementation subject matter expert. Who is the implementation subject matter expert? Somebody who is developing the code, develop code, program, and the algorithm. Implementation subject matter expert. Once you're done with your development, the implementation, then there's going to be The testing testers or your quality assurance team is going to test the quality of the product. In the sessions to come, we'll talk about 7 different types of testing, like your sanity, regression, smoke, and others. We'll talk about 7 different types of testing. Once the testing has been performed, then what will happen? After testing, what will be the next thing? The user acceptance, or the, you may say, plan to gain approvals from your business users. Yes, it's considered to be part of third, but I'm just mentioning it as a fourth so that I'm able to give some importance to the user acceptance. And then what will happen, as Swati is mentioning here, there will be deployment, or you can say simply you are going live, you will go live, or you can say delivery, one and the same thing. What else after deployment, delivery? Next thing, the maintenance and customer support. So, Karan and everyone else, what is the waterfall methodology? Waterfall methodology is the plan-driven approach to handle the software development. Waterfall is the traditional methodology to first gather the requirements, come up with the appropriate design, then develop it after the approvals. Development would include all those technical expertise, technical team members developing the code, program, and the algorithm if required. Testers are going to test it. Business are going to accept it. You will deploy and deliver this thing and then provide maintenance and customer support. This is on a high level how waterfall works. Karan and others, people who are new to the analysis world, are able to understand the waterfall methodology, the key important components to it? Yes or no? Yes. Now, let's try to understand why this approach has been twisted or not exactly followed in the same manner in the modern day agile world. Let's see, and Sagar has a very good point. That's not just applicable to software development. Waterfall can also be applied to other domains as well. But here we're talking about software development because as part of CBAB, we are more focusing on the IT services and IT projects and IT maintenance. Yes, so that's why we're taking example of software development. But it's not just confined to software development. It's also applied to other domains as well. But we are taking examples from the IT domain because this certification program is more about the IT related things. So Saket and others, this was the on high level about the waterfall. Let's see what is happening in Agile. Here, at the starting point, you have the requirements. Let us suppose R, requirements equal to R, and solution is equal to S being developed. In the Agile world, especially when I talk about the Agile Scrum approach, there is a new concept and that is the change-driven approach. Let's see what is happening in change-driven approach. Let us suppose I say, now this software development life cycle, people who have worked in this SDLC would agree with me, this used to take 1 to 3 months, generally 3 months to deliver the solution. Solution was available to use at step number 5. Yes, solution availability. Now, what is happening in Agile is we have requirements. Let us suppose equal to R in number. We come up with a plan to split the requirements into small fragments, and R is equal to R1 plus R2 plus R3 plus R4 and so on and so forth. Here, this 1 to 3 months, this is something, a phase-wise delivery. That is, within 1 month's time or 3 months' time, you are sharing the solution with your users. But here, we have a new concept of partial release. And what is partial release? That 3 months' time is broken down into 2 weeks cycles, and we deliver a partial solution after every 2 weeks. So we are not delivering for R as here, no. What we are doing is, let us suppose first 2 weeks R1 is prioritized and we come up with solution as S1. Now my question to you all is, if the release plan is of 3 months and we are coming up with partial release of 2 week cycle, and this is as partial release, how many such partial release we'll have in a 3 months release cycle? If the release time is, if the total time to deliver the solution is 3 months, and we are coming up with the concept of partial release of 2 week cycle, how many such cycles we'll have in the 3 months time? Everyone. Desha is saying 6, Shika is saying 6. Yes, it simply means, this simply means our 3 months release plan is equal to 6 2-week cycle, and this 6 is nothing but known as, what's the name given to this 2-week cycle? 6 iterations, 6 iterations, and this iteration is nothing but these sprints. Now, some of you may say, is that always 2 weeks? No, it may be customized to 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, 1.5 weeks. I'm going with the ideal size of the sprint, and that is 2 weeks cycle. Karan and everyone else, people who are new to this thing, are you able to absorb this thing, or do you want me to repeat? So what is simply happening in the agile world is, we are not delivering, and let me make it very simple for you all, people who are new. If you come up with a plan, Karan and others, to deliver a solution for the given set of, yes, I'm coming with a simple explanation for this. You have some requirements and you come up with a plan to deliver the solution for that requirements. The time duration within which you will develop a solution, deliver it, is the release plan. Are you all first thing clear with the release plan or not? What is the release plan? Release plan is a duration within which you will develop a solution and deliver a solution to your business users. Yes, clear with the release plan? Yes. Release plan used to be of 3 months or 1 month, a certain time duration, and that was the phase-wise delivery in the waterfall mode. So what used to happen? Few weeks you'll take to gather the requirements and come up with the solution. Few weeks to develop the code. Few weeks to test. Few weeks for acceptance, and then few weeks for deployment, and then finally you deliver. Now what is happening in this scenario is waterfall, everyone, Karan and everyone else, that your customer is going to wait for 3 months to get the solution. After 3 months, you are delivering the solution. Yes, Akash, Karan, everyone else, your customer is waiting for 3 months to get the actual flavor of the new solution. Now, what is happening is, after 3 months, if they need some changes, if they need some enhancements to the solution, again they have to wait for few more months to get the enhancements being done in the solution. Time consuming, causing issues, with no flexibility, a very rigid approach followed in the form of certain steps. But now what is happening is, as Shikha was mentioning initially, we are coming up with more flexible approach. We are not making them wait for 3 months, Karan and everyone else. Now we are coming up with partial release concept. This 3 months time is broken into 2-week cycle. So what is happening is, for this given requirement, some part of it will deliver, some part of it will prioritize and deliver in 2 weeks. Another 2 weeks, another part of the requirement. Another 2 weeks, another part of the requirement. Why this is a preferred approach? Why a partial release concept and iterations are becoming more popular? Don't you all think, if you deliver some part of the solution every 2 weeks, it's going to increase more visibility, more interaction, more feedback, and improvements within the same cycle, and it's more time efficient? Yes, Karan, Akash, and everyone else, is that making sense? Why partial is becoming more popular? If you develop something partially and you share with your users after every 2 weeks, if you're moving in the right direction, it's well and good. If you're not, then you can correct your. And also, Sneha has come a very good point here, that if we have certain dependencies, if we have certain important relationships to be defined, if there are some top priorities. If there are few linkages, those all can be easily sorted if you have a partial release concept. This partial release concept makes Agile more flexible, more adaptable, more user friendly, and above all, as Akash is eating my words, Akash is saying it's more efficient ways of working and more performance oriented methodology. Yes, so these short partial release that you come up with, these are known as the sprints. And what are these sprints? These are the iterations within the same cycle. So 3 month cycle, instead of delivering at the end of 3 months, after every 2 weeks, we deliver some part of the solution. And that way we are able to have a continuous interaction, gain continuous feedback, and improve the quality of the solution. So let us suppose I say I'll take you all to your a Jira tool. So let me first delete what we have at present, and I'll start from the scratch. So if you see here in my backlog, I have 2 items here. Yes. So I'll just open the another one to make it simple for you all. Just give me a second. So what I'll do here, I'll create few story that way I did in our previous session. So I'll create some epic like engine ordering system as one of my epic. And then I'll come up with few stories here, the way we did in our previous session, like login page. And I'll make it as the story here. I'll go to the story and I'll then add the name of the epic. I think we all were able to do this thing in our previous session. Yes. And you all had confirmed this thing as well. So now I assume that everybody knows how to come up with parent to child relationship. Yes. So last time we had created this thing. Now I'll just expand the discussion from there. Now I'll add several items here. Login page. Then I'll come up with, you all can do this thing parallelly with me. Login page, food menu can be another story. Then after that, you may have another story as, let us suppose, what can be the next story? Payments. Yes, payment gateway. What else? Customer feedback, food delivery. Then after food delivery, I can come up with customer feedback. So these all can be the possible child work items. Like I can come up with a lot of them. Just 5 of them: login page, food menu, payment gateway, food delivery, customer feedback. Karan and everyone else, is everybody fine with this? Canteen ordering system is my epic, the high level requirement for which I have come up with the child work item as stories, login page, food menu, payment gateway, food delivery, customer feedback. Till this point, we had discussed in our previous session as well. If you all are with me, shall we move to the next step? Now, the next step is, everyone, next thing is, if you look at these child work items, and if you go back to your project, On top, you'll find backlog. Just after summary, the backlog. Go to your project, the name of the project, and then you'll find the backlog. Please check and confirm, is everybody able to identify this tab as a backlog just below your project name, everyone? Aparna says yes. How about others? If you'll go back to your project name, just below the project name, you'll find the backlog. Yes, click on this backlog and you'll find here in the backlog all the items that you have created. Like you can see here in my item list, I have the tasks as well as the user stories. So task, I'll delete for now so that you're not confused with it. I'll just focus on the stories. So I'm removing the task from here. Task we'll discuss in our upcoming sessions. So now I have these stories in my backlog. Backlog simply means the remaining work items. I have these remaining work items and now I have to create my sprint. So if you look at this backlog, the title, if you move towards right, everyone, you'll find this button as create a sprint. Is everybody able to identify this button, create a sprints? Yes. Now click on this button, create a sprints, and you'll see that sprint 1 has been created and it says add dates. Now you can click on this add dates, sprint name. Abhishek, you'll find it if you just move towards right. Backlog, if you move towards right, you'll find at the very last corner, right hand side, create a sprint. Is everybody able to find it? Abhishek, are you able to now? Right hand corner. Yes, just above this icon of unassign. Okay. Create a sprint, you'll find it here. Just refresh it, Sneha, once and see. If you're not able to, then you can share the screen with me after the live session today and we can discuss. Okay. So you can click on this. You're not able to see child stories created in the backlog. Okay, so you can also stay back today after the live session and we can talk about this thing. Okay, Rajni and others. Those of you who are facing problems, you can note down your queries and after the live session, we can discuss. Okay. So if you click on this create button, you'll find here that there is one space created here in gray and it's giving you an option to add dates. Click on this add dates option and you'll find here that you can change the name of the sprint and you can make it as the canteen ordering system sprint 1. Duration, you can customize it to 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but ideally we go with 2 weeks. The starting date, you can put in your starting date. Let us suppose today's date is starting date and the end date is auto populated as 22nd. And then you can mention the sprint goal and then update this. Now you can see here this space is created here and you have these items in the backlog. Now let us suppose you decide as a team that login page and food menu you deliver first. You can simply drag and drop this thing to the sprint space like this. So what is happening, Abhishek and others? I have created one sprint, duration 2 weeks, and then what I'm doing is I'm moving my items from the backlog to the sprint. So this was my project backlog. Let me repeat. They ask you this question in your interviews as well. This is my product backlog. This is what I have to develop. But when I am moving these items to this space here, this is my sprint backlog. This is my overall backlog, and now few items from the backlog I'm moving, I'm prioritizing in my first sprint. This becomes the sprint backlog. Abhishek, Rajni, Sneha, are you able to understand what we are trying to do here? So we had few work items that we need to develop and implement, out of which few we have prioritized in sprint number 1. That's the first iteration. That's the first partial release. Okay. Any question from anyone? Do you want me to repeat on this thing? I can do this thing. After the backlog, the next thing is, I'll just let me repeat on this thing. Let me make it very clear to you all. You can see here, everyone, that in my backlog, I have 5 work items. Then what I'm doing is, as part of the agile methodology, as we have discussed, we are coming up with the iterations. Sprint number 1 is the first iteration. I can create second one is sprint number 2, sprint number 3, sprint number 4, and so on and so forth. Number of sprints depends upon the release time. Let us suppose I say we have a release cycle of 3 months, then how many sprints everyone? 6. If we have a cycle of 2 months, then how many sprints? How many sprints? 4. If it is just 1 month, if you have delivered the solution 1 month, then how many sprints? Just 2. So number of sprints completely depend upon the release plan. What is the release plan? How many months of time do you need to deliver the complete solution? And what we are doing here is simply clicking on this create sprint button, and we're able to create, like you can see, sprint number 2, then sprint number 3. Just click on this button and you'll find that all these sprints are created. 1, 2, 3. I'll click one more time. 4. And you can see here that from 7 to 21 first sprint, then 22nd to 6th December second sprint, then 6th December to 20th December third sprint, so on and so forth. It's automatically creating the sprints with the given duration of 2 weeks. Yes, Anurag and everyone else. And you can see here it says 0 work items. 0 work items simply means that there is nothing to prioritize in your sprints. How to create? Again, the same thing. You can just click on this create button, as I mentioned few minutes back. Just if you move towards right, there is a button create a sprint. You click on that and your sprint is created. Okay. Decision, as I mentioned, governance we have not discussed yet. The decisions and everything we'll talk about. Answer is not the Scrum Master. We'll talk about it as part of 3.3. Okay. Getting it? So just click on this button and you will be able to find it. Abhishek. Nothing difficult. Just click on this button and you find a new sprint created. Okay. And then you can simply edit the dates and make it as 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Okay. So let me do it one more time so that you are able to understand this thing. I'll delete all of them and do it one more time. So I've deleted all of them. Let's start from the first one. Are you able to find this button? First thing, everyone, create sprints. Yes or no? Everyone? Yes, just click on this create sprint. Then you'll find this gray area. Is everybody able to find this gray area? It says plan your sprint. Drag work items from the backlog section or create new ones to plan your work. Select the start sprint when you are ready. So before you are ready, you have to add dates. Click on this dates option. Duration 2 weeks. Start date or end date, and update this. I can make it as 2 weeks. Update this, and this is my sprint area, and I can drag and drop the work items here, and you can see here now I have some items as the sprint backlog, login page and food menu. So the intent of explaining you this thing is that instead of doing everything in one go, we have several sprints in which we can prioritize the work items. Now I can drag and drop these two in the second sprint. In the third sprint, I have the customer feedback. So you can see here, Karan, Akash and everyone else, that my work items are divided into smaller iterations. I'm not doing everything in one go. I have a partial release concept. At the end of sprint number 1, I'll have a login page and the food menu. At the end of sprint number 2, I'll have the payment gateway. I'll have the food delivery. And in my last sprint, sprint number 3, I'll come up with customer feedback. And within 3 sprints, we are able to deliver the complete solution. Yes, Karan, Akash, Anurag, Abhishek, are you able to find it simple to understand, yes or no? So this is what you're trying to understand, the partial release concept, the iterations to deliver the solution. Yes, perfect. So after the live session, you can stay back for a few minutes and we can talk about it. Again, you can share a screen with me and we can discuss. Yes. So this is the first point that we are discussing, everyone. Solution definition defined before implementation to maximize control and minimize risk. And here it is defined in iterations. This is what we are doing, everyone. Define in iterations. And what is defined in iterations? Sprint number 1, sprint number 2, sprint number 3. These all are defined in iterations. Karan and everyone else. To arrive at a best solution or improve the existing solution. But here what was happening? We had the requirements, we are coming up with the solution and then the implementation. No partial release concept here in the old word. But the new word talks about the iterations, this concept of a release within a release, the partial release concept. Yes, everyone, Akash and everyone else, you all are with me, Aparna, Shikha, Nishtha, yes. It may be a bit difficult if you have not worked on it, but my suggestion would be go through the recordings once more, play with Jira, you will get to understand this thing better. And also read through BABOK guide. Second thing is, everyone, level of formality. Now remember, Sneha, you were talking about the SRD today in the beginning. Yes, you are the one who were talking about the SRD or somebody else. SRD, FSD, even the BRD, these are the standardized templates that we were using 10 years back, 15 years back. Comprehensive documentation, rich in text. Epic is replacing the traditional BRD. It looks a bit surprising, even to me, that why we're not getting the BRDs in the projects nowadays. But it's the fact now that BRDs in the in the pure agile or 100% agile does not exist. We're not using BRDs now. It's all getting replaced with epics and features. And FSD and SRD are replaced by stories. Use cases no longer preferred. The reason is Karan, Akash, Anurag and everyone else, Abhishek, we are transitioning from comprehensive documents to lightweight documentation. Lightweight in the sense, less focus on the details. Yes, so there is no Word document as part of the BRDs, but there should be. And in my project, I can tell you, since I am the product owner, it's a 100% agile project, but I still encourage my BAs to document the BRD. Because something like what we did 20 years back is not completely irrelevant. It was something, it has something that was beneficial as well. So BRD is no longer created, BRD is no longer preferred, but it is good for you for your own personal purpose, for your own personal benefit that you create a BRD. This is my suggestion, not IABA suggestion, not agile community suggestion. This is my personal suggestion that if you are into the business analysis world, although it's not recommended, but still you should create this. Now everything is managed by the tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, Rally and others. So there's no scope of these comprehensive documents. They're not giving you that much of time to write those traditional comprehensive documentations. Okay. So BRD is getting replaced with epics and features. SRD, FSD, use cases, those all are getting replaced by stories. That's why we talked about the stories first. We have not talked about these things yet. Yes, Sneha, Anurag, Shashank, you all are with me. Following the second point. So second point says, in simple words, transition, switch from the comprehensive document to lightweight documentation. Okay? Because the focus is now shifted from the documentation and formalities to developing a software rapidly, rapid delivery of the software. Formal documentation, standardized templates, time-consuming processes have now been replaced with more efficient ways of doing the thing using the tools like Jira. I remember, is Aishman there with us today? Some people had this question in the previous session that is Jira going to be covered in the CBAP examination? Answer is no. But since all these new ways of documentation is done using Jira, that's why we are discussing this thing. So Jira, Azure DevOps, Rally, these all tools are going to help you come up with some lightweight documentation, more preferred approach in the agile world. Then the activities, everyone. Activities talk about, if you see activities required to complete deliverables identified first and then divided into tasks. This talks about the plan-driven approach. The SDLC that we have just discussed few minutes back. From requirements to development to testing to delivery to maintenance. This is how the activities were divided in the waterfall world. And that's why the name waterfall. But in the agile world, we are coming up with this concept of iterations. So short sprints, partial delivery, more interaction with your customer, more valuable feedbacks you're getting, continuous improvements, more flexibility. This is the activity difference. And the last thing is timings. It was in phases, like after 3 months you deliver a solution, and here you deliver after every 2 weeks. This is the difference in timings. So this is a very important table in your book to start with to understand the difference between predictive and adaptive. Project deliverables and BA deliverables. What's the difference? Project deliverables is an umbrella term that may include deliverables from BA, from testers, from developers. BA, dev and testers. Yes, and overall, this will help you deliver a solution. When we talk about BA deliverables are all those important standardized templates that you create, all those important documents, models, designs that you create, those helps technology team prioritize the work items and implement the solution. For examples, BA deliverables may include creation of the BRDs, creation of the solution requirements, creation of the transition requirements, creation of other important documents. Those are going to help your testers and the technology team. So as a business analyst, it's more important for you to focus on BA deliverables, come up with all those important documents. Now, since one of our learners talking about the deliverables, I'm coming to that part as well. If I talk about one more thing, Akash and everyone else, let's focus here. In this Jira tool, you can see on top 4 small squares just before the Jira icon, Akash. Are you able to find the 4 small squares? This says, if you mouse over, it says switch sites or applications. Yes? Okay. Now click on this conference. Yes, I'm coming to your point. Anurag, that's why I've asked you all to open the conference. It will answer your question. Anurag and everyone else, open this conference page and you'll get the answer to your question. Once you open the conference, it will ask you, okay, you can just focus here. After the live session, I'll tell you how to reach to this page then, okay? So everyone, let's focus here. You can create a new page. There's an option to create a new page here. And when you create a new page, everyone, in the right hand section, you will find here 3 horizontal dots. And you can see here templates and imports. Now you can see here, these all are few important business analysis deliverables in your list here. If you see here, retrospectives, 5-way analysis, brainstorming, budget proposal templates, business proposal templates, business plan 1-pager, business status update, yes, change management plan, capacity planning. Some of them are like overlapping with Scrum Master's role. Content strategy. There are a lot of templates you'll find: decision documentations, dependency mapping, design components. You can see a lot of templates here. Those will help you come up with some structured and organized BA deliverables. Today, somebody was talking about the SWOT analysis. So you'll find here meeting notes, MVP ideation, user manuals. You'll also find personas, prioritization matrix. These all are BA deliverables. Product requirements, product roadmap, project charter, SWOT analysis. Today somebody was talking about SWOT analysis. This is also one of the very important BA deliverable. So these all you will find under the conference. So these deliverables are going to help you come up with some structured and organized documentation. These deliverables are going to help you communicate the information in a very professional manner, in a very organized manner with your key stakeholders. And this would help to develop mutual understanding, common understanding, clear understanding, and avoid ambiguity and confusion. So, in very simple terms, BA deliverables can be in the form of some standardized templates. And one more thing I would like to show you all here. You can also go to batimes.com, and in batimes.com, everyone, I'll just share with you all the exact link. In batimes.com, you will find both lightweight as well as the traditional standardized templates that you all can use in your projects. I'll just show you all in a few minutes. It's loading. In your Drive link as well, everyone, I have uploaded a lot of BA deliverables. If you look at your Drive link, you'll find one folder as BA deliverables, yes, BA templates and flow diagrams. Examples, you can see here action plan template, business case template, change control board, change control process, use cases, vision scope document. These all are BA deliverables on your screen. Is everybody fine with this concept of BA deliverables? Karan and others who are new to the analysis, what BA deliverable means. So BA deliverables are all those important set of activities, all those important set of tasks and documentation that you're going to perform, create, so as to make the things simpler for everyone, for testers, developers, operational support, customer, and everyone. This starts with creation of BRDs and ends with your creation of release notes. Okay, so all such things are part of your BA deliverables. Coming back to your table here. So this is about everyone. The first thing, the business analysis approach. Approach can be predictive, approach can be adaptive. Now, waterfall we have discussed everyone here. Spiral model we'll discuss in few minutes. V model I'm not discussing at present. V model we are going to talk about. You all can make a note of this thing. What is the V model? We'll discuss as part of chapter number 7. V model is about 7.2 and 7.3. When we talk about the V model is the verification and the validation model. Now, how this model works, the V model we'll discuss as part of chapter number 7, 7.2 and 7.3. We'll have a very detailed discussion around what are the verifying requirements activities and how these differ from validation. What are the important elements? So all such things we'll discuss in detail as part of 7.2 and 7.3. So V model we're not discussing at present. We'll talk about it 7.2, 7.3. But on a high level, V model is the verification and validation model where we first verify the things. Once verified internally, then we'll get those things validated to ensure we have a proper sign-off and agreements on all the key important requirements. How it is done, how it is performed in a detailed manner, that's something we'll cover as part of chapter number 7. Okay. Now let's talk about everyone the next thing in the list, and that is the key elements. First element in the list, everyone, is planning methods fall between predictive and the adaptive approaches. Now, Aparna, Amit, Abhishek, and everyone else, why do you all think IABA says falls between? Why they are not saying planning methods can be predictive or adaptive in nature? Why they are not saying planning methods can be of two types, predictive and adaptive? why they are using the terminology, why they are using these two words, fall between. What their intent is. Yes. So Swati is absolutely wonderful. You are a wonderful, your observation is they're trying to tell you that it's not always white and black. There can also be some gray matter. And what is this gray matter, everyone? It's the mixed bag in the sense, few good things from the old world combined with few good things of the new world. Like, although adaptive, there's no scope of creation of um, BRDs, but if you encourage your team members to write the BRDs, it means you are adapting something from. If you encourage your team to incorporate or inculcate few good practices from the old world, in a way it falls in between. You're using some good things from the new world, but you're not completely ignoring what you had in the old world. Some people ask me this question that you come from the old traditional background. What do you think about the new thing and the old thing? Which one is good? Now, since I come from the old background, predictive background, so I find this better till date. Yes, but yes, in terms of solution delivery, in terms of customer like engagement and communication, this is better. Yes, so that's why both of their equal significance. But now companies find this as more efficient. This is more efficient, but sometimes it is a bit stressful to like deliver every 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Yes. So, but overall, the intent is to tell you all that it can be predictive, it can be adaptive, it may also be a combination of the two. Yes, Anurag, you're wonderful with your observation and the statement. Yes. Let me add a red heart to your answer. Correct. Okay. Second thing is, as we have discussed few minutes back, everyone, formality and level of detail of BA deliverables are based on the planning approach. BA deliverables, as we have discussed, can be comprehensive documents in the waterfall mode, in the predictive mode, and it can also be a lightweight documentation. If I ask you all, can you all give me any example of comprehensive document and a lightweight documentation? Any example from you all? Comprehensive document can be in the form of BRD, FRD, SRS. Yes, a lightweight documentation in the form of epic, stories, and today, if time allows, we'll talk about wireframes. So wireframes, prototypes, POCs, these all are some lightweight things. Presentations, okay, verbal communication, stories, yes, perfect. Something linked with your spiral model, something that talks about the WBS, something that talks about granularity. Identify and break down the activities into smaller tasks. Now, this question is a very simple question for you all to answer. My question is, why do you all think if any activity is assigned to you, the standard practice is to decompose it into smaller fragments and then prioritize and work on those tasks? How this is going to help you, and why from ages it's recommended to break down the things into smaller pieces and then start working on it. What's the advantage? If you break down the things into smaller pieces. Anurag is coming up with the right answer. Sneha is also coming up the very important thing. I must add a red heart to what Sneha is mentioning here. The one of the better answer. Thank you, Sneha. Aparna is saying it coming up a very good point. It will bring in clarity, transparency, and that would result into quick work. Sometimes transparency leads to more work, but yes, in radical cases, yes, quick work is also one of the things that may happen. So for the point number 3, in your class notes, session number 3, page number 3, you'll find the details. Sorry. Work breakdown structure is about breaking down activities into smaller tasks. It has a few advantages as listed below. Please focus here, everyone, for another 10 minutes. It promotes granularity, that is, analysis at the more fragment or atomic level. When you break down the things, as Shikha is mentioning, as Aparna is talking about, it will bring in more clarity. And in simple words, you will not make assumptions. You have more simplified information, more detailed information, more facts, more evidences. So then the chances of making assumptions is going to reduce. And this is going to simplify the things. So the main keyword is it will reduce assumptions and make the thing more simpler. Example, as we discussed a few minutes back, canteen ordering system was divided into smaller stories like login page, food menu, food delivery, feedback, so that we were able to come up with more granular set of items. From the management perspective, if you have some smaller set of activities, it helps in task allocation. Let us suppose that 4 BAs and you're able to decompose it into smaller fragments. It can be allocated to 4 BAs to work upon. And as Aparna and Shikha were talking about, it will help us come up with more efficient ways of working. 4 different BAs working on 4 different smaller tasks. So task allocation in a way makes tracking, monitoring, and tracing easier. And in turn, it helps in delivering better quality product to the end users. And few minutes back, Anurag was talking about something in caps. He was saying that it helps us come up with the boundaries and avoid any redundant and duplicate components. Anurag was absolutely wonderful with his answer that analysis at the granular level, this is the most important thing, everyone, what Anurag was talking about. Analysis at the granular level helps to ensure that solution aligned with stated requirements and in turn helps to avoid any scope creep condition. What is scope creep condition, everyone? Let us suppose I say, this is my solution boundaries. This is my solution boundaries. Yes, so Nishta coming as one of the reason, yes, this is my solution boundary. And there's something outside the solution. My solution boundaries are not that thick and strong, not that clearly defined. What happens is these out of scope components penetrate in. These are absorbed in. This is going to increase the size of the solution. This is going to cause problems because solution is going to have more redundant and duplicate components. And in a way, a solution is going to have the creep. So what is scope creep, everyone? Scope creep is when size of the solution grows larger. When solution grows larger in size and accommodates, absorbs the components, those are out of scope, those are redundant, when solution grows larger in size and accommodates few unwanted, duplicate, and redundant components. For example, Saket and others, in hospital management system, if the list of doctors includes some doctors not empaneled with the hospital, it means the list of doctors includes something that's redundant, scope creep. In canteen ordering system, employees of nearby offices to Unilever order food using their personal email ID. Again, the scope creep. Are you able to understand? So what is a scope creep, everyone? A scope creep simply means when the requirements and the corresponding solution has few things, those are additional, redundant, duplicate, not adding any values. That's the main reason why WBS is a preferred approach. It's not everyone else. Tangent ordering system, the requirement is authentication and authorization. The scope is Unilever employees. Solution is solution options. One is login page. Another is SSO login. Login page has few important fields like email ID, password, and one-time password. If you And it's not the only definition of scope creep. We'll talk about scope creep from the product delivery perspective as well. If I say in simple terms, Sneha is not part of Unilever and still she is able to order food. So this simply means this login page as a solution lacks certain capabilities. The solution is not proper, and that's why it's allowing somebody outside Unilever to order food. So what is scope creep, everyone? Scope creep from the solution perspective is when solution grows larger in size and accommodates few unwanted, duplicate, and redundant components. Are you getting it now? Now, what response I'm getting from few learners here, like change in requirements by stakeholders frequently, that's a different aspect of scope creep. What we are trying to understand here is scope creep from the solution boundaries perspective. Are you getting it now, Sneha and others? So in simple terms, if we have a solution and the boundaries are not clearly defined, that allows redundant and duplicate components to be absorbed, to be accepted, causing issues later. That's your scope creep. That's what Anurag was mentioning a few minutes back. Now, this question, I think, will help you gain more clarity around it. Question is, you are the business analyst for your organization and are with another business analyst, Steve, on the requirements elicitation for a new solution. You want, Steve, that you'll need to be tracing the requirements in an effort to prevent scope creep. What is scope creep? And you have 4 options here. First option is scope grows slightly larger as more requirements, often unneeded, are added to the scope. Second option is scope slips on the schedule, which in turn delays the project delivery date. Scope is in line with expectations. Scope shifts from original intent of the business case. So here the correct answer is, as you all are going with it, option number E. And what's happening here, everyone? Here you can see the same thing as I mentioned a few minutes back. The size of the solution is getting larger. And why the size is getting larger? Because it's accepting that is not needed. Are you getting it now, Sneha and everyone else? The concept of scope creep. So scope creep is about when scope grows slightly larger as more requirements, often unneeded, are added to the scope. It could be defined before what can be delivered as part of the sprints. That's something we'll, as I said, this is also something that we're going to discuss about the release plan, about how we divide into smaller sprints. But here it's more about in scope and out of scope from the solution perspective, Sneha. Everybody, yes. So let's reconnect now, everyone, and let's talk about. Thank you, Sneha, Rajni, and everyone else. Let's quickly revisit what we have discussed before the break. There were a few things, those are a bit complex today. As I mentioned, we are moving into knowledge areas, so it will not be a simpler discussion as we had in the chapter number 1 and 2, but yes, let me make it more simpler now. Chapter number 3, we have started with everyone. First knowledge area, and the name of the knowledge area, as I mentioned, Business Analysis Planning and Monitoring, BAPM. This knowledge area is, as the name suggests, you all can see here, planning and monitoring. The initial step from the analysis perspective to make the things more structured and organized, come up with a very planned approach, come up with a very organized approach to perform different business analysis tasks. In this knowledge area, you'll find here all those important tasks that will help you come up with more organized way of doing the things, like business analysis approach that we're discussing at present. Then how to talk to your key stakeholders, how to gather the requirements, how to engage with your key stakeholders, then the governance, then the information management, and then performance improvements. We had created one short form here as ASMI, GIP to learn and remember the 5 important tasks. Important for you, Sanoop, Ayushman, if you are there, and others who are preparing for the CBAP examination to know the sequence and the number of tasks, ASGIP. And then we started with A, and we discussed about the approach in detail today. 3.1, we first discussed about everyone to plan an approach, define an overall method to conduct business analysis activities. So predictive versus adaptive, we have discussed. We have tried to understand the difference between the two with the help of a table from your BABOK guide. Amit and everyone else, we have discussed about this table from the BABOK guide. So I'll quickly take you all to this table to quickly revise on what we have discussed before the break. So we talked about this table in detail. Difference, Karan and everyone else, in terms of solution definition. Yes. Solution fully defined before implementation in your old traditional world. First, you define the complete solution and then you start with implementation. But what is happening in the adaptive world? Solution is not completely defined. Even if you have a partial solution defined and approved, you can prioritize in your iterations and then arrive at the best solution. Formality of details, we have discussed everyone before the break that in the old world, traditional world, the standardized templates, the formal documentation was a preferred approach. We used to create documents like BRDs, SRDs, FSDs, and all those comprehensive documentation following certain important protocols, standard operating procedures. And those all were part of our organizational process assets. But now there's a transition. In the agile world, in the adaptive world, there's a new concept of lightweight documentation. Informal ways of communication is preferred approach now. And you all can see here information is gathered through a team interaction and feedback and less focus on the standardized templates to be created. Comprehensive documents like BRD, FRD, SRD, and all such things we have discussed. And the lightweight documentation can be in the form of the epics, the stories, the tasks that we create under the Jira tool. And Jira also includes another important tool that's Confluence. And then also we have certain important templates that we can use as part of the adaptive world. Activities we have discussed. Activities required to complete the deliverables. Here we talked about the BA deliverables and project deliverables in detail. Before the break, we have discussed those things. Activities required to complete deliverables are identified first and then divided into tasks. But here, very similar to our solution, even the activities are divided into iterations. And then the timings, it was in phases, like after 3 months, you deliver a solution. Phases can be in the form of 3 months, 6 months, 1 year plan. But now we have this new concept of partial release, the iterations. So this iterative delivery is what we have in the adaptive methodology. So this was something we have discussed around the business analysis approach. Some people are new to this business analysis world, so it was important for us, Amit and everyone, to have a detailed discussion on this thing. Next thing after this one that we had discussed was about the important elements. For each and every task, everyone, you'll find certain task elements. Like you're talking about plan business analysis approach, we have total 6 elements here. In 3.2, you'll find around 3 elements. So 6 elements was something that was the next thing that we had discussed after having a discussion around the business analysis approach. And these were the 6 elements that we had discussed. Not all 6 we had covered, we had covered first 3. Planning methods fall between predictive and the adaptive approaches. And here, if you all recollect, we have discussed about one methodology that's a mixed bag. And what's the name given to it? Hybrid methodology. That includes good practices, best practices combined together. It's a combination of old and new. Percentage may vary. Like some learners ask me this question, is there any percentage, is there any standard to mix them? No, it depends upon the organization to organization, how they're able to come up with a mixed bag. Some focus more on the traditional ways of doing the things. Some focus more on the new ways of doing the things. Some come up with a 50-50 combination. Okay. Some people ask me this question, are there a few companies who are still using predictive methodology? The answer is yes. You'll find, is anyone who's working with US federal government project here? You'll find projects with federal governments, tax related, pension funds, insurance, wherein we have certain important rules, certain important protocols, certain important documents as a must-have thing. There you'll find predictive approach is still followed. So it's not like all the companies have transitioned to agile. There are few who are still using the predictive ways of doing the things. For each and every task performed by a BA is not a decision maker. BA is a researcher, somebody who's doing the investigation, somebody who's coming up with analysis findings, and this has to be discussed with the key stakeholders who are going to decide, who are going to provide their consent, approvals, buy-in, feedback, review comments, and that way we'll come to an end or the output of the given task. Are you with me? Now I'm using the word key stakeholder. Key stakeholders means not everybody is involved. Like if you look at planned business analysis approach, then we have domain subject matter experts, project managers, regulators, and sponsors involved. But that's not the same case in stakeholder engagement. There, the list of stakeholders may vary. So the answer is, for each and every task, the task output you will be able to come up with post the agreement, the consensus, the buy-in, or in simple terms, the sign-off from the key stakeholders. Definitely, yes, stakeholders can reject at the end, but if you'll follow the standard set of practices, if you're able to come up with the approach mentioned in the book, if you follow what we're discussing here, the chances are minimal. Yes, that's why we all are here, so that your stakeholders do not reject and accept most of the things. But at the end, it may happen for sure. Yes, they may reject and you have to revoke. To reduce the chances of revoke, we'll come up with more organized approach. Yes, Sneha. So if you follow all these important things, so the chances of the revoke and other things are going to be reduced. Now, Anurag, your question. You are saying plan business analysis approach. Who decides? You have the answer here in this column number 1. Who decides on stakeholder engagement? Column number 2. Who decides on governance? Column number 3. So to make it easier for you all, I have created this matrix. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to find this matrix? Business analysis, planning and monitoring knowledge area. Yes. Now this is Amit for you, for Sanup, you and Aishman, people who are preparing for the CBAP examination. This matrix is very important. This is more important for people like Amit, Sanup and others who are preparing for CBAP examination. They may ask you this question. Amit, which stakeholder is least important in the very first knowledge area? Can anybody answer this question? Looking at this matrix on your screen, which stakeholder do you all think holds the minimal importance or is simply ignored in the very first knowledge area? Anurag says implementation subject matter experts. Yes, there's no need of involving the developers when you plan the things. Implementation experts means developers. There's no need of operational support, backend support. You have not developed the product yet, so there's no need of your backend support. End user is somebody who is involved in stakeholder engagement. Yes, end user is involved. So Aparna, you can say that, but you can see here that he or she is involved in your stakeholder engagement. So not the end user. Testers, yes. Testers are completely, you may say, ignored in the very first knowledge area. So the answer is least important, implementation subject matter expert, testers and operation support. Which stakeholder is kind of a decision maker or the highest importance? Which all stakeholder do you all think are the most critical ones apart from BA? BA is always critical because these tasks are performed by BA. Apart from BA, which all stakeholders are the most important ones? Yes, the domain subject matter expert. Why domain subject matter expert in the initial discussion? Because he or she is the one having good understanding of the domain. What is domain? Domain can be your IT, domain can be your finance, domain can be your insurance. Somebody who is having good understanding of the domain is going to align your strategy with the industry norms, the industry standards. So domain subject matter expert, your project managers, your sponsors, and Swati is saying this is happening in most of the projects nowadays that they don't have a domain SME. If you don't have a domain SME, then they expect you as a senior analyst to play a role of a domain SME. And if you find something challenging, you can talk to business users. Yes. So what Swati is mentioning is the common trend nowadays that they don't hire the domain SME nowadays in the waterfall, in the agile world. So in that case, you may have a discussion with your business users to develop clarity around the domain knowledge. Okay, getting it. So that's why you see BA and domain SME play a very important role in any project when you start with your work. Getting it? Yes, it is happening in the project. Like for me, in my project, even in my project, we don't have any domain SME. And they expect me to come up with domain expertise as a senior analyst, senior consultant. Okay. So they expect me to develop that knowledge and using now they are encouraging us to use the AI tools. They say AI is the domain SME. AI tools like Copilot, the Chat GPT and others. Yes. So and Sanup, to answer your question, let me share the drive link once more. People who are not there in the previous two sessions, or people who have not copied this link, please copy this link, bookmark. This is a very important link for you all to refer each and every session. Everybody with me? Shall we talk about these elements now? Yes. Now the next thing in the list is timing for the business analysis task to be performed. Timings, we had discussed this thing in the differences, adaptive versus predictive, that in the old world we had this concept of phase-wise delivery, phase-wise implementation. And this phase was a duration that can be 3 months, 6 months, even 1 year plan to deliver a solution. Phases, a long time. Phase generally depicts a long time duration. Whilst in the agile world, what is the replacement for phase? Can anybody come up with that jargon, the terminology? In the agile world, phases have now been replaced with dash. What's the answer? everyone? Yes, the better word would be iterations. Now let me make it very clear. Why I'm not saying sprint, iterations can be fixed. Iterations can be variable. If I say throughout a phase, we have 2 week cycle or 1.5 week cycle or 3 week cycle, and this is consistent throughout the release, then such iterations are known as a sprint. But not every iteration is a sprint, everyone. Please make a note of this thing. If iterations are variable, for example, in first iteration, we have 1 week. Second iteration, 3 days, we complete the things. Third iteration is just of 5 days. This simply means this is varying as per the complexity of the requirement, and this is not a sprint. Let me make it very clear. Is everybody able to understand this thing? Let me repeat. If throughout the release plan, you come up with fixed duration that we'll have 2 weeks or 1.5 weeks or whichever you decide, and this remains consistent throughout the release, it's a fixed iteration, then it is a sprint. But if it varies like 1 week, 3 days, and this very thing is generally captured in Kanban. We'll talk about Kanban in our sessions to come. This is something we'll discuss as part of Kanban. Kanban is also having iterations, but these are not fixed. In Scrum, we have this concept of sprint. Karan and others who are new to the analysis, what are you able to understand the simpler meaning of it? So if it is fixed, if it is predefined, applicable throughout the cycle, it's a sprint. If it is not fixed, we'll discuss this thing later. That's part of Kanban. Yes, so this was about timings, everyone, the timing for the business analysis work to be performed. Yes. Now, my question to you all is, let me see how many of you are able to answer this interview question. When we talk about timings for the business analysis task to be performed, do we perform business analysis task in sprints, or do you think business analysis tasks are outside the sprints? And there are like few important activities like A1, A2, and A3. What I'm trying to say is, if there are a few things prioritized in sprint number 1, analysis must be closed for this, and you not perform analysis for this in a given sprint, it is outside. Outside simply means that when we start with our sprint, the task prioritized analysis must be completed, approved before you prioritize the things in the sprint. Now, during this sprint, you can work on something that's going to be prioritized in the next sprint. Getting it, Nisha and others? So, items prioritized in the sprint, analysis must be closed, completed, approved, so that you don't have any ambiguity, you don't have any confusion regarding the approvals and sign-offs when you're working on it. Okay. If we have 2 weeks sprint, then normally it is 10 working days. Yes. 2 weeks for everyone, it's 10 working days, most of the projects. If we have 5 days working, weekend off. Yes. In 2 weeks, there is only 6 working days, 4 holidays. Then I sprint, there will be only 6 days, or we can add another week as well. Definitely, you can customize it as per the requirements in your project. So yes, Jira gives you the ability to make certain twist, or you can make certain changes to it. Yes, to make it in accordance with your product delivery. So you can add another week as well. You can expand the size, you can shrink the size, and that's the flexibility that we have in the agile methodology. So yes, we can do that, but normally we don't do that. We push it to the next PI. So we'll talk about the. There are a few things left to be discussed. We have not discussed about the PI planning. We have not talked about features yet, and we have not talked about requirements prioritization yet and feature development. But to answer your question, yes, we have the flexibility in terms of timings and the range in agile. We may do that, and that's a good thing with agile. Okay, but how do we do such things? That will discuss as part of the requirements prioritization. Yes, so Satya has a very good point here that this is part of PI planning. So that's why I said, Swati, that we'll discuss that as part of product increment planning. This usually happens during our PI planning. This usually happens before the start of the sprint because we know what are the holidays coming in, what are the important dates when we will not work. So accordingly, we come up with a full plan. So it must be planned before the sprints, but sometimes what happens is there are few things that happen due to some geographical constraints, some political reasons or other things, that there are some ad hoc things coming in. In those cases, we may come up with what Deshraj was mentioning. Yes, usually it must be part of your upfront planning, but agile allows you, yes. So there may be few undesirable consequences coming in that may result into making few changes to your the release plan as well. So those things are allowed. Those we have those flexibilities in the agile world. But what Swati is mentioning is also a very important thing, that those things must be handled as part of PI planning. Like if I talk about my project, whenever we are coming to an end to the release, we have this product increment planning where we come up with a roadmap for the next release. And that roadmap helps us come up with all such plans that Swati is mentioning. And we consider all those holidays, all those other constraints, and come up with the sprint plan accordingly. Okay? Like if I talk about the month of December, usually in the European world, people go off to long holidays. Yes, so we come up with a plan of our sprints in a similar manner so that our product delivery is not that impacted. Getting it? So those all things are considered as part of your upfront planning. Okay. Finally, the discussion, everyone. Shall we talk about the next element? Complexity, size of the change, and the overall risk, everyone. Yes. Next thing is, everyone, a very important topic. Very important for those people who are preparing for the CBAP examination. Okay. So the next element is complexity, size of the change, and the overall risk. Now, this topic is more relevant, more important for people who are preparing for CBAP examination. This is more for Amit, Sanup, and you all. Let's try to understand this with the help of one case study. Let's try to understand deeper meaning of it. And let's see what type of questions are framed in your CBAP examination around this topic. If you all are with me and following, shall we discuss one case study based on the element number 5? Amit, Sanup, you all with me? Yes, perfect. So let's discuss one case study. No, not the case study, but kind of a scenario. And let's see how many of you are able to answer the questions based on that. So I'll make it as Bharat, Swati, Bharat, Swati, Nishtha, Sneha, Deshraj, yes. Scenario is, everyone, there are only 7 days left before the final release of the product or the solution. Just 7 days left, like kind of a last sprint. And we have Bharat with us and Swati with us as the sponsors, people from the business team. They came up with a new set of requirements in the later stages of product development. They should have ideally discussed the requirements initially in the initial phases, but they're now coming up with new requirements that too when we are on the verge of completion. These requirements were not catered to in the initial discussion with BAs and the internal team. When Sneha and Nishtha were having a discussion with Bharat and Swati, at that time they never talked about these requirements. But now, when they are in the verge of completion, they are coming up with new requirements. And Bharat is adamant. Swati says, no, we need this thing. We want these new requirements to be absorbed, implemented as part of the current release itself. Now Swati and Nishtha are afraid. Now Swati and Nishtha are not able to understand what to do. But imagine if you are into such situation, how are you going to tackle this problem? Bharat, Swati, if you are coming up with some requirements, how would Nishtha and Sneha respond to this? This question is open for everyone to answer. There's 7 days left. Development done, testing done, everything done. Nityanand is saying that simply we don't have any other option. And this is one example of a scope creep you can see here, the Sneha and others. And Nityanand is saying that there is no other option than to extend the scope. Sanoop is coming up with a very good point here. Sanoop is saying that I'll first check the impact and then decide. Okay, what else? I'm getting some very good responses. Thank you everyone for your participation. So let's see what IAB has to say about this thing. Let's see what's mentioned in your book, how to deal with such problem. Now there can be Deshraj, Nityanand, Saket, thank you for your responses. There can be 3 possible scenarios that we can create here. And 3 possible things. First thing is case number 1. Let's read this, everyone, carefully. When Nishtha and Sneha, these are the 2 B's, when Nishtha and Sneha analyze the complexity and size of the change, what Sanoop was mentioning a few minutes back, they found requirements need less than 1 hour to complete. And business analysis work, 1 hour to complete business analysis work, an internal team, developers and testers confirm that it is a cosmetic requirement. Means just some text here and there, not a major change, but a very minute or very small change, which will not take more than 2 hours to complete. And you have 7 days. Solution architects confirm, Deshraj and others, that there is no impact on the requirements architecture. And then Bharat and Swati say that we know that we have very less time left, but if cosmetic changes, a very small change is going to improve our user experience. So why not we implement this thing? Now, Desha and everyone else, these are the new things coming in. Sneha, we consider that this is a new thing, but since there is no impact to the requirements architecture, developers and testers confirm that it will not take more than 2 hours to complete the development and testing. Analysis won't take more than 1 hour. So in such case, it is the uncertainty, it is a new thing, but we accept it. And this is known as risk-seeking capability. Is everybody able to understand the meaning of risk-seeking capability and what we are discussing case number 1? So we know there is risk. We know that this is something new, but the proper impact and feasibility analysis helps us accept it because it's a cosmetic requirement. The second scenario is Nishtha and Sneha, the two analysts, analyzed the complexity and size of the change. They found that requirements were very complex. What they are telling will take a lot of time to analyze. Analysis completion may take 2 weeks. Development team and testers come up with an ETA of 4 weeks, that you need 4 weeks. And architects confirm about the impacts to requirements architecture, that there is an impact to requirements architecture as well, the overall structure of the solution. Then in those cases, what Nitya you were mentioning, what Saket was mentioning, what Abhishek was mentioning, Abhishek, you are also correct in that regard. So what Abhishek, Nitya, and Sneha, you are also mentioning, those things will be considered now. You are not going to accept it. You say 2 weeks is very less. Either you extend the release, what Nitya you were talking about a few minutes back. Either we come up with a change request, or we push to the next release, what Sneha you were mentioning. When you push for the next release, when you ask for more time, simply you are coming up with risk aversioning capability. Saying no, that under the given conditions, under the given time, you won't be able to do it considering the complexity and size of the change. Nitya, Sneha, Abhishek, are you all with me? Following? Are you fine with case number 2? Yes, so this generally happens in most of the projects. So what Abhishek was mentioning is applicable here. What Sneha was mentioning is applicable, and what you all were mentioning about the change request and everything. Yes, Abhishek? So case number 2 is about risk aversioning capability, saying no under the given conditions. Now, let us suppose we have Abhishek with us, Rajni with us, and we have Abhishek with us, Rajni with us. Now, Abhishek and Rajni are the two analysts analyzing the requirements. And let us suppose I say, I'll take a simple example. We have Sneha with us, and we have Nitya with us. So Nitya and Sneha, these are the two business users. And we have Abhishek and we have Rajni as the two BAs. Sneha and Nitya are handling multiple projects like canteen ordering system, hospital management system, library management system, WhatsApp Pay. They are working on multiple projects. They are kind of program managers. Due to some confusion, due to some miscommunication, Sneha and Nitya share hospital management requirements with Abhishek and Rajni. But Rajni and Abhishek are entitled, their scope of work is canteen ordering system. Their analysis confined to canteen ordering system requirements. They are not focusing on HMS. In such cases, Abhishek and Rajni are going to be risk neutral. New requirements are coming in, but these requirements are irrelevant. These requirements are not in scope. This requirement has been communicated due to some miscommunication in between the business users and the analysts, and they're not going to work on it. Somebody else is going to work on it. Some other team is going to work on it. And in such case, you are risk neutral. So when Abhishek and Rajni find that these requirements are completely out of scope, their team is not responsible to work on such activities. This is not the uncertainty for their team, and they are going to return this. They are not going to be working on it, and they are risk neutral. To summarize, we have discussed here a very important concept from the examination perspective, and that is risk tolerance. And what is risk tolerance? Ability to tolerate the risk, an ability to come up with the output as seeking is acceptance, aversioning, saying no, we won't be able to do it. As Nitya was mentioning, as Abhishek was mentioning, we'll do it later, we'll update it later, we'll not do it at present, we'll not compromise with the deliverables. And neutrality is you are neither accepting nor rejecting, you are neutral towards it because these are ambiguous, irrelevant, or out of scope requirements. That's your risk tolerance, and these are 3 levels. Amit, Sanoop, and others, you all can create one short form here as SAN to learn and remember the 3 risk tolerance levels. Is everybody with me? Are you able to understand this concept of risk tolerance? I'll just open the definition. Let's see if you're able to understand. This is on your screen, the definitions. And let me know if you all have any question. Seeking, aversioning, and the neutrality. Yes, and that's a very good point that we have to think about so many things. The system, the software, the impacts to different connected services, APIs. So that's why I said proper impact and feasibility analysis is must. Yes, so that's part of scenario number 2. That when we are coming up with a new requirement, you have to look into several things, and that's when majority of the cases it's scenario number 2. But if in majority of the case scenario number 2, we cannot ignore scenario number 1. Sneha, you'll agree with me. There can be, like when you look at the requirements, it's just a very cosmetic change. So we have to consider that aspect as well. Because the business team is also part of your project. They also know the capabilities. So maybe before you reject, if you look at what they are saying, it may be more like beneficial to the team as well as your relation with your business users. Yes, it can be like colors, cosmetics. So the idea behind sharing this example with you all was to make it very clear in your mind that investigation analysis is always required before you say yes or no to business. Maybe what they're saying is something justified. Yes, so that was the intent. And Saket saying in terms of business value, yes, we have to also consider business value as well. A very good point, Saket. Yes, Saket is saying in this example, we talked about, we focus more on the customer value, but we also can think about the business value as well. If we deliver something and it's going to increase the, it is going to be like encourage or increase the customer experience. So it may also be like a chance to have better business value. So yes, so very important thing that Saket is mentioning, that business value should also be considered. Yes. Yes, so market research is also a very important thing. You'll find benchmarking, market analysis, one of the technique. Nitya, if you go to chapter number 10, you'll find the benchmarking, market analysis, one of the very important techniques. Yes, market analysis, benchmarking, those all are few important things to consider. when we are developing a solution. Yes, correct. Yes. So that's the main thing. I hope everybody is with me. You all are following. Yes. Deshraj, so the last case was about the neutrality. When you get something that you are not, you may say, responsible to develop. In that case, you are neutral. You're not going to do something that's not part of your scope. Okay. So that was about everyone. The risk tolerance, the very important topic as part of the business analysis approach. We've talked about the risk analysis, and in a way, we have also covered the technique risk analysis management. Risk treatment is left. In the sessions to come, we'll talk about risk transfer, risk mitigation, risk increase. So all such things are left. This risk treatment we'll discuss in our chapter number 6. Okay. And at last, business analysis approach is reviewed and agreed upon by the key stakeholders. So these are the key elements, 6 elements as part of business analysis approach. Please go through them once. If you are fine with this, then we'll move to the next topic. And the last topic, we'll draw something today using one tool. So if you are fine with all these 6 elements, we'll quickly switch our focus to the techniques and we'll talk about something that will help you draw and visualize few things. Last element, as we discussed a few minutes back, last element is about the approvals, the sign-offs, the buy-ins, and simply ensuring that everybody agrees before you move forward. Okay, as I mentioned a few minutes back, business analyst is not the sole decision maker. You have to involve the stakeholders to review and provide approvals. Yes, everyone. So this was about the element list. The next thing is to discuss few techniques. Those may help you work on these elements. Now you all can see here on your screen, there are total 15 techniques recommended by IIB, Amit, Sanup and everyone. For you all, it's an important thing. 15 techniques, those may help you plan for business analysis approach. Out of these 15, few techniques are related to documentation, few techniques are related to discussions, verbal discussions, and few techniques are related to modeling and design. Now, a quick polling. Since we are entering into last 15-20 minutes, if you all want me to discuss some easy and simple thing, we can talk about the techniques like brainstorming and workshops. Or if you want to learn how to create a process model, I can talk about a tool and we can draw the process models. Totally up to you all. A quick polling. Which one should we prioritize? Yes, perfect. So let's talk about the process modeling now. These theoretical techniques, basic one we'll discuss in our tomorrow's session. Let's talk about process modeling. Let's see what is a process model, how it helps in planning business analysis approach, and what are the important process modeling tools. In the agile world, everyone, let me give you all for the context so that everybody understands, and then we'll talk about this thing in detail. In the agile world, when we talk about this technique, process modeling, BPMN is becoming very popular nowadays. BPMN. What is BPMN? What BPMN stands for? And how this is useful to any business analyst? Everyone. This question for you all to quickly answer. BPMN. What BPMN stands for? BPMN. Business Process Modeling Notations. Business process modeling notations, everyone, would help you create and design a very structured, organized model, not the data flow, but the process flow diagram. There's a difference. Data flow diagram is something linked with data transformation that we'll discuss later. Today we'll talk about the process flow. Today we'll talk about the swim lane diagram. Data flow we'll discuss for sure, but as part of knowledge area number 2. So when we create a flow chart, when we are creating, yes, correct. So process or system you can say, not the data flow. That's a different DFT is different. So process modeling, when we talk about process modeling, BPMN diagrams as the swim lanes would help us represent the end-to-end process from the system perspective. This will help us capture Sneha and others the process from the starting point till the end, and all the process components connected to each other in a logical or a sequential manner. Process modeling would help you represent a process as a flow chart. What are the important process components? How these are connected to each other, and how well you're able to represent them in a form of a sequence or these steps. Let me show you. Definitely, yes, I'll just show you one swim lane, Sneha, Nitya, and others now. And let's see what is a swim lane. You'll get the answer. What is the process model? So let's look at one swim lane from your BABOK guide. And let's try to understand the deeper meaning of it, the clear meaning of it. Chapter number 10, process modeling. Let's discuss this thing now. This is the process model on your screen, the swim lane diagram. Please confirm if you are able to clearly see my screen. Now, you all must have this question in your mind, stand others, why the name swim lane? Why not just saying the process model? Why the name swim lane? Yes. Let's try to understand why the name swim lane, what this represents, and how to create this using one tool. Yes. So let us suppose I'll make it very simple for you all, since we have people from the sales background and other backgrounds who are new to this thing. So make it very clear for everyone, Karan and you all, everyone. Let us suppose I say we have Karan with us here. This is a swimming pool and there is one swimming competition. Karan is the first swimmer. Vaibhav is the second swimmer. And one more name I need in the list. Nitya is the third swimmer. 3 swimmers, swimming competition, and this is the destination. This is the point where they have to reach. Whoever reaches the destination first is going to be the winner. Karan is swimming in this lane, Vaibhav is swimming in this lane, and Nitya is swimming in this lane. Vaibhav observes that Karan is swimming very swiftly, very fast, with a very good velocity, and if he swims at the same pace, he is going to win the race, he is going to win the swimming competition. Vaibhav deliberately crosses the lane, obstructs his path, comes back to his lane, and eventually reaches destination first. Karan, Nitya, and others, do you all think, Sanup and others, that Vaibhav is going to be declared a winner? Or do you think he'll be out of this competition because he is violating the rules? Do you think Vaibhav is the winner in this scenario? No. Why so? Because if we consider BABOK as a process, this process is causing adverse impact to parallelly running sub-process that is current. That is also causing impact to Nitya. So what is the objective of swimlane diagram, Sneha and everyone else? The objective is when we are trying to define the overall process, the enhancements and customizations to it, as Sanoop is mentioning, that we have to also ensure that the new process, the new enhancements are not causing any adverse impact to the existing processes or the sub-processes. Now let me take one more example to make it very clear to everyone. Let's take one more example. And this example is a very basic example from my project that happened few months back. Yes, so one very practical example I'm going to take now. That was a very layman example. I agree, Nitya, to make it understand on swimming pool. Let's switch our focus from pool to IT world. Yes. So in my project, I'll take a very simple example. So, and this example is related to regression testing only. Yes. So, Nitya and others, we have one form. And in this form, we have few fields like name, your educational qualification, that is details, highest qualification. There is one field that talks about your parents, details, your age. And then we have this submit and close button. So I was having a discussion with my business team and they said, BABOK, in this form, we also need to introduce one more feature, the upload functionality. I said, why you need this upload functionality? They said, we need this upload functionality so that we are asking them to upload the supporting documents, like for their age, they can submit the certificate. For their parents, they can submit the certificate. For the education qualification, they can submit the scan copy. And then we can validate those things before we finally go to the next step. So I said, okay, fine. I'm fine with the objective, the intent. So I discussed this thing with my development team. They said, yes, we can easily come up with this upload functionality. And they said within 5 to 6 days, they'll share with me to check whether it's working fine or not. So after 5 days, they shared with me the local version and they said I can check whether it's working fine or not. So I was checking this upload functionality and I found that yes, all those performance parameters, all those format and everything was fine. It was successfully getting uploaded and this upload functionality was working fine. I was about to say that yes, it's working fine. Then I realized, everyone, let's focus here. Then I realized in the existing form, we had 4 fields. Name, your parents' detail, your educational qualification, and your age. Now, after having this upload feature, there are just 3 fields. And age as one of the field is now missing. It's not there. So I then had a discussion with the developers and I said, it's working fine, whatever you have developed. But the issue is, where is that age field? Why this is not appearing? So I got the response from the developers that once we have introduced a new field, we missed to increase the page size. I said, no, you don't need to increase the page size. Page size would remain the same. Then they said, we need to introduce the scroll bar here. So what is happening here? What's the flaw from their end, everyone? Nitya and others. The flaw is, the issue is, they are introducing something new and that's a compromise with the existing feature. That's the age. And if they would have come up with a proper swim lane diagram and they would have ensured that each and every existing feature and functionality remains intact, this could have avoided such situation. And what Sneha is mentioning is this is something part of your regression to ensure that the existing functionalities, the existing behavior remains intact. Are you with me, Nitya, Sneha, and everyone else? So the process model is going to help you ensure that when you're making certain enhancements and customizations, you're coming up with a full flow from starting to end. But at the same time, you're also analyzing, you're also keeping in mind that there are several other connected system processes and the workflows. I think Sanoop was also mentioning the same thing a few minutes back. Sanoop was saying that every role performs his set of actions is helpful for cross-functional teams. And not only cross-functional teams, it's also helpful when you have cross-functional systems as well. In majority of the projects, you'll find that the requirement that you work upon is not just a single standalone system. Systems are connected to each other. Systems may have connections to several databases, several cloud platforms. Yes, it's an important thing that you analyze all the interconnected processes, systems, and the stakeholders, and that can be easily done with the help of a swimlane diagram. This was the theory. If you all are with me, shall we draw this? Once we draw this using one tool, it will make more sense to you all how it works. So if you all are with me, shall we draw this together in the live session using one tool? It will help us gain better understanding around how to and how it works. Yes, so let's draw this. It's kind of whether it's a table-like structure or any other structure. Let's draw this, and you will gain more clarity. Okay, so let's draw this now, and you'll get the answer to your question. So today I'll start with a very basic tool, very simple one for everyone to understand. And then upcoming sessions, you can talk about some standard tools as well. Okay. I'm talking about the tool that's the free version, open version, and you need not to pay anything for it. And it's a very good tool. This can be easily linked with integrate with your Jira tool as well. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to access this link? Yes, Draw.io, very popular one. Most of you would have heard of this. Some of you would be using it as well. Is everybody able to access this link? Is there anyone with the answer as no that you're not able to? Everybody? Yes, conference is also good. We'll talk about conference in our sessions to come. Perfect. Now, everyone, let's focus here for another few minutes. I know we are entering into last half an hour. If you focus on this left-hand module here, you'll find a scratch pad, general, and just below that, you'll find advanced module. And if you open this module, you'll find few important symbols and icons. And if you go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row, you'll find this swim lane, horizontal swim lane. Please check and confirm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row, and fourth column, you'll find horizontal swim lane diagram. Please check and confirm. Are you able to find this? Is anyone with the answer as no? I can repeat. Okay, let me repeat. Bharat and others, first thing, are you able to find the advanced module here? This is an advanced section. Yes. Horizontal container, what we are discussing. Vertical, we also will discuss in our next session. Okay. So horizontal container, Bharat and others, under the advanced, if you will move to the sixth row, fourth column, horizontal container, a swim lane diagram. And we'll fill this container in a few minutes, Swati. Yes. So you can see here, like flowcharts, BPMN diagrams, use a set of standards, set of symbols. Each shape has a specific meaning and business context where it's most appropriate. These all are few standard symbols used as part of BPMN like task, sub-process, transactions, call. These are some gateway symbols. These are connecting objects. So, Saket and others, business process modeling notations. These are, in simple terms, some important notations and symbols that we are going to use to create a flowchart. Like if you have to represent any task, you have to use a rectangle. If it's a sub process within a process, then a rectangle with the dotted lines. Yes, so we have all these things mentioned here: connections, messages, associations, everything. Just read through this thing today. For data storage, all these things are mentioned here. So link I've shared, let me share the link once more. This is the link. And using these notations and symbols, let's draw one diagram now. Yes, so let me draw the diagram. So this is the pool, the container. Let's fill this container now. So I'll double click here, mouse over double click, and I'll make it as canteen ordering system. Then lane one can be registration. Lane 2, we can come up with as something as order food. Order food once you are registered. And once you order food, you have to pay for it. In registration, I can start with this circle. Circle represents the starting point. I can start the registration. I can click here and I can make it as start. Then once we start the process, the next thing is to enter, you enter the email ID. Then I can come up with something as enter the password. Saket is saying you can mention password. Yes, so I'll mention what Saket is mentioning. Password. I can mention one more thing as enter the one-time password. Yes. Username. Yes, instead of email ID, you may come up with username. So email ID, username, or your or any ID, corporate ID that you have, employee ID. Yes, it may also be the employee ID. So all those things will be part of your credentials. Now comes the important thing. Let me shrink the size so that it's more structured. So now I'll use this line as per the BPMN conventions. I'll add it like this. You all can see here, I have this swim lane with 3 tasks connected to each other. Now, as part of submission, Nitya and others, I'm going to introduce this decision box here. Decision box I've introduced here so as to check for the impacts before we move to ordering part. So I'll mention here, is info valid? If information is valid, then only it is going to flow to the next lane. If information is not valid, Then you can order food or with a few items, order food and so on. And if information is not valid, what we'll do is we'll take it back to the original place and we'll request user to order or make an order once again. So if this is no, it's not valid, then go back to the original thing. And if it is yes, then we are coming up with the next lane. Now, my question to you all is, what if you don't add this decision box? What will happen? This would again cause some scope creep. It is similar to DFD, but it is different. So we'll talk about the difference in our upcoming sessions, how it is different from data flow diagrams. For now, you can refer chapter number 10, you will find it there. This verification helps us ensure that we avoid any scope creep in lane number 2. Yes, Sneha and others about the scope creep. So it avoids any redundant, duplicate or unwanted component to flow in lane number 2. And then from lane number 2, we may have few more important tasks here and then going to lane number 3. Yes, Abhishek is saying it can come after the password as well. Some people may say it may come at each and every field level. So that those things can be customized based upon what you agree with your key stakeholder. Just a sample, yes. So it can be before you pass it can be before your email address. Those things can be adjusted based upon the mutual agreements that you reach to as part of a discussion with your customer. This is one sample. Now you all can see here, this is one rough diagram I've created. You can add few colors and cosmetics to it. In your right hand section, you have like few colors. You can add colors to it and make it look more. So all these colors and all these things you can add here. So this way you can come up with better diagram. I have created a very basic one, but in your sample projects, you'll find some very attractive and some very good diagrams here, everyone. So if you see here in the sample projects, if I take you to the latest ones, not the latest one, 2 years back. So you will find here a lot of, and see here, I'll show you a few diagrams here. You can see this one, workflow diagrams. If I show you here, these all are created by the learners of the previous batches. So you'll find some very good swimlanes. Look at this one. So there are a lot of swimlanes you'll find in your drive link. And the sample price you'll find a lot of swimlanes. These are, look at this one. Yes. So this way you all can create some good swim lane diagrams. So I'm coming to second homework now. Second homework is for you all to read through this link. This will help you understand the BPMN symbols and notations and would help you draw a better diagram. Now today let's start with some basic techniques, few simpler techniques, and let's see what we have as part of those techniques. One of the very important technique that is not only applied to plan business analysis approach but other tasks as well is your lessons learned. It looks simple. It is a very simple technique to apply, but it has some very good advantages. Now my question to you all is, lessons learned is very similar to one of the agile ceremony that we follow in our projects nowadays. What is the name of that ceremony? Now let's see, and you all are wonderful with your answers, Sneha, Sandeep, Aparna. Let's see what we have as part of the retrospective, and let's try to understand this thing with the help of one standard template, everyone. So I'll take you all to your Jira tool once more, and here we'll toggle to the Confluence, and we'll talk about few things from the Confluence. So I'll just click on this thing. We'll open one retrospective template, and we'll discuss what are the important things as part of the retrospective. Meanwhile, if you all want to share something, your personal experience, your thoughts about retro, you can mention in the chat box. I'll open the retrospective template here. Now, if you look at your conference page, everyone, this you all have, you all can parallelly open the retrospective template. You can see here, what's the major purpose of retrospection, everyone? You can see here, you may create certain template like this, the date, the team, the participants, and here, start doing, stop doing, and keep doing. Now we have three important columns here. Keep doing simply means whatever we have done in our current sprint, whatever we are doing at present is working as expected. It's aligned with the objectives. It's completely fine with business users, and you're getting what you're expecting. So there's no need to change, and you can keep doing what you're doing. But at the same time, there can be few things wherein you need certain important improvements. There is start doing. If you're missing on few things, if you think that there are few ambiguities, there were few confusions, there were few important things that you have not covered in the previous sprint or the previous release, it's time to inculcate, it's time to add few more important good practices, you start doing. There may be few things, those should not be repeated. There may be few things, those are not at all required. There are few things, those are something that you should not again repeat on, and those things are stopped doing. For example, start doing is like you may come up with some plan so that you are able to help your developers and testers understand the things better. Stop doing scheduling a meeting without a clear agenda. If you're not clear with the agenda of the meeting, do not start the meeting. When you're scheduling a meeting, you should be very prepared with what you have to discuss with your key stakeholders. And keep doing, like, for example, sharing progress at daily stand-ups. That is something that will help everyone know what's happening and they can align themselves to the business objectives. So that's one way to capture the retrospectives. It may be in your project, there's a different way to do this thing. Yes, it may be a different template. So it's just an example how you may have a retrospective meeting and how you may come up with something like start doing, stop doing, and keep doing, so that we understand this thing better. So there's one more template here. 4L's retrospective. There's one more template that I want to discuss with you all. This is the 4L retrospective, another template that can be used for the retrospective meetings. Milestones, loved, longed for, lost, and learned. List what you love about your work, list what you wished you had while working, list what you didn't like about your work, and list what you learned. That way, you will be able to come up with all the possible things those were accomplished, those were not accomplished, those were having issues in the previous release or previous sprint. And then come up with the action plan. That if this was a challenge, now we'll try to remove this, and this person is going to be responsible for it. So that way you may come up with a detailed retrospective. So this is about the lessons learned technique, very similar to the retrospective that we have in the agile world. I hope it's making sense to you all. Very simple technique. Yes, the important thing is to go through these templates and understand how it practically works. Next, again, very simple technique in the list is, everyone, brainstorming and the workshop. But there comes a very important thing here, that is this the responsibility of a BA to maintain this template, or is this something for a Scrum Master to do? In majority of the projects, you'll find that this template is maintained by Scrum Master. But for the BA, it's an important thing to contribute, to have a discussion along with the Scrum Master in the retrospective meetings. There's something, a responsibility of a Scrum Master to design and document, but you are a major contributor to it since you are involved in each and every phase. Okay, so no, it's not the responsibility of a BA to maintain this, but yes, to share the details. Yes. Aparna has a very good point here. Aparna is saying that from plan of action, we can get the improvements. Plan for action may help us understand what are the important priorities, how the thing should actually work. But what happens is when we are done with our sprints, there are a lot of misalignments with plan of action. So there comes the responsibility of a BA to highlight all those misalignments, all those issues, all those ambiguities. Yes, Sneha and Aparna, so it may be a role of a Scrum Master to manage and maintain these things. But for a BA, it's an important thing to contribute, talk about those things, and help the Scrum Master fill in all those important details so that you have a very constructive retrospective meeting. Okay? It's not kind of formality to just close the things before you start with the next sprint. Okay? So that was about, everyone, the lessons learned, one of the very basic technique. People who are preparing for CCB and CBAB, they may not ask questions from lessons learned, it's very basic. But yes, you may find questions from brainstorming and the workshops. Now, everyone, brainstorming and workshop is such a common technique in most of the projects. I believe everybody would have been part of such sessions like brainstorming sessions or the workshops. What do you all think the major difference between the two? Or do you all think it is one and the same? Brainstorming and the workshop. What is the main difference between the two? Based on your prior experience, based upon what you've experienced in the brainstorming session and how it is different from the workshop. Workshops are facilitated. Okay. Karan is saying that brainstorming means how we have to do the work and everything. Workshop is to implement it. I think this is the best answer. Yes, wonderful answer from Karan. Yes. Sandeep is saying that workshop is to elicit the requirements. Brainstorm is to unlock the ideas. That's also right answer. Workshop is practical. Swapnalita is coming a very good point. Swapna is telling us that workshop is more organized and brainstorming is informal. This is what you're trying to say, and this is the right answer. Yes, brainstorming is not that organized. Brainstorming is more about discussions, informal, verbal details, but workshops are more organized. Yes, correct. It's practical. Supreet is saying that brainstorming is basically to understand how to work, what are the changes required for the workstation. This is also absolutely right answer. Yes, correct. Let's try to understand this thing now, what BABOK has to say about this thing. But I hope you've not taken the help of ChatGPT because it's very organized answer, a very bookish answer. But yes, it's the right answer. Yes, the best answer, Akash. Yes. Okay, let's try to understand this thing. What BABOK has to say about this thing. So let me. Yes, Shikha, you are correct. Yes. So let's discuss this thing now. You all have to make an assumption that this is your brain, not the pair of kidneys or lungs. If this is your brain, left side, I think we had discussed this thing in our first or second session. Right side of the brain. What is the role of the left side of the brain? Left side of the brain is about analytical thinking, problem solving, logical, yes, conceptual. So when we start with the analysis, as Shikha is mentioning here, brainstorming is something part of our initial analysis. Trigger, ignition, whichever word helps you understand, it's the starting point to generate ideas from the key stakeholders. And how you'll generate ideas? With the help of their lateral thinking and cognitive mind. So brainstorming is more about, as Shikha is mentioning here, the first stage, as Akash was mentioning, the initial stages. It helps to generate ideas from the key stakeholders. As Swapna was mentioning a few minutes back, that it's not that organized. Initially, if you're having a discussion, there will be multiple ideas coming in, a lot of suggestions coming in. So it's not that organized, but the intent is to have the details. You gather all such information, and then you can refine those results, and then you do your detailed analysis. So what is brainstorming in a nutshell? Brainstorming is one of the business analysis technique to generate ideas from the key stakeholders with the help of the lateral thinking and cognitive mind. This will help you start with your business analysis work with some very important suggestions, some very important recommendations from your key stakeholders. So this is the initial thing. But what is the workshop? Workshop is completely opposite. Workshop is about finalization. If brainstorming is about to initiate your business analysis work, this is about closure. Workshop is more about trainings, mentoring, and all such activities to gain feedback from the key stakeholders, to close the given topic under discussion, to spread awareness, make everyone reach the common platform, promote mutual understanding towards the change. So that's the major difference between brainstorming and the workshop, everyone. Is that simple for you all to understand? So, in nutshell, brainstorming is about initialization, workshop is about finalization. Here you are generating the ideas, here you are ensuring that everybody accepts your business analysis related details. hates about suggestions, hates about the feedback. And that's why you find this as technique number 1 here and this as the last technique here. Brainstorming is where you come up with your own innovative ideas. You apply the left side of the brain, you come up with those suggestions, those ideas to overcome all those business problems as challenges he is mentioning here. And then on later stages, workshop would help you share the analysis findings, the results to the key stakeholders, and the workshop would help you gain mutual agreements, consensus, sign-offs, approvals, and worst case feedback and the review comments. So that's the difference between the brainstorming and the workshop. One of the interview questions if you're preparing for the job interview, everyone. So these were few important techniques. There are a few more here. Those we'll cover in our upcoming task and upcoming sessions. So 4 techniques we have discussed here. Now let's switch our focus to everyone. The next task in the list, and the next task in the list is plan stakeholder engagement. Now, for this task, you are the business analyst for your organization and have identified a new initiative for software development project. Based on the set of stakeholders, you and the management team have identified that you need to begin defining the needs, the set of requirements, and other information for the project work. Which of the following tasks is the first task that you should do as the business analyst? Now, everyone, the hint is all 4 options are correct. These all options are correct. You have to come up with the ranking. So the answer should be something like this: ABCD or ADCB or ABDC. So which combination do you all think is the right approach? Sandeep is saying that he'll go with ADCB. How about others? Lawrence was saying A. A is the first thing and it's correct. Yes. So the right answer is, first thing is that you'll try to identify the key stakeholders, because without having a discussion with them, without identifying them, you won't be able to have a discussion with them. The first thing is you identify the stakeholders, then talk to them, then come up with a baseline, and then define the overall project solution. So the answer is A, D, C, B. Now the intent behind asking this question to you all is, it's an important thing for the business analyst to first know your stakeholders. What are their roles? What are their responsibilities? Who is doing what? And based upon their roles and responsibility, what they are doing as part of the project, what are the responsibilities, you may then come up with a plan to invite them for the discussion, have an interview with them. And once you interview them, once you have a discussion with them, it will then help you come up with the baseline. The baseline is something, the high level requirement. And then you will do your detailed analysis, you'll apply several techniques, you'll have a detailed research and investigation, and then you will be able to come up with the overall project solution. So first you identify the stakeholders, then you talk to them, then you come up with a baseline, and then you come up with the complete solution. This is how it works. Are you getting the answer to my question? Are you getting the yes answer now? So meaning to say, it depends upon your role as a B. If you're new, maybe they're not involving you in writing those statements. Yes, but maybe like you have spent a lot of years in the same project and you know more than the project manager, so you are doing it alone. Like in my project, I'm doing it. I'm writing all such things without taking any help from anyone. Okay. Yes, it's a combination. Yes. So Shika, you can see it's a combination that helps you understand. And this also helps you understand the career path. People who are planning to switch to BA's role, you can see here that you can start with the system analysis, process analysis, and the data analysis. Like if I talk about my career path, I was first into the development, .NET developer. Within few years, I realized that I'm not someone who can go on with the development, and I switched to data analysis role. Slowly, I also got into the system analysis role, and then I had the profile as a functional analyst for a few years. Initially, in those days, CBAP was not that popular. I'm talking about 15 years back. So I did my ITIL certification. After doing the ITIL certification, I entered into the role of a senior analyst. And then after doing the CBAP, I got the opportunity to work as a product owner. So you can see here, this includes your initial role as an analyst, your senior role as well. So this is the complete list. So every time this question strikes your mind, that is this a responsibility of a business analyst? Think about all these roles, not just think about your role or anyone else's role. Okay? Getting it? So analysis is a broad umbrella term that includes a lot of things. Raj is saying, but in the agile, there is only they're left for PO, SM, and development. So where BA fits in. Again, the same thing. When we talk about product owner, this is something within the BA's profile. Product owner is not outside BA. Product manager is also the senior BA profile. Getting it? So BA obvious. Now this is a very good question that Rag is asking here about the in the agile world. Are we going to have teams without BAs? We may have teams without QAs. We may have teams without the operational support. We may have teams with less number of developers, but BA's role would always be there. The reason is you always need somebody who is able to come up with a proper solution that can be easily implemented. BA's role would always be there, but yes, it may be in years to come, it's more techno-functional. You have to learn more tools. You have to be well equipped with data analysis tools like Tableau, Power BI, and others. But BA's role would always be there. This is my own personal opinion based upon my experience into the corporate world for so many years. Ashika, I can tell you my personal experience in last few months in my organization. I am part of Big Four for a long duration now. And I can tell you that we were trying to force everyone to use AI from last 6 months or 8 months. Even BAs, we were trying to push them to use the AI. AI may work efficiently for developers. AI may also help the testers, but as far as analysis is concerned, AI can never replace the human intelligence as far as the IT analysis is concerned. This is what we observed in last 8 months of experiments to apply AI to the business analysis. We even tried to automate our stories that no, BS won't write the stories. We are going to write the story with the help of AI. But we found a lot of challenges with it. So we again switch back to the manual mode. Yes. So AI tools, I'll show you the AI tools as well in our sessions to come, those we are using in our project. But I can tell you, analysis is something that's based on your cognitive mind. And I think we are far away wherein AI can replace the cognitive mind of the human beings. It may take another 15, 20 years. So logical thinking, conceptual thinking, yes, how you're able to articulate the concept to the key stakeholders, AI is going to take time to develop those skills. Okay. So don't think that AI is going to replace BAs in the near future. No. They are trying to. We also tried for last 8 months, but it never worked. So I'm telling you my personal experience with AI. Okay, it may help you write the code. It may help you even test few things. But as far as providing a solution for the problems is concerned, is still AI needs more capabilities. Okay. The next version of AI may help, but the current version is not that capable to come up with an effective solution for every business problem. You need the human brain for that. Okay. So don't worry about that. So this was about everyone, the introduction to it. Let's talk about few theoretical things here and let's develop more clarity around it. So it says, everyone, plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationship with the key stakeholders. And how you'll maintain Karan, Anurag, and others the effective working relationship by identifying the stakeholders. You identify the key stakeholders and analyze their characteristics. Identification is fine, that is, who is doing what. Characteristics. Can anybody help me know what are the important characteristics that you'll try to define, Sanoop, Shikha, and others, when we're talking about the stakeholder engagement? What are the important characteristics that you'll focus upon? And what do you think characteristic actually mean here? Software is saying, is he going to recurrently change the requirements? Yeah, this is something very common in every project. We all are afraid that they may change their requirements. Okay. Behavior, temperament, and the domain knowledge, what Shikha is mentioning, to a certain extent, correct. There are few more things. Can somebody add few more things to what Shikha is mentioning? Role is something as part of the identification. Who is doing what? Availability for the discussions. Yes. So in a way, let me make it simple for you all. When we talk about identifying the stakeholders and their characteristics, this is part of your stakeholder analysis. This includes identifying the role. Attitude is what Shikha was mentioning a few minutes back, is the behavior. Decision-making authority, what Swapna is trying to mention with the help of few comments here. Availability for the discussions, changing requirements, these all are part of decision-making authority. And then level of power or influence of the key stakeholder, the hierarchy, where they're actually placed in the organization. Are they influential stakeholders? What is the level of power or influence? That's also a very important thing to analyze. Now, I'd like to share with you all one interview question here. One of my learner, she was from one of my evening batch, and she appeared for an interview. And in that interview, the interviewer asked this question, that a very simple question he asked. He said, like, who is approving the requirements in your project? Who provides the final sign-off? So she said, like, whatever is happening in my project, I said, in my project, the product owner is providing the sign-off. So we rely on our product owners for the verification, validation, and then the final sign-off. And she was not selected for the interview, and she had a discussion with me offline. She raised one ticket and had a discussion with me, and she said, like, all the other questions I've answered correctly, but I doubt whether I've answered this question correctly or not. And she wanted my opinion, my comments on this thing. So I said, I mentioned this thing that if you're getting such questions in your job interviews, that who is providing the approvals, who is providing the sign off, then you have to frame your answer like this. Sign off, approval, this is something that can be done only by the stakeholder who is part of decision-making authority. Tell them that we perform the stakeholder analysis and identify all the key stakeholders required to provide the sign-off. In a way, we come up with a decision-making authority definition. And then you can say that generally product owners, sponsors, or even the end users, in few cases, the ops team, are part of it. So we reach out to them for the final approvals or the sign-offs. In any job interview, what they expect from the certified analyst is that you use certain important terminologies. They don't care what was happening in your previous project. They want to understand whether you know the standards or not. So tell them, if they ask you such question, that in such cases, we perform the stakeholder analysis, we define the decision-making authority, the stakeholders required to provide the sign-off, we ensure that we add all the relevant set of stakeholders so that we are gaining an agreement from everybody who is part of decision making. This may include a product owner in few cases. This may include sponsors if your requirements have certain things related to financials. And this may include your operations managers and users if it is about the quality of the project and the user experience. Yes. So that is what I was trying to tell you all, Shikha and others, that in your interviews, in your discussions with your any stakeholder, do not directly jump to this thing that no, I'll talk to this person to get this sign off. You have to mention this keyword decision making authority. Okay. So let's read few comments that we have in the chat box and then we'll move ahead. Chandrasekhar is mentioning here that PO can only sign off when the stakeholders have frozen. Yes, that's why I'm saying that just naming one of them is not the correct approach. The important thing is that you structure your answer in such a manner that it may apply to every scenario. That's what they expect in the job interviews. They don't want you to tell what you are doing in your project. They want you to tell them about the standards. And what are the standards? The standards are, you look at the nature of the requirement. What are the requirements given to you? You will do your stakeholder analysis and understand which all are the impacted stakeholders. Amongst the impacted stakeholders, which all the stakeholders are part of decision-making authority or should be included in the decision-making authority. And finally, you define the decision-making authority. And then you talk to all those stakeholders who may provide a sign-off or authorized to do this thing. Do they have the authority to approve what you have documented or what you've analyzed? And then you'll get the final sign-off. Yes. Next thing is, everyone, after stakeholder analysis, the next thing is stakeholder communication needs. Now, communication needs, everyone, again, I'll share with you all one story here, although very theoretical. Since I am part of the interview panel and I ask so many questions to the interviewers every week, so we get some predefined set of questions from our HR sometimes that these questions you have to ask them during your discussion. So one of the very typical and very, you may say, very common question that we ask the interviewers is that what is your strength as a business analyst? So I asked this question to one of the interviewers that what's your strength as a business analyst? That person had around 16 to 18 years of experience and he was getting hired for the product owner's role. And he came up with a very wonderful answer. He said, I'll just explain in one sentence. He said, in these many years as a business analyst, I have now the full expertise. I think I'm confident enough to share, to communicate non-technical requirements with technical stakeholders. Now look at the deeper meaning of this statement, everyone. He's saying that he knows how to communicate non-technical requirements to technical stakeholders. In a way, he's telling me that he has good understanding of the domain. In a way, he's telling me that he knows how to interact with the business stakeholders. He's gathering the requirements and he's also telling me that he's able to document the stories, the epics, the features. Those can be easily groomed. Those can be easily discussed with the technical stakeholders. He's covering everything in one sentence. So what does the communication need, everyone? Communication need is all about how well you understand your key stakeholders, their preferences, their skill set, and come up with the communication plan so that what you discuss with them, they're able to understand those things. For example, if you talk to the quality assurance team, your main focus should be upon how well they'll be able to carry out their testing, how well they'll be able to create their test scenarios. So then you should have a proper acceptance criteria, the solution very clearly defined so that you can talk to the quality assurance team. When you're gathering the requirements from the key stakeholders, as we had discussed last time, you have to collaborate, research, and perform experiments so that when you have a discussion with your key stakeholders, it's not like a one-way communication. They are just sharing information with you and you have nothing to share with them. So stakeholder communication needs are a very important thing for any business analyst. Research, investigation, exploration, experiments would help you come up with more details. If you have more details, you'll have more fruitful discussion, more open-ended discussion that would help you come up with a better solution. Now, let us suppose I say you try your level best and you communicate in a very simple language. But what is the next thing that you should be prepared with when you communicate something to others? Let us suppose I say, today I'm working as a trainer here and I'm sharing some details from the BABOK guide here. I'm communicating. What's the next thing I should be prepared with and what's my next role when I communicate something to others? Everyone, if you communicate something to others, what is the next thing that you should be prepared with? You should be prepared with the Q&A as Amit is mentioning here. And what is the Q&A here? Q&A simply means the collaboration. When you communicate something to others, they may come back with their questions, queries, feedback, concern, ambiguities, challenges. It's your responsibility to provide a timely resolution. make them understand the things, maintain the free flow of information. There's one keyword used in most of the books, most of the agile methodology related books, that is the free flow of information. Free flow of information simply means you have regular connects, you are part of each and every daily stand up, you are part of every discussion, so that if there are questions, queries, or challenges from your implementation team, the developers, the testers, or operational support, you are there to answer such questions. So when you're coming up with the communication plan, you should also come up with a plan to answer the questions related to few jargons, terminologies, or anything that may not make clear sense in one go. And that's part of collaboration. And collaboration is not just one-way traffic that you are going to explain everything. Collaboration is also about you plan and monitor stakeholder engagement. Some of you would have observed this thing that sometimes I ask some very basic questions. Some of you think that why is asking this question? I'm asking those questions just to check your responses. Sometimes I get the response as YES. Sometimes I get the response as NO. Sometimes I get the response as please elaborate. These responses make me happy. From these patterns, I know everybody is with me and following. But sometimes I get the response as yes, small y after a delay of 2 seconds. No after delay of 4 seconds. Or no response at all. If I'm getting such responses, this trend tells me that audience is going off to sleep. Yes. So it's also a very important thing for the analyst to ensure that what you communicate makes clear sense to your key stakeholders. If they're not responding, if they do not participate, you have to come up with a plan to make the things better for them. Okay, so it's a bit theoretical here, the key elements. So you all are active students. Yes, and this is statement you have written 4 words that makes me feel that yes, you all are active. Yes, perfect. Thank you. So, so these are the key elements, everyone, on your screen. Learners were preparing for the CBAP examination, Amit, Sanoop, you all can create one short form here as ACC. What is ACC? Not the Adani's brand for the cement. ACC means analysis, communication, and collaboration. In the previous task, we had created one short form as adding a tree to learn the elements, yes or no. Here, for the second task, the elements are ACC. Analysis, communication, and collaboration. Okay. There's one full table that I've documented for you all that I'll share with you all at the end of the live session today, wherein you'll find all such acronyms in one table. You can just make a note of this thing. This will really help you learn the elements faster. The ACC here, adding a tree in the previous one. I'll tell you one very important thing here for the analyst. As far as technicalities are concerned, it's not beyond data analysis. Nobody is going to ask you to review the Java code or the Python code or any object-oriented development. But the expectation now is, in most of the companies, that you know how to handle the data. So when they say technical requirements, this is something linked with your data analysis. So that's why I can tell you one very important thing here. When I was new to the analysis world, in those days, if you had good command over in English language, if you know how to interact with people, this was the only expectation from the business analyst. You know how to document the things, you know how to write, you know how to communicate, that's it. Other things are handled by the technology team and your operations team. But now what they expect from BA is to have good understanding of the domain. He or she is well equipped with data analysis tools like Power BI, Tableau. Yes, even SQL knowledge is very basic, important thing nowadays. So my session to you all would be, don't go towards object-oriented development. Oops is not that important. It's going to be replaced soon. But yes, data analysis is something that you all must focus upon. That's something going to be integral part of everybody's work in years to come. It may be that at present you are not doing it. You're not using SQL, you're not using Tableau or any other tool. But in years to come, you will find that it's going to be mandatory thing for everyone to do. Yes. And when very important that Shikha is mentioning here that requirements comes from business. So it will always be non-technical to start with. Technology is going to refine it. Yes, so whenever we start with our discussion, it's not about the tools and technology. When we start with our discussions, always to make continuous improvements, and those requirements are going to be non-technical in nature. And then with the help of tools, techniques, and other things, we are going to refine it, make it a better organized solution. And one very important thing is, if you're not having those capabilities at present, then it's an important thing for you to effectively collaborate with your technology team and make an effective use of that. If you think that you don't have those many technical skills, you don't know much about the technology, then it's an important thing to collaborate with the technical team and have a discussion with them. And then you come up with a solution. Getting my point? But it's an important thing to learn all these techno-functional skills. At least SQL and Tableau is something that everybody should know as a business analyst. Okay. I have recently completed my machine learning postgraduate program in machine learning because I think I can feel that I'll need these things in few years. So I recently completed my PG program in machine learning and data analytics. So those things may come in near future. That's why data analysis is very important thing. Okay. So I hope I've answered your questions on this key elements. Stakeholder analysis, stakeholder communication needs, and stakeholder collaboration. These are the key elements when we plan for stakeholder engagement. Next thing is the few important techniques here. And one of them, a very important one nowadays, people who are preparing for job interviews, people who are looking to switch to BA's role, the very important technique here is mind mapping. Mind mapping is a very important technique. In most of the projects nowadays, they expect BAs to create a mind map for every new high level requirement so that they're able to present the things to the key stakeholders in the form of a lightweight document. So I'm now going to share with you all one tool. I had this feedback from few learners that they need some examples how to document the swimlanes, how to write, how to create few important models. So today I'm going to share with you all one very important tool wherein not only you'll find the template, but you'll also find some practical examples how to create few designs. So let me share that link with you all here. The name of the tool is Creately. You all must have heard of it, most of you. Just search here, mind map, the way I'm doing it here. And once you'll search here, Bharat, Supreet, Karan, and everyone else, you'll find a lot of mind maps like ecology mind map, entrepreneurship mind map for the workflow improvement. I'll just open one of them. Now, this will help you understand how practically it is done in any project. So this is a mind map on your screen. There's a search bar there on top. You can simply search it there. You can see here, everyone, on your screen that project title like canteen ordering system. What are the main ideas? For this idea, what are the subtopics? For this idea, what are the subtopics? And so on and so forth. You may come up with the complete mind map. I'll show you all where to search one more time. Karan and others, on the main screen, you will find here an option to search different diagrams. So, and it's not a, let me make it very clear, mind map is not a workflow or a flowchart. Mind map is how well you're able to come up with the decompositions. Whenever you use the word workflow, it's about the sequence, it's about the connections. But here it's not about connections or sequence, here it's more about how well you're able to functionally decompose the things. I'll take one example to explain you all this thing. So let me take one example to make it very clear to you all the importance of it. So let us suppose we are talking about a web design. So I'll try with the demo account here. Now you can see here, website, subpages, project, broader info, branches, customer. So what exactly is happening here? We have this main topic. This is the main topic. These are the subtopics. Subtopic number 1, subtopic number 2, subtopic number 3, subtopic number 4, subtopic number 5. And then this subtopic into smaller fragments as T21, T22, T23, T4, and so on and so forth. So what we're trying to do here, we are trying to come up with more simplified information, granular information, detailed information by decomposing the main central topic into smaller fragments. This is the first level of granularity. This is the second level of granularity. There may be a third level, fourth level. That way we'll be able to come up with more simplified set of information. Is everybody able to understand the importance of the mind mapping technique? So what is a mind map? Mind map is going to help you generate ideas. Whatever ideas you're getting from the key stakeholders, you document them and create this non-linear diagram. Learners who are preparing for the CCBA and CBAP examination, brainstorming plus non-linear diagram is equal to mind map. This is the simplest definition. Is everybody able to understand this thing? You generate the ideas and give it a shape. Let us suppose I say I have to design my canteen ordering system Sukhpreet says that Vaibhav, it's an important thing for us to come up with the login page. Login page is my first level of decomposition. Karan says we should have a food menu, second level of decomposition. Somebody says this is third level, fourth level. Now these four levels will then come up with more details, more details, more details. So this is simply about all those ideas that you're generating around the central topic, how well you're able to spread them in branches. When you spread them in branches, this simply means you're decomposing it and coming up with more granular set of information. So there is no certain way or a condition. No, so there is a certain way. The certain way is, first step is, I'll tell you about the steps now. First step is to define the central main topic. Main topic, the central idea is the first important thing to define and document. Then around the main topic, you have to think about first level of decomposition like L1, L2, L3, L4 and L5. This is the first thing. Then for this first level of decomposition, think about the second level of this decomposition L11, L12, L13, L14. Then for this L11, think about if it can be further decomposed. So what is the condition or the criteria? The condition of the criteria is to first define the main central topic around which you have to think about the first level of decomposition, and then you can spread this into branches by coming up with further levels of decomposition. So the criteria is you have to come up with level of abstractions. What is level of abstractions? You have to decompose the main topic into smaller fragments. Okay? Are you with me on this thing? So now what happens is, everyone, this will help you in your projects define the epics, features, and the user stories. That's why I can tell you this thing based on my personal experience and my interaction with people who are appearing for the job interviews. Nowadays, in most of the job interviews, they ask you this question: do you know how to create a mind map? What is a mind map? And it's such simple technique, and few of my learners struggle to answer this thing. They said, Vaibhav, I answered everything, but when they talked about mind mapping, I struggled because we had not discussed about the practical example in the live session. And you can see it's a simple technique, yes or no. The only thing is, if you have just created it, you'll be able to answer this question. So the simple technique. Last topic before the break is your organizational modeling. Let's talk about the organizational modeling now. And then we'll have a break. And after the break, we'll start with governance. And we'll talk about governance in detail today. Organizational modeling, everyone, is a relatively simpler technique. Organizational model describes the roles, the responsibility, and the reporting structure. You can see here, this is your example organizational model, the vertical organizational model. Business unit head at the top, program management, development, operations, finance, human resources, sales, marketing, purchase, and several departments within it. And why it's an important thing for a BA to be aware about the organizational model, which PDF contains this info. Yes, so one very important thing. So organizational model, everyone, you can see on your screen. Let's go through driving once more. So organizational model is going to help you describe the role and responsibility and reporting structure, align these structures with the organizational goals. You may define the boundaries of a group, form a relationship between the members, functional role of each person, interactions. So that's why it's an important thing for any business analyst to have very clear understanding around the organizational model, the teams, their heads, their connections. It can be functionally oriented, market oriented. So you have to look into the organizational model to understand who is doing what is their role and responsibilities. And this may also help you come up with the RACI matrix. RACI matrix we'll discuss in our session. Responsibility, accountability, and consulted and informed matrix. Who is responsible? Who is accountable? Who must be consulted? Who must be informed? Those all things can be very clearly defined if you have the clear understanding around the organizational model. And Anurag is coming up with a very good point. Anurag is saying that it will help you perform stakeholder analysis. Yes. Anurag is talking about RADL, and RADL are your role, attitude, decision-making authority, and level of power and influence. Yes. So in a way, the stakeholder analysis can be very clearly defined, can be very clearly documented if you have full understanding, complete understanding of the organizational model. It will help you understand the hierarchy within the organization, the reporting structure, the key important areas or domains, teams, departments, and that may help you also create the RACI matrix. We'll talk about RACI in detail after the break, the RACI matrix and the stakeholder matrix. So you get to understand the importance of it and how to document those things. So these are the important that we have discussed, part of plan stakeholder engagement, everyone. We are going to start with a very important topic, and that is business analysis governance. And we'll talk about what is the governance model of the project, why it is such an important topic from the CCB and CBAP examination perspective. In every paper set, you'll find questions on governance. And even in your job interviews, they may ask you questions on the requirements prioritization, what is the change control, how it works, traceability matrix as well. Yes, traceability matrix we're not going to discuss here. Traceability matrix we're going to discuss as part of chapter number 5, section number 1. Yes, so we'll talk about the requirements traceability matrix, forward and backward traceability. And if you're interested to know about the traceability matrix as of now, so traceability matrix we're going to discuss once we'll reach to tracing of the requirements 5.1. But for now, if you're interested to look at some sample templates, you will find traceability matrix in BA templates folder here, traceability matrix here, this one. Okay, we'll discuss that in detail. Okay, this is a theoretical topic for sure. Yes, yeah. So there are a few things theoretical. I totally agree. So wherever I can add some practical things, I will do that. But few things are very theoretical, and there are few learners here who want me to talk about the theory. I'm getting this feedback as well. So I have to look into the concerns of everyone. Yes. So sometimes theory, sometimes practical, sometimes tool. So we are trying to make it work for everyone. Okay. Perfect. So thank you, Sneha, Shikha, and everyone else, Anurag. So let's have a short 15 minutes break here. After the break, we're going to start with the governance, a theoretical topic again, and then we'll talk about few practical examples as well. And if time allows, we'll discuss one case study and few questions as well. Okay, thank you. So today we had started with everyone 3.2 plan stakeholder engagement. And here we have discussed about few things. So let's quickly revisit what we have discussed around the plan stakeholder engagement. First thing is plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationship with the key stakeholders. And this can be easily achieved if you're able to identify the key stakeholders and analyze the stakeholders' characteristics. Now, to analyze the stakeholders and the characteristics, it's an important thing to perform a stakeholder analysis wherein you will define roles, attitude, that is their responsibilities or behavior, decision-making authority, level of power or influence of the key stakeholders. So these all are few important things as part of the stakeholder analysis. Then the stakeholder communication needs, and then stakeholder collaboration. So three important elements when we talk about plan stakeholder engagement. Then after the elements, we have discussed about a few important techniques here like mind mapping, wherein the important thing is to first generate the ideas, then come up with the definition of the central topic or the main topic, and then the branches. Central topics and branches, this is nothing but the non-linear diagram. So mind mapping would help you identify the key important features, functionality that needs to be developed, and this may help you in your planning. This may help you in then coming up with your epics, features, and the user stories in your Jira. So that's why mind mapping is becoming a very important technique in the agile world. Very important for you all to create the mind maps and know which all tools may help you create some very good mind maps. If I talk about the industry standards, so Figma, this Miro tool, and also Lucid chart, these are some standard tools used in most of the IT projects to create the mind maps. So Figma you can try, Miro you can try, Lucid chart. I personally find Lucid chart more interesting, gives us more information, more number of templates. So you can try the Lucid chart. Okay. If somebody needs a demo on Lucid chart, I can provide a demo in the next session on Lucid, how to use it. It's very simple. Just drag and drop few things and you'll be able to create a very good mind map. And also Creately, you can also use Creately to understand how it is created. And then we'd also discussed about the organizational modeling, the very important technique that may help you assist you in performing a stakeholder analysis. So these are few important things that we had discussed before the break. Now we're going to start with a very important topic, and that is business analysis governance. Now, governance is something that we all know. Governance is something, a very common term. If I talk about the governance from the country perspective, everyone, forget about the project, forget about the organization. Governance from the country perspective, and if I talk about the democratic setup, in the democratic setup, what are the three important pillars to governance? To make it very simple for you all to understand. Let's start with governance in the democratic setup in any country. the three important pillars to the governance model in any country when we have a democratic setup. Three pillars to democracy. What are those three pillars? Those three pillars are the legislature, people's representative, as Nishta is talking about, for the people, of the people, by the people, yes. Legislation, first thing. Legislation, and then what's the next thing? Everyone. Saket is talking about the judiciary. And for security and control, what is the third pillar, everyone? To ensure the safety and security of the citizens of the country, what's the third pillar? Executives. Yes? Executives include your defense, police, paramilitary forces, and all such things. Yes, some of you would be thinking that I'm moving to history and civics, especially civics. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just trying to develop some context so that you understand how it works. Governance in any project, everyone, mainly includes four important things. Like in any country, it includes three important things as legislation, judiciary, and executives. Similarly, in any project, governance has four important things to it. Change control process, plan for prioritization, decision making, and plan for the approvals. Let's see how it works. As Shikha was talking about security and control, so yes, it's something part of change control mechanism. Now, let me ask this question to you all. Let's see how many of you are able to answer this question. The question is, change control mechanism. Change control is a very common and a very popular word in most of the projects. What do you all think is meaning of this term change control? What change control signify? Change control, a very simple and common term in every project. What do you understand by this term change control? What is a change control all about? Aparna is saying any requirement change is a change process. And how to handle? Handle in terms of what? You are correct. Requirement changes are change process. And what is the control mechanism? Not to allow process creep. Sneha is mentioning here. Do the proper risk analysis. Absolutely wonderful. Documents, deliverables, change requests, requirements changes. Sanchita is talking about the right answer. The scope along with the change definition. I'll make it very simple for you all, especially people who are new to the analysis work, people who are from the sales background. Let's discuss one very simple example, very layman example first, and then we'll talk about one standard example. If I say this is one tap with on and off capabilities, and this is one bucket underneath this tap. This is the empty bucket. And the requirement is to fill this bucket with water. What is the first thing that you'll do as part of change control process? On and off capabilities, currently in off condition. There's a bucket that's empty and the requirement is to fill this bucket with water. What is the first thing that you'll do as part of change control process? You'll turn on the supply on the tap. Yes, turn on the tap. When you turn on the tap, water is going to flow in. flow in, and in few minutes, it is going to reach to the brim, to the top, and water is then completely filled. Then what's the next step? The next step is to avoid the overflow, to avoid any misusage, to allow any risk to happen. If it flows down, you'll turn off the supply. The biggest mistake in most of the projects that BAs make is they think change control process is a change process, and they just come up with the requirements, not thinking about what Sneha is mentioning, the scope creep. So I really appreciate what Sneha is mentioning here. The boundaries, what I think one more letter is mentioned about the scope here. Sanchita is talking about the scope, and Shikha is also in a way talking about the scope, and Aparna as well. So yes, it's not just about how well we are able to document the change, it's also about how well we are able to sketch the proper boundaries within which the change works effectively. Now, those boundaries can be with regard to the risks, those boundaries may be with regard to the budget, those boundaries may be with regard to several other aspects of the business. So let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example, and let's see how many of you are able to answer that question. Question is, everyone, in your class notes, session number, let me check whether it's session number 3 or 4. Allow me a few minutes. Change control mechanism. Example is, let us suppose Bharat, Saket, Anurag, Nishta and others, if the current state is that Unilever UK employees have food or lunch in the cafeteria and they wait for the tables to be vacant so that they can sit and eat. And the future state is that they'll not go to the cafeteria, they're going to order the meal online. Now, if this is a change, if this is a new requirement, what do you all think must be the key important aspects, the key important requirement components? Those may help you come up with proper change control mechanism. If the current state is that they are going to the cafeteria, and now the future state is online meal ordering. Now, Shikha, if you have to come up with safety and security, what are you going to do as part of change control process? If Sneha, you have to ensure that there is no scope creep, what you are going to do? If Aparna, you think there must be minimal risk, then what are you going to do? If Saket, you're going to talk about the deliverables, what are the important deliverables that you'll create here? So what are those components to the BR that you're talking about? Any important thing that you can mention? What are the steps that you'll mention? What are the important things? Those may help you ensure that your online meal ordering system is safe and secure. What is the process change, Saket here? What will mention the process change? What is the new process? So what you can mention here, I have the answer now. I'll show you the answer now. So Preet was talking about the timings. Somebody was talking about the orders. Aparna, you are talking about the orders. Sneha was talking about the authorization. Somebody was talking about the system usability and availability. So these all would be, and Sukhpreet has a very good point here that makes software updates. This is also a very important thing. That's part of the change control mechanism, that you make software update timely manner, like new food if added. So you're talking about the notifications and all those alerts that may be introduced. Again, part of user friendly application. So meaning to say, from your responses, I can see here that now you will understand that what should be part of change control mechanism. Change control mechanism should have all such important things that not only describe the change, but also certain important limitations, boundaries within which change should work effectively. So you have to draw the scope as well to avoid any creep. Now, if you see here, everyone, we have highlighted and we have documented 10 possible change control mechanism here. But Supreet, Sneha, Shikha, and you all would agree with me. In few scenarios, it can be more than 100. If we have complex requirements, it can be more than 150. It can be 200 plus, yes or no. If we have 200 plus, 300 plus such change control processes to be implemented, can you imagine of implementing all of them in one go? Or do you think, Supreet and others, that we need a prioritization filter, a ranking, so that we're able to come up with a plan to implement them one by one? There comes, everyone, the importance, there comes the importance of the second pillar, that is plan prioritization approach. A change control process may have several items, several things with regard to cost, benefit, risks, scope. It's an important thing that we come up with a plan for prioritization so that these all things can be implemented in a very organized manner. Now, but the challenge is, kind of thing, in short, if process change, then it should be beneficial to all in terms of time, money, and benefits. Absolutely wonderful. Yes. So we are bringing about the change. Change should bring in continuous improvement. Continuous improvement in terms of financials, in terms of resources, in terms of the customer experience, so on and so forth. So yes, correct. Another thing is change control process came into the picture at the time of implementation of the solution. No, not at the time of implementation of the solution. It's something that will help you come up with organized set of activities. Those can be implemented based upon plan for prioritization. So what we are discussing at present is something linked with the requirements, not the solution. We have not reached a solution yet. We're talking about the requirements prioritization at present, not the solution prioritization. Okay. I'll ask you one question to answer your question here. Let us suppose I talk about, I'll answer this thing. It's not always must have. I mean, you are correct considering the practical scenario, but I'll make it very simple. If I let us suppose I say there is, I'll first explain very layman terms and in terms of IT project management. Let us suppose I say there is one country C1 and the population is, let us suppose, just 10 people. And there is country C2 with population as 1 million. Where do you think governance is more important, in C1 or in C2? In C2. Similarly, if requirements are complex, if requirements have several components, if requirements impact a lot of systems and a lot of stakeholders, then for obvious reasons, you need a proper governance setup. But if there are few minor cosmetic changes, simple requirements to be implemented, even if you're not following the governance, you'll be able to provide the solution. Are you with me? And also, Shikha is coming a very good point. In domains like banks, in domains like insurance, it becomes must-have, as Amit is mentioning here. Because there are a lot of policies, rules, regulations, constraints, and their governance becomes very important. So, meaning to say, if you have some very simple requirements to handle, there are few basic change requests to handle. You may not go for the complete governance because governance may take time to implement. So, it may become optional there. Yes, but it's a must have for any detailed analysis to be done. It's must have for any complex project with requirements. Those are complex or requirements those impact several stakeholders. Have I answered the question, Shikha here? Yes. So it's not always that we'll always implement governance without looking at the nature of the requirements. We have to understand the complexity level. So that's an important thing, and thank you for asking this. And now, Amit, Shikha, Sanup, and others, since you all are coming up with some wonderful responses, it's encouraging for me to look at your responses. So I'm very happy to look at your response in the chat. My next question to you all is Saket, Shikha, Amit, Sanup, and everyone. If there are hundreds of items, Saket says that no, I'll first implement authorization authentication first. Shikha says no, I'll go with secure payment gateway. Amit is saying no, it's an important thing to look at the NFRs. 4 different analysts, 4 different team members having 4 different priorities. How you'll plan for prioritization then? This question is open for you all to answer. What do you all think is the best way to prioritize the things? How you'll plan for prioritization? How you will decide about the priorities? Governance required here, absolutely wonderful, yes. And here we're going to talk about the very important prioritization method, that is Moscow. What is Moscow? Can anybody help me with the full form? Very popular and very traditional business analysis technique. Must have. Then what is S here? Should have, could, and the last one is won't. That is out of scope. Moscow analysis is going to help you understand what are the most critical and important items to be prioritized. Now, who is going to decide that this is must and this is not must? There comes the importance of decision makers. It's so good to see that Saket is answered so too quickly. It means that you are following what we're discussing. So yes, there comes the importance of decision makers to decide what is the must have, what is should have, what is could have, and what is out of scope, and then come up with a plan for proper approvals. So now look at the importance of governance in any project, everyone. That's why this is a favorite question in the interviews as well. You are coming up with all those important processes, all those important limitations, all those important boundaries, coming up with the plan to prioritize them. Prioritization is nothing but ranking. Ranking of the requirements in order of the relative importance to maximize value delivery. How you maximize value delivery? You should have a discussion, you must have a discussion with the key stakeholders, decision makers, and decide about the priorities. and then get it formally approved. I have one question for you all here. Let me see how many of you are able to answer this question. Question is, Beth has recently joined a new organization. PM has assigned 3 major projects to her based on her experience and domain expertise. PM has also told her to deliver all the projects on time without compromising on the quality. The delivery timelines of all 3 projects are falling almost on the same day. It is quite challenging for Beth to handle all projects simultaneously. What should Beth do in such a scenario? And you all are wonderful with your answers. I can see everybody is going with C, and C is the right answer. Beth should prepare the list of tasks to be performed in a way she is trying to come up with the list of change control processes. She is trying to come up with all the list of priorities. Then prioritize them and then manage her time accordingly. And there lies, everyone, the importance of governance. You can see here, Shikha, again, you can get the answer to your question. If there were not 3 projects, just 1 project, then you won't need these things. But since the situation is complex, so governance hold importance. Getting my point, everyone? So what we're trying to understand here is the importance of governance. The governance includes 4 important pillars: change control process, plan for prioritization, decision making, plan for approvals. So the moral of the story is you cannot leave any stone unturned here. Governance has 4 pillars. That's why I'm saying pillars. Because if you are removing any one of the pillars, your building is not going to be stable. Yes, so that's why it's an important thing that you focus on all 4 pillars and ensure that when you are coming up with the governance, you include all 4 aspects of the governance. Change control process to start with, ranking to ensure that you know the priorities. These priorities must be in accordance with the decision makers, your key stakeholders, and this must be approved as well. Now, some people ask me this question that if decision makers are providing the details, why we're coming with a plan for approval? The reason is sometimes what happens is they provide suggestions, they provide their consent, but in the later stages, the stakeholders deviate from what they originally agreed on. And this you all must have experienced in your projects. Business users first say that they need this thing, after 2 weeks, they say, no, we don't need this thing. And they change the requirements. And then we don't have a proof for that. We are struggling to say that no, you are lying. We cannot say this thing. To avoid any such situation, to maintain the change log, yes, it's kind of an approval. Fine, its plan for approval means a very organized way of dealing with the key stakeholder, because sometimes what happens is there's several levels of approvals. Level 1, level 2. How well you're able to plan in an effective manner as Shikha is coming with change request. Yes, change requests, how well those are approved, how well those are signed off, validated before we start implementing those things. So that's why plan for approval is a very important step as part of your governance. One more example we can discuss here. Yes. And let's discuss this thing now. Let us suppose I say, I think this will make the thing more clear to everyone. Yesterday, if you will recollect, we had pushed few items to sprint number 1, sprint number 2, sprint number 3. Let me take them all back. Now, if you look at your dashboard here, if you look at my dashboard here, I have this empty space and I have these many items in the backlog. Now, Sneha, Shikha and others, imagine if we have to push few items in sprint number 1, which items you will prefer? There are around 5 items, out of which 2 needs to be prioritized. What can be the basis of prioritization? What can be the basis of prioritization? You are saying login page because you think that login page is something, if it's developed, it will help us develop the food menu, then the payment gateway. In a way, if learners are telling me login page should be pushed first, you are considering the dependencies as one of the prioritization factor. But sometimes what happens is, let us suppose I say, and thank you Sneha for bringing this up. Let us suppose I say, if you move towards right, you'll find more actions and you'll find here a story point estimate. I'll talk about story point estimate later. I'm giving an example to make you understand how it works. Let us suppose I say, this story is going to take 1 story point. 1 story point simply means, in simple words, 1 day to implement. It may vary in few projects, but it's on an average kind of 1 day to implement. Here, 2 story points means 2 days to implement. And here it is 3 days. And here it is 1 day. And here it is 4 days. Now, when Sneha, Karan, Pradesh, and Shikha had discussion with the decision makers, they said, forget about login page, forget about food menu. We have to prioritize those stories first. Those can be implemented quickly. We are not considering the features, we are considering the time sensitivity. Then, which 2 stories you'll prioritize, everyone? If your management, if your decision makers suggest that feature is not the priority, time to implement the feature is more important, then which 2 stories you'll prioritize? You find here that story number 1 with 1 story point, and this is story number 7, this one. These 2 are the stories that can be implemented in minimal time. So these are prioritized in the first sprint. So what I'm trying to tell you all here, and thank you Sneha for bringing this up, that the basis of prioritization is not always the features, is not always the dependencies. It may also be time sensitivity, the time required to develop something. It may also be cost. It may also be compliances. Sometimes companies say that no, first develop those things, those are related to compliances. How many of you are working in the insurance domain here? Is anyone from the insurance domain or from the federal government project? In the insurance domain, in the federal government projects, you'll find that irrespective of number of change control processes or the requirements, they'll always implement regulatory requirements first. So what now we are going to discuss the very important thing, and that is the basis of prioritization. So what is the basis of prioritization, everyone? Let's try to understand this thing, wherein you'll find the 8 prioritization factors, or simply basis for prioritization. Very important for those who are preparing for job interviews. Very important for you, Sanup, Amit, and others who are preparing for the CBAP examination to know the 8 prioritization factors. And what are the 8 prioritization factors, everyone? Prioritization can be on the basis of benefits, the advantages to the stakeholders, penalty, the consequences that result from not implementing something may result into penalty, cost, risk, dependencies. And Nishta, you, Aparna, Karan, you all were talking about the dependencies, one of the prioritization factors. It may also be time sensitivity, it may also be stability, it may also be regulatory or policy compliances. In your job interviews, they may ask you this question, that is prioritization always based on dependencies or features to be developed? Then your answer should be no. Prioritization, basis of prioritization includes 8 important factors. It may be on the basis of cost, risk, penalty, benefit. Dependency is one of them and the most important one. But it's not just about the dependencies. It may also be around time sensitivity, stability, regulatory or policy compliances. Yes, Sneha, are you getting the answer to your question now? So that's about, everyone, the governance model with 4 important pillars to it. People who are preparing for the CCB and CBAP examination, you all may create one short form here as CPDA. What is CPDA? C stands for change control process. P is your basis for prioritization. When we apply the 8 prioritization factors and come up with the Moscow prioritization. Decision making, D, and A is for the approvals. C, P, D, A, the 4 important elements as part of the governance of the project. Yes, I can see Saket is focusing on total quality management. I can see what you mentioned above. Yes. So when we talk about total quality management, everyone, this is something that we have not covered yet. Total quality management, when we talk about, this is something that we'll discuss when we'll talk about the strategy analysis and we'll talk about the solution definition. But yes, to answer your question, in total quality management, there are few important things to consider, and those things we'll learn with the help of Lean and Six Sigma best practices. We have not discussed the TQM yet in detail, but to answer your question, we'll try to understand this thing with the help of Lean and Six Sigma best practices. So we have one technique in our BABOK guide that's a major contributor to the total quality management, to the house of quality and voice of customer, and that is process analysis. So to answer your question, Saket, you'll find the answer in your technique section. Page number, I'll tell you the page number as well, but we've not discussed this topic yet. Topic is process analysis. Here you'll find details around the SIPOC method, the VSM method. VSM is based on lean and the SIPOC model is based on Six Sigma. So once we'll discuss Six Sigma and lean in detail, you'll get the answer to your question. To summarize, the main challenges we have, one of them is scope creep. One of them is process alignment with the given business objectives. And the third thing is the expectations of the key stakeholders. So we'll talk about it. We have not discussed this thing yet, but you can find the answer to your question, page number 316. If you read 316, 317, you'll find all the details around the challenges to maintain prioritization, total quality management. Okay. So you will find it there, all the details. But we haven't discussed this thing. We'll talk about it in detail. And also prioritization that we're discussing at present, everyone, is just the tip of the iceberg. Prioritization we'll discuss in detail as part of 5.3. We haven't reached to chapter number 5 yet. We'll discuss 5.3 in detail, and there you'll find more details around the prioritizations. Okay. So just the planning phase that we're talking about, the prioritization. After the governance, everyone, there are a few techniques that may help you plan for business analysis governance. After the governance, the next task in the list is, everyone, business analysis information management. Yes, so you can copy this question for now. During the Q&A, we can discuss how to create for your projects. Okay, and I'll show you all a few mind maps created by the learners of the previous batches. So Preet, can you all think about few information management tools that you have heard of, or if you're using in your projects? What are those important information management tools that are majorly used? Yes, Jira. SQL is more about the data management, but yes, you can rally. Yes. SharePoint. I think SharePoint is a very common tool in most of the projects. ServiceNow and others. Trello is also, yes, Trello is also a very popular one. Now, in all those tools, there are two important things for us to consider. One is the storage. Another is the access. Access, when we talk about, everyone, access can be easily maintained with the help of the crude matrix. And what is this crude matrix? C stands for, a very simple one, you all can answer this. What crude stands for? Yes, create, read, update, and delete matrix. Create, read, update, and delete matrix, the crude matrix. This helps us in storing the information as well as coming up with proper access rights and providing selective privileges to different stakeholders. That way, we'll be able to maintain the proper document repository, and this will help to prevent any information loss. So they sometimes ask you this question that in any information management tool, how you maintain the access. Access can be easily maintained with the help of the crude matrix, which all the stakeholders can create, which all the stakeholders can just read the information. Like if I talk about a very simple example, the Google Drive link that I have shared with you all. What kind of access do you all have as the learner? You all just have the read access. Yes or no? You cannot add any new document there. You cannot delete anything. You cannot update anything. You can just read, or in worst case, you can download it, but you cannot play with my repository. Why so? Because it is shared globally with different people on different projects. So that's why you all have the read access. For me, it is a create access. For Simplilearn, they also have the delete access. They can delete some item if they find the things are not that good, they can delete it. So that way we are able to maintain the repository and we are able to come up with proper information management. So you can see here, there are few important elements here. First important thing is storage and access. Then plan for requirements reuse, requirements attributes, organization of business analysis information, level of abstraction. What is level of abstraction, everyone? How you define the level of abstraction and what is level of abstraction, everyone? Yes. So let us suppose I say I am having one requirement for which I am creating few important epics. Epic number 1, epic number 2, epic number 3. For this epic, I am coming up with features. Yes. And for features, I am coming up with the stories. If you look from the top, as Shika is mentioning, you just look at the requirements. But if you look into the first level of decomposition, you find epic. Second level of decomposition, features. Third level of decomposition, stories. So this is your level of abstraction. Okay, if you expand the hierarchy, you find all the details as Anurag is mentioning here, high to low. I'll remove Anurag and I'll replace your and with 2, so that it includes things between high and low. Okay, high to low. That's the level of abstraction. Now look at all these elements on your screen, everyone, and let me know if you all have any question. Yes, now this is a very good question that Anurag is mentioning. Anurag is saying that what is the meaning of requirements reuse? My question to you is, what is the meaning of research? How you perform research? You perform research on some historical data? Yes or no? So if you are able to maintain the requirements in an organized manner today, let us suppose after 6 months, you get some new requirement very similar to the previous one. Don't you think you can reuse this analysis and you can save time and effort? This can act as a benchmark. This can act as a standard against which you can work after 6 months. Are you with me, Anurag and others? So when we come up with a plan to maintain the repository, to come up with a plan for reuse, it will promote very efficient research after certain time. Getting it? It will act as an available info for your detailed research later. And sometimes what happens is, I can tell you one more thing here, like that's happening with me. I'm trying to publish my own book on BA Times, but every time I'm trying to publish, they say this content is plagiarized. And why they are saying it's plagiarized? Because I'm using some key terminologies from the BABOK guide, and they say if you plan to use them, you have to pay some royalty. So so sometimes external sources allow you to copy the things, and sometimes they need money or they need some approvals before you publish their results. So meaning to say that yes, you can copy things from the external source as well, but in those cases, you should have a permission or legal rights to use it. Else it may cause problems. And that is identifying business analysis performance improvements. I'll just give you a summary of this thing, and then we'll have one case study that we're going to discuss. More questions we'll discuss today for the Q&A. This topic we'll discuss in the next session in detail. Identifying business analysis performance improvements. This is to assess the business analysis work and to plan to improve the processes wherever required. And here in our next session, we are going to talk about the root cause analysis fishbone diagram, FBD, and we'll draw this in the live session. We'll talk about 6 important categories. Those you have to document and visualize as part of fishbone diagram. We'll talk about 5 why analysis with the help of the conference, and we'll try to understand what is 5 why analysis. We had few questions from Saket around total quality management. So we'll talk about process analysis, Saket, in our next session. So you'll get to know more about the total quality management, lean and Six Sigma best practices. We'll discuss this thing as part of process analysis, lean and Six Sigma best practices. And a very important technique that we're going to discuss in the next session is the metrics and KPIs. I get this question from the learners that if I can talk about KPIs in the live session with the help of few examples. So we'll discuss about the KPIs with the help of few examples in our next session, and we'll try to understand the importance of metrics and KPIs. And if time allows, we'll also talk about, Shikha, your question around requirements traceability matrix, and we'll talk about forward and backward traceability alongside. Else in chapter number 5, we'll talk about requirements traceability matrix. Now, let's discuss one case study. Let's discuss few questions related to what we have discussed so far. And let's talk about a few questions now. Case study is on your screen. Botanics pharmaceutical company unable to deliver products on time, customers switching to competitor products. Business analysis activities include identifying business analysis deliverables, documentation of existing supply chain management process, root cause analysis, coming up with solution options, recommendation of tools and technology, and recommendation of the optimal solution. Now, I'll ask you all a few questions. Let me see how many of you are able to answer these questions. A, S, G, I, P are the 5 tasks that we have discussed, and these are part of business analysis, planning and monitoring knowledge area. Sanup, Saket, Anurag, Shikha, Aparna and everyone else. First statement is, Shikha and everyone, you have identified and analyzed the stakeholders involved in the process. This statement can be mapped with which of the following tasks mentioned here? 5 on your screen, A, S, G, I, P. Abhishek, think logically. We are talking about identifying the stakeholders and their characteristics. Is this something we discussed in approach, or is this something we discussed in stakeholder engagement? There is something part of a stakeholder matrix, stakeholder engagement. So yes, this can be mapped with S, not A. A was about agile versus waterfall. Okay. Statement number 2. You have established the process of decision making, change control, prioritizations, and the approvals. Now, this statement can be mapped with which of the following tasks? This is governance. Governance, and these are the 4 pillars to it. If I say you have determined how are you going to store and retrieve the business analysis information, this statement can be mapped with this is something linked with information management. Yes, so you can see here first statement is about the stakeholder engagements, second is about the governance, and third is about the information management. Now there are a few techniques mentioned here. You have gone through the existing documents. This is simply your document analysis or your research or your document analysis. Meeting with the key stakeholders, this can be in the form of brainstorming if it's an initial discussion, workshop if it's a final discussion, interviews if you're trying to discuss few things and get more details. So it can be brainstormings, workshops, or even the interviews. Then you have had a meeting with the key stakeholders to review and get approvals. One of the important elements, if you all remember, as part of business analysis approach. Then you have also estimated the task and also who all are involved, again part of stakeholder engagement. So now we have few questions based on what we have discussed here. Question number 1 is, which document is created to define decision making, change control, prioritization, and the approval process? The business analysis governance approach. Which methodology is used to define the business analysis approach, everyone? What is the methodology described in the case study? It is the adaptive case study. We found this thing that there is no protocol mentioned, there is no comprehensive document mentioned. It's all about informal exchange of information that we usually have in the adaptive methodology. Question number 3, it talks about the responsibility expected from each stakeholder. And I had given you all the high level overview about one matrix, that is the RACI matrix today, not in detail, but we'll discuss in detail the sessions to come. Responsibility, accountability, consulted, and informed. This will help you understand who is doing what. So here the answer is the RACI matrix. Question number 4, relatively simpler one for you all to answer. Which technique is used to identify the roles and responsibilities within the organization? Yes. So organizational modeling technique. This question you all can leave for now. Once we'll talk about the solution, we'll talk about these two metrics as well. Question number 6 you all can answer. Question number 6 is, which task is performed to identify and analyze the stakeholders involved in the process? Which task? And tasks are A, S, G, I, P. Out of these 5, which task helps you identify and analyze the stakeholders? Getting it, everyone? Now let me make slight twist in question number 7. Yesterday I had given you all one homework to read through the stakeholders and their involvement in knowledge area number 1. If I say amongst the stakeholder who is likely to be involved in all the initiatives or all the tasks, and you have two options, which one you will select? In the BAPM knowledge area, which stakeholder is present in every task? The answer is domain subject matter expert. Along with domain subject matter expert, you'll also find a sponsor involved in every task with BA. So BA, a sponsor, and the domain subject matter expert are the important stakeholders, completely ignored, not involved in the discussion in the very first knowledge area. Testers, implementation subject matter experts, those are the ones. Yes. So this was about your an operational support as well. Yes. So this was about your question number 4. Question number 4 is about the role and responsibility within the organization. So how you identify role and responsibility within the organization? If you are able to understand the organizational model, the hierarchy, the departments, then you'll be able to identify a role and responsibility within the organization. Got it? Now, questions. First question, what RACI stands for, everyone? R stands for responsibility. A stands for accountability. If you all recollect, in our very first session or second session, we had discussed about the difference between the two. Responsible, accountable, consulted, and the informed metrics. Responsibility is about ownership. Somebody is working on the given task directly, ownership. Accountability is your answerability. Consulting role, providing some assistance, and informed, just informed about the things happening. Majorly, you'll find testers and dev from the requirements perspective informed about the things. That's the RACI matrix. Now this question, let me see how many of you are able to answer this question. Which one of the following is not an input to plan business analysis information management approach? And you have 4 options. You have to select the one that's the odd one out. And yes, you all are correct. Business analysis traceability approach is the odd one out. Traceability approach is part of chapter 5. Today, I think somebody had question around the requirements traceability matrix. I'm not able to recollect the name, but somebody had this question. So traceability approach we'll discuss in detail as part of chapter number 7. They will talk about chapter number 5, and they will talk about forward and backward traceability and how this helps us ensure that requirements and designs are aligned with each other and also manage effects of the change. So we'll discuss this topic as part of chapter number 5. So perfect. Thank you, everyone. Question number 4. Just 3 questions in the list. So with that, we're done with this knowledge area. In our next session, we'll talk about elicitation and collaboration. Okay. And today we have to start with 3.5, the leftover topic, identify business analysis performance improvements. Here we'll talk about few important techniques like root cause analysis. We'll create the fishbone diagram. We'll talk about the 5 why analysis, metrics and KPIs, process analysis, Lean and Six Sigma. As a BE, what are the step-to-step practical documentation required and techniques used at each step throughout? For example, business analysis approach, what are the documentation or techniques used for or required to maintain at the workplace? So I think we had discussed this thing. Everyone, Sneha has a very good question here, and I think we had discussed this thing in detail. If you look at Sneha and others, each and every task, let us suppose I'm talking about 3.1. If you'll expand this, you'll find 3.1.6 as the techniques. And if you'll open this one, you'll find here all the techniques here like brainstorming, business cases, document analysis, estimation, financial analysis, functional decomposition. So these all are the important techniques. Those may help you plan business analysis approach. Similarly, when you plan for stakeholder engagement, 3.2.6. Here you'll find the techniques, those can be used to plan stakeholder engagement. Isn't everyone else? Are you getting the answer to your question? 3.3.6. In governance, you may apply all these techniques. But one very important thing here is, and I get this question from so many learners in different batches, is this something that we have to follow religiously? The answer is no. BABOK guide is about the principles, not the rules. They are giving you certain important suggestions based upon the best practices. It's totally up to you how you apply your rational thinking and decide which document to create. They're not giving you any specific rule or any specific template to be followed in any task. They're just giving you certain important suggestions. You have to apply your rational thinking based upon what you're learning here and select any one of them, all of them, or few of them. For example, let's take one example. Let us suppose Sneha is planning business analysis approach and she has some prior understanding about it. She knows about it, so she won't be going for brainstorming then. She'll create one process model. She'll come up with a scope model and have a discussion, the workshop with all the key stakeholders. But if this is a new project for Sneha, people are all new in this team, you'll always start with brainstorming and have a detailed discussion with key stakeholders first. Then you'll do your own research with the help of document analysis. You may also perform financial analysis and then organize the workshop to gain consensus from everyone. Okay? So the answer is it's not always the documentation. It may be certain discussions, it may be certain designs that may lead to the discussion with the key stakeholders. Okay, getting it? Yes. So it depends. If you are planning to have an organized approach, you may use a brainstorming template. As I mentioned in batimes.com, if you'll search, you'll find the business analysis related templates. So you may go with the standardized templates. You may just document it in an informal manner. You may come up with the presentation. That depends on a very important thing, and that is organizational process assets. Now, this next is a very good point, how to store the information. When we talk about storage, there are two important things. You may come up with a comprehensive document. You may come up with a lightweight documentation. For comprehensive document, you are going to use some standardized template. And those templates you will find in organizational process assets. Something within the organization, they maintain the list of templates. From there, you can copy and then write whatever you want to as part of the comprehensive documentation. But in the agile world, as we discussed with Sneha and others, storage is not that important. Communication is more important. You may come up with some key important points in the form of presentation. Even in few cases, you don't document the things, just we discuss and drop an email. So it totally depends upon the operating norms in your organization. So to answer your question, the Sneha and others, where the output is stored, this is something you will get to understand when you look at the organizational process assets. When you look at what are the standards followed at the organizational level. I'll share one story with you all. You'll get to understand what I'm trying to say. One of my learner, he was very proactive like Sneha in the live sessions. And he created one swimlane diagram after having a discussion with me in the live session. And he shared that diagram with his business users. It got rejected, and the review comments were follow the OPs and send back the document again. So he called me and he said, like, Vaibhav, I had created one very good BPMN swimlane diagram as per the BPMN standards, but it was rejected. And when I look at the review comments, they said, like, you follow the OP and share back again. This simply means there are certain standards like BPMN, UML, and others, but it may be that your organization, your project, your client is not following the standards. They have their own standards. So the important thing is that you have to align your strategy with the strategy of the enterprise. Are you with me, Sneha and others? If they don't have their own strategy, you may follow what BABOK guide is mentioning here. Or after learning these things, you may ask them to add those things to the OPA. But till the time your OPA at the organizational level is not aligned with what you're learning here, you have to follow what your organization is doing. You may recommend that I'm the certified analyst in the live session. I know I have come across some very good templates. You may ask them to add those things to OPA. But until and unless those things are not added to the OPA, you have to go with the organizational standards. Okay, one of my learner called me and said, Vaibhav, in BPMN it says to use the circle for start and end, but in my project they're asking me to create one hexagon. What should I follow? I said, you should follow what your organization is telling you. Yes, so organizational process assets are some predefined templates at the organizational level. Usually, OPA aligns with the latest methodology because all the organizations follow most of the agile best practices. But few organizations, due to some reason, have few misalignments with the industry standards. Okay, So top priority for you is the OPA, not the BABOK guide when you are doing the things in your project. But in the job interviews, you have to mention what's there in the BABOK guide. Okay, you have to talk about the industry standards in your job interview, but when it comes to implementation, you have to give priority to the OPAs. So yes, Sneha, OPA may have some standardized templates used at the organizational level, and those may differ from the set standards. See what are the important OPAs, how they work, how they operate, what are their operating norms, what is the culture, what are the lines of communication. Like I get this question from few learners that when I was in my previous organization, I used to directly talk to my directors. I used to talk to my even the business unit head if I had some clarifications to make. But now in my new project, new company, they're saying that you have to follow the hierarchy. You cannot bypass the manager. It means in your previous organization, it was a flat hierarchy or horizontal organizational model. And in your new company, in your new project, it is the vertical model. So you also need to understand the organizational model, how they operate, how they work, what are their operating norms, what are the standardized templates, what are the key stakeholders, whether they are following agile, hybrid, or the traditional methodology. So all such things are very important, and that's why Sneha, Amit, and others, we are focusing on planning and monitoring first. That's the main reason why it's an important thing to plan and monitor the things first before you start doing your detailed analysis. That's the importance of the first knowledge area, everyone. Shall we move ahead, everyone, and talk about the first topic for the day, and that is business analysis, performance improvements. Everyone with me? Let's talk about performance improvement, everyone. And when we talk about performance improvements, let me take you back to your presentation. It says, if you read this statement on your screen, everyone, you have to do the assessment of business analysis work and plan to improve the processes wherever required. So, whatever analysis you have done so far, it's an important thing to check, investigate, examine whether it's completely aligned with the objectives or not. If not, then you have to come up with performance improvement plan. Now, when I talk about everyone, performance improvements, this is something very common in every project. And I'm not just talking about the IT project, any project, healthcare, pharmaceutical, insurance, supply chain. What are the important techniques or method that you all have heard of or you all have applied for performance improvement? How do you think we may carry out the performance improvement? What are the important methods or techniques those may help you perform this task? Business analysis performance improvements. And how you will do this performance improvement? With the help of lessons learned, feedback, surveys. Yes, perfect. What else? So in our BABOK guide, they suggest they have like few important performance improvement techniques. Now let's talk about few very important techniques here, and I'm just talking about value stream mapping. Value stream mapping is part of process analysis, so we'll discuss that today in few minutes once we're done with root cause analysis and metrics and KPIs. Root cause analysis, everyone, is a very important technique to come up with business analysis performance improvements. And root cause analysis can be carried out with the help of two possible methods. The fish bone diagram, and what's the another one? That's also very popular one, very common method, 5 whys. Fishbone diagram, everyone, has one more name associated with it. What's the name? Another name for the fishbone diagram. After the Japanese researcher who defined this, who invented this one. What's the name? Another name for the fishbone diagram. The name is very popular one, Ishikawa. Ishikawa diagram. Yes, Pallav. Ishikawa diagram. Ishikawa, Japanese researcher who came up with this fishbone representation, Ishikawa diagram. And this diagram is also known as, everyone, cause and effect diagram. Cause and effect diagram. If you all are with me till this point, shall we move ahead and draw this using one tool? You'll get to understand better what is a fishbone, how it works, and what are the practical usage and importance of it. Everybody, shall we move ahead and draw this diagram now? Yes, let's draw this now. So let's draw this using one tool to understand how it works. So there are a few important things for you all to know as part of this diagram. So let's draw this. Pareto analysis is also there, but yes, they have excluded that from the latest syllabus of the BABOK guide. So we can talk about Pareto analysis as well, but that's not part of the syllabus now. It was in the previous version. Okay, but if you're interested, we can talk about it. So let's first talk about the fishbone diagram, everyone, and let's try to draw this. So let me, I've shared the link in your chat box. Please check and confirm, is everybody able to access this link? I think we had discussed this tool earlier as well. Yes. In the general section, everyone, you'll find few important symbols and notations. You can use this line to create the main important principal bone for the fish like this. Or you may say the spinal cord or the backbone of the fish. And with this line, you all can add one rectangle in the beginning like this. Yes? So one line you all can pick from this, drag and drop here, make it a straight horizontal line, and then add one rectangle at the starting point, the way I've done it here. Yes? Now you can use the same line to come up with the categories like this. You can add the categories to this fishbone. So 2 categories, then next to total 6 categories we'll create here. So these are the 6 main categories. Those help us create one fish. Now for each and every category, we are going to add one box here like this. Add a box like this. Add a box like this. Add a box like this. And the same thing at the bottom as well. Box. Box. And the box. Yes. And then you may come up with the outer body of the fish. That's not that important. You may come up with the outer body of the fish like this. It should look like a fish, not like a crocodile. And something like this you all can create. This mouth or the opening of the fish this mouth or the opening of the fish, you can color it with red, and this signifies the failure event. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about the manual ways to handle cafeteria in Unilever UK project. And then these are the categories, everyone. This is a failure event. You can mention this as a failure event or the issue failure event. And these categories, Ishikawa defined them as, and he said, like for any failure event, it may be people responsible for the failure event. It may be the challenges with the process. Then, can anybody help me know what's the next box here? People, process, equipments, then material. Any guesses what is this box all about? Material, yes. Environment, and what Saket is mentioning here is the last one, the management. So this is the important catch here for everyone, especially people who are preparing for the CBAP examination and also the job interview. They may ask you those questions like, as per Ishikawa, as per the fishbone diagram, what are the 6 important categories responsible or may drive any failure event, unsuccessful event? So Ishikawa came up with these 6 categories as people, process, equipments, material, environment, and the management. You all can create one short form as PPEMEM to learn and remember these 6 categories. Important for those who are preparing for job interviews to know these 6 categories. The failure event is manual ways to handle the cafeteria in Unilever project. What you'll mention in this box here, which all people or stakeholders are part of it. What you'll mention in the first box here, if you have to fill in this box, what you'll mention here, which all are the key stakeholders impacted, what are the people involved here, who all are involved here, everyone. Don't you all think the employees, yes, employees, the customer, as Ravitar is mentioning here, a partner is talking about the canteen provider, or you may say canteen staff and Unilever management. So these all are the key stakeholders or the people. Amit is talking about the process that may include food order. What else can be part of process, everyone? Apart from food ordering, ordering system. Ordering system is not there in place at present. So we are talking about something before food ordering system. Food delivery, Aparna, a very important thing here, that how food delivery happens at present. Yes. People waiting in a queue to collect their food and eat. What else is a part of process, everyone? The time taken, Karan is a very good point that Karan is talking about the time consumption. Yes, and others. Token system, yes, pre-automatic. These all things will be part of the process. And yes, I think Amit, you are saying same thing as what Karan was mentioning a few minutes back. Now, what are the important equipments that you can think about, everyone? Equipments being used. What will mention the equipments? Which all equipments are used as part of this process here? Yes, so equipment simply means all those important, you may say, the how would I define the equipments? Equipment simply means all those important components. Yes, so the very important that what Vishaka is mentioning here, the building machine. Yes, the no, ordering application is not there at present, Aparna. Let me make it very clear. We are talking about the existing behavior with no ordering application. We are talking about when people are going to the cafeteria and ordering food. So bidding machine can be one of them. Yes, or what else can be part of it? Online payment system is not there at present, Saket, as I mentioned. Yes. Limited seats. Limited seats. Yes. Yes. And those utensils, and etc. These all can be part of the equipments. You can simply say the canteen assets. Absolutely wonderful, Amit. Yes. Now, everyone, so these were the important equipment. I hope you all understand what we mentioned the equipments. Next thing is the material. The material that is used to create the food items. What we'll mention here. Material can be the veggies, milk, what else? The grocery, yes, ready to eat, etc. Environment, raw inputs, yes, raw inputs you can mention. Environments, in the environment you have to mention about the long queues, waiting time. In the management part, what all things you have to manage? Office productivity, office productivity, yes, food wastage, etc. Loss of productivity is a very important thing, yes. So, meaning to say, what we're trying to do here is we are trying to come up with all the possible categories those may result into a failure event. But if you see here, you all would agree with me. In this box, I was just able to capture few points and I was getting some very important suggestions from people and I ignored few things because I had very limited space here. So in this fishbone diagram, we also have the decomposition in the form of primary, secondary, and tertiary causes. So for every category, let us suppose I'm talking about people, high level information you mention here, and then the details you capture in the primary cause. This primary cause can be decomposed into secondary cause, secondary into tertiary. That way, we have this with every category, primary, secondary, and the tertiary cause to decompose it and come up with more details. That way we come up with a fishbone diagram. But I can tell you, based upon my personal experience, fishbone diagram is beneficial when you present the things to your business users, when you're talking about the things on high level. If you share this fishbone diagram with your developers, with your testers, it may help them develop some clear understanding around the issues, but they'll not be happy with just a fish. Fish is going to be fishy for them, and they're not going to be happy if you just share a fish with them. They'll expect more from you. They expect you to come up with more details, and more details can be captured with the help of another method, that is 5 whys. So that's why fishbone diagram, as I mentioned, is a very good technique to represent the failure events and then have a discussion around them to come up with the workaround or the permanent fix for these issues. So yes, Anup, I totally agree with you. This technique supports other techniques as well. And also, as Amit is mentioning here, we may arrive at a decision that which category is the most important one to like prioritize and work upon, which one is the most important and the critical category, and probable root cause we can easily identify. Yes, so that's why this fishbone diagram is something very important to create, to have a very organized discussion with your key stakeholders. Sometimes what happens is we create one Excel sheet or one Word document share with business users, and nobody is interested to go through the detailed documentation now. They don't need a detail of one tabular representation with all the details. If you come up with something like this is more interesting for the key stakeholders. Picture speaks 1,000 words. But Sanoop, Amit, and others, when you share this thing with others, they'll come up with more information, and not every information can be captured here because visualization has certain limitations. So then we take the help of 5 whys, and 5 why is a proven method. 5 why is a very effective method to come up with a very comprehensive and a very detailed view of root cause analysis. Karan is saying, can you make it on SharePoint as well, or is it the mandate to draw on their website? As I mentioned, depends. When Sneha was asking this question, I said depends on OPA. You may create this thing on PowerPoint. You may use a tool like App Diagram. You can use Lucid Chart. You have to look at what your organization is following, what are the standards followed at the organizational level. If they're flexible, if they allow you to use any tool of your own choice, then you can use anything like PowerPoint or the app diagram. But few companies are very specific that they need this diagram typically using this tool and using this methodology, using these many important rules. So you have to follow those things. Okay. So concept you're learning here, and if you have some other strategy in your organization, you have to align this concept with their strategy. That's the important thing. Okay. So if you're clear with this fish, shall we talk about another very interesting method, that is 5 whys, more detailed, more practical, and more important for people who are interacting with the technology team. If you all are with me, shall we talk about 5 whys to perform root cause analysis now? Everybody with me? Yes, let's talk about 5 whys now. For 5 whys, I'll take you all back to your Jira page, and I'll take you all to the Confluence. In the Confluence, everyone, you'll find one 5 why analysis template, and let's see how this is carried out. So in the 5 by analysis, you can click on these 3 dots. Yes, I'm coming to that, Supreet. If you click on those 3 dots, you will find here templates and imports. And in templates and imports, if you scroll down, you will find 5 by analysis. And this is the 5 by analysis template on your screen, everyone. Let's discuss this thing. Let me first answer what Supreet is mentioning, and then we'll talk about this template. Meanwhile, you all can try and open this template at your end and see if you're able to open the 5 by analysis template. Now, Supreet is asking a very important question about primary, secondary, and tertiary. As I mentioned a few minutes back, Supreet and others, this category is a very small box, and here we can highlight the key important things. But this key important thing that we highlight here, document or mention here, may need more elaboration. So what we are doing is we are trying to come up with more granularity, the decomposition with the help of primary, secondary, and tertiary factors. If you're able to define primary, secondary, and tertiary factor for a given category, you are giving more information, more details pertaining to the given category. For example, I'm mentioning here employees, canteen staff, Unilever management. In the primary one, you can talk more about what are the important people involved, what are their lunch timings and other details. Unilever management, which all people are involved from the management. So that way, if we are able to come up with primary, secondary, and tertiary causes, you are providing more details around the given category. So simply these categories and these causes would help you come up with more granular set of information, more detailed information for your users. Yes, Supreet, following what I'm trying to explain you all. Yes, so primary cause, the main primary cause. The secondary is something linked with primary. Primary is linked with category. Secondary is linked with primary. Tertiary is linked with secondary. So that way you're coming up with 3 levels of decomposition, the granularity. And this granularity would help you come up with more details around the given category. Now, sometimes what happens is you come up with primary, secondary, and tertiary causes, but your technology team finds it difficult to comprehend, finds it difficult to understand those things. Your business team is fine with such a representation. But as Sanoop was talking about a few minutes back, that it may help you brainstorm the things. And Sneha, you had this question like, if you brainstorm, where do we store the information? So the answer for this technique is you can store the information in the form of 5 why analysis. And what is happening in the 5 why analysis? Let's see what is happening in the 5 why analysis, everyone. Now, let's talk about, everyone, this 5 why analysis template. Let's see what exactly is this all about. And why the name 5 why? Can anybody guess why the name 5 why and what 5 why represents? A very simple question. 5 why. Amit is correct, saying repeatedly asking question, but why 5 whys? Yes, so 5 why is not equivalent to 5 wh. Why 5 whys? Get deeper is right. Get into the core, that's also right. But why just 5? Why not 6? The reason, I'll tell you the reason. The reason is something based on some historical, you may say, information. If I talk about, everyone, the ancient Europeans, how you'll what like how you'll define those ancient Europeans? Any name that comes to your mind when I talk about ancient Europeans? If you've read the ancient history, the ancient Europeans, If there are a few names coming in your mind, you can mention chat box. If you talk about ancient Europeans, ancient civilization, European civilization, what are the important names? Romans, yes. Greeks, Ottoman, yes or no? So ancient Europeans had this belief based on their experience that if you are doing the interrogation, if you are doing the root cause analysis, in majority of the cases, if you go up to fifth level of granularity, if you ask the same question 5 times, by the time you get the answer to your fifth question, you are getting the answer to the root cause. In most of the cases, you'll get the answer by the third or the fourth why, but in the worst case, you'll get the answer by fifth why. And that's why the name 5 why. 5 why simply means going up to fifth level of granularity to get the details of the root cause of the problem. Like, for example, there is one problem, and the problem is the seating capacity. Why it happened? Why it is causing problem? Why it is causing? There are 3 dots here, but you may come up with 5 dots in your template. If you're able to come up with fifth level of decomposition for every problem, it will help you then come up with a final problem statement that includes the summary of all the problems mentioned here. 5 why simply means asking questions again and again to gain more clarity, to dig deeper, as Amit was mentioning here, repeatedly asking questions until and unless you'll get the answer to all your questions. That helps you then come up with the final problem statement and then a corresponding solution. And then who is going to work on it. That's how this 5 why analysis template works. And since it's a comprehensive document, you may add all those important ideas, suggestions, all the key important things that you discuss with your key stakeholders. So that's why 5 why analysis is more preferred approach when we have a discussion internally with our technology team and with our testers. They ask you such question in job interviews that when you perform root cause analysis, which one you'll prefer when you talk to your business team members and which one you'll prefer when you talk to your internal team. So you can mention this thing that root cause analysis can be carried out with the help of 2 possible methods like fishbone diagram and 5 whys. When we have to represent the things on high level, when you're planning to have a discussion with my key stakeholders and I'm planning to have a brainstorming session, Sanup and others, you'll prefer the fishbone diagram. That will promote a very healthy discussion. But if you have to share the details of that healthy discussion with your technology team, with your testers, you'll not prefer a fishbone, you'll prefer 5 whys. 5 why is going to give them more details around the problems. What's the reason behind the problem in the form of whys, and then a final problem statement. That way, it will help them understand what is the corresponding solution and what's the best way to fix the problem. Yes, so that's the importance of root cause analysis, everyone, and these 2 important methods. Purpose of 5 whys is, Supreet and others, like, I'll make it very simple for you all to understand the purpose. You all must have seen this thing, you all must have observed this thing, that whenever there is a crime, whenever there is some issue, they say the investigation bureau is asking questions to a given person. Interrogation involves questions, yes or no. So what is happening? They are asking questions to gain more clarity around the given problem. That why it happened, why you did this thing, where were you when this thing happened. In a way, they are trying to identify the root cause of the problem by asking questions. Yes, those questions may help you gain more clarity. You can dig deeper and then you are able to identify the root cause. So 5 by simply means different levels of questionnaires. You are digging deeper into the problem to identify the root cause. For example, you can see here problem number 1. State the problem your team needs to address in 1 or 2 sentences. That's the high level information. Then list answers that explain why the problem happened. This is the first why. Second bullet point is second why, then third why, then fourth why, then fifth why. If you're able to get the answer within 2 or 3 whys, then you don't need to go into 5 whys. But for few problems, it may be a very complex thing. Yes, and then you have to go into the 5th level of granularity. So that depends upon the complexity and size of the problem. But usually, what I suggest my team members is that at least go up to 3rd level. If not 4 and 5, then at least up to 3rd level so that you are able to come up with the exact root cause. So purpose is, Sukhpreet and others, to ask questions, dig deeper so that you are able to identify the root cause of the problem. You are able to define the final problem statement, and based on that, you may come up with the corresponding solution. Are you with me? Following this thing? Yes, so that's the intent. Intent is to interrogate, intent is to brainstorm, intent is to dig deeper. And when you dig deeper, you'll be able to come up with a final problem statement. Okay? So that's the main important thing. And then once you clear the final problem statement, you may come up with a corresponding solution for that. Now, solution we have not discussed yet. That's why I'm not focusing on this part. Solution we'll discuss as part of strategy. Then we can talk about this segment as well. So we haven't touched upon solution yet. Yes. So this was about everyone, the root cause analysis, fishbone diagram, and 5 why analysis. People who are into operational side, for them fishbone is more important. Learners who are into techno-functional role, or they are planning to enter into a techno-functional role, wherein you will talk more to the developers. For you all, 5 why analysis is more important. So overall, both the methods are important. It's an important thing for you all to apply both of them as part of your proactive and reactive analysis. Next technique in the list, everyone, is yes. So Aparna is kind of a very good point, and I think Sanu had the answer to this question. You can brainstorm, you can do some interviews, you can do some surveys. So I think those all answers were there a few minutes back. You may brainstorm the things and generate the ideas. You may have interviews. You may have some survey and questionnaires. You can look at some data set. Like nowadays, it's an important thing to identify the patterns and trends in the data set. So you can look at some data set, do some data analysis. Now, data mining we have not discussed yet. Today we'll discuss data mining. So the answer, you can also apply data mining and data modeling to perform your risk analysis. So you can apply several other techniques. Okay. Balanced scorecard we have not discussed. That also may be. So the answer is, Aparna and others, there are total 50 techniques in your BABOK guide. Now, once you're done with all these 50 techniques, with the help of your rational thinking, with the help of how your organization operates, you may use a lot of techniques from this list. Getting it? Like decision modeling can also be used. Like item tracking can also be used. Mind mapping can also. So you have to apply your thinking and decide which technique helps you get the better results. Okay. So that's an important thing. Now let's talk about the next technique in the list, and that is the matrix and the KPIs. Very important one. In your CBAP examination as well as in your job interviews, they ask you this question: that what are the metrics and KPIs, how you create them, and what's the importance and or you may say the practical significance behind this technique. If you are with me following, shall we move ahead and talk about metrics and KPIs now, everyone, and discuss this technique in detail? Yes, everyone? Okay, so let's talk about the metrics and KPIs. Matrix, everyone, when we talk about, you all must have created the matrix in your 10th standard mathematics. Matrix is something that you all are familiar with. I'm 100% sure about this thing. Matrix represents the arrangement in the form of M cross N, where M means rows and N means columns. This simply means matrix represents a tabular representation. For example, if I say I have to create one matrix for this live session, I have to get a matrix. This will be the matrix for the learners. I can mention the name of the learner, their educational qualification, their work experience, their address, or their percentage of marks scored in the simulation test, about the status of project submission. This can be one matrix. So what matrix represents, everyone? Matrix is simply a tabular representation with well-defined column headers wherein you have some possible values listed for the given set of attributes or the column headers. That's a matrix. Now, how is it different from matrix? Now, that's an important thing. Matrix, you all were mentioning that it is used for measurement. Measurement of few important things. Let us suppose I say we have Aparna in this list, we have Sneha, we have, let me take few names from the list, Sanchita, Aparna, Sneha, Sanchita, Amit, Saket. These are few important names here. I have to come up with one matrix that talks about the percentage of marks scored by the learners. So in the matrix, I'll capture what is the maximum percentage, what is the minimum percentage, and what is the overall range. So when I talk about matrix, matrix can be easily derived from a given matrix. And in the matrix, I can talk about the thresholds or the maximum value. I can talk about the lowest or the minimum value. And I can also talk about the range that starts from minimum and goes up to maximum. This is the theory part. If you all are with me, shall we discuss one example to understand this thing better? How to draw one matrix. So the summary is, matrix is a more detailed representation in the form of a table. From a given matrix, we can come up with the matrix that includes three important things: maximum, minimum, and the range. You all are with me? Shall we discuss one example to make it very clear in your mind how it works? Yes, let's discuss one example. Let us suppose I see I'm talking about hospital management system, and we have to create the matrix for doctors' appointments in a day. Yes. Aparna is saying the graphical representation that we create, the pivot and the dashboard that we create, this is something also termed as matrix. These all are derived from the matrix. If you all agree with me, for any graphical representation to create, you'll first need a tabular representation, yes or no? Without a tabular representation, would you be able to come up with a graphical representation? No. Without a matrix, would you be able to get a good dashboard? No. And what's the traditional format to store the data? The tabular representation. If you talk about SQL, if you talk about Tableau, if you talk about any tool, data management tool, you'll always find the data in the form of rows and columns. And that matrix will help you then create some graphical representations, your pivot tables, your dashboards, and other things. Okay? Getting it? So matrix is something that is in the form of rows and columns. Now, let's try to create one matrix for the doctor's appointment in a day. Let us suppose I say, if people have to book an appointment with the doctors, how would we ensure that they are able to get the appointment for a given day or not? Let us suppose I say, we are talking about Dr. Aparna. Yes, just one name, Dr. Aparna. Dr. Aparna is available in this Mayo Clinic from 10 a.m. in the morning till 2 p.m. afternoon. Yes. And in between, there will be one lunch break of 1 hour. If I say there is one lunch break of 1 hour and she is available from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., how many working hours for Aparna here? From 10 a.m. to 2, everyone. If you exclude 1 hour as a lunch time, so 11, 12, 1. So 3 hours. Total 4, out of which you will exclude 1 hour. Yes or no, everyone? Yes. If I say it takes minimum 15 minutes to provide consultancy, to treat a patient, to have a discussion with the patient, then how many appointments with Aparna can be booked for a day? What's the maximum value? Yes, so in 1 hour, you can maximum treat 4 patients. So you'll come up with the maximum value as 12. And if I say that maximum, if there are some critical patients, it may take up to 30 minutes to have a discussion with them to treat them. Then what is the minimum number of patients that can be treated in a day? 6. This is the 6. So range is from 6 to 12. This is the range. And if I have to come up with some random number in between, So I can say, let us suppose 8. 8 is one random number. So random number that lies in between 12 and 6 is 8. Yes, everyone. And if I have to come up with an average, what's an average number of patients treated in a day? Average number of patients treated in a day, if maximum is 12 and minimum is 6, 9. So in your application, if there are 9 bookings for a day, if it goes beyond 9, then you will say that the maximum size has reached. Now you can come to the OPD and see if time allows, she is going to treat or have a discussion with you, else you have to come next day. That's how this KPI and matrix helps you understand the maximum, minimum, and the average value, and then you may take the decisions accordingly. So matrix and KPIs would help you come up with certain performance expectations, certain important indicators. Those may help you define the maximum, the minimum, the range, the random values. Now, random values I'm not discussing in detail because it will be part of your analytics, the probability distribution functions to arrive at these random values. But yes, on a high level, maximum, minimum, and the average of the random value that can be in between the two. That's how we come up with the matrix. So this was something related to matrix and KPIs that may help you come up with performance improvement plan. And this can be for any project. We have talked about HMS. We may also talk about canteen ordering system. Let us suppose I say canteen ordering system. To avoid food wastage, company is looking at few statistics. There are total 1,500 employees. On Mondays and Friday, it's found that there are a lot of people on leave. And maximum strength in last 3 months has been around 900. This is the data from last 3 months, that there are around 900 employees there in the office on Mondays and Fridays. And on Wednesday and Thursday, it's something around 1200. This is the maximum. The maximum number of employees in last 3 months was around 1200. And minimum goes up to 900. So to avoid food wastage, you'll not prepare food for 1,500 employees. You'll go with the matrix 1200 to 900. And on an average, if you calculate the average, what's the average here? Everyone, 1200 and 900, what's the average? 21 by 2, something around 1000, yes? So something around this thing. So to avoid the food wastage, you may just prepare the food for 1000 employees instead of 500. So you'll avoid waste and you'll also save money. Are you with me, Ayushman, and everyone else? So that's the importance of the matrix and KPIs. Those may help you come up with the plan to improve on the things, save cost and budget, and maximize the things. Come up with more optimal solution for the given set of problems. So that's how you create matrix and KPIs. Yes, everyone with me? So this was something related to matrix and KPIs. Let's read few things now to gain more clarity, and then we'll talk about process analysis. Matrix and KPIs measure the performance of the solutions, solution components, and other matters of interest to the key stakeholders. Matrix is a quantifiable level of an indicator. When we say quantify in terms of maximum or the threshold, minimum, and also any average value that can be easily defined with the help of range. Key performance indicators measure progress towards strategic goals or objectives, KPIs derived from the matrix. KPIs measure the effectiveness of the business analysis. And then you may come up with a reporting to share all those details with the key stakeholders. Reporting is a process of informing stakeholders of matrix or the indicators in a specified format and specified intervals. Now let's talk about the next slide. When you're coming up with the indicators like number of appointments in a day, number of employees in the office, in canteen ordering system, we have to ensure that those indicators are very clearly defined. Those are relevant. Relevant means adding value. Economical, adequate, quantifiable, something that can be easily quantified. Trustworthy and credible. And when we talk about the matrix, as we had discussed a few minutes back, this includes the threshold, that's the maximum value, a specific point that can be any random value, or the average value. And this can also be, as I mentioned, range, that is maximum to minimum. This is a matrix. It's an important thing to monitor and evaluate the matrix. And then the reporting, you may come up with a baselining, current and target metrics to check for the performances. The last thing is the quality of the KPIs, reliability, validity, and timeliness. So this is something related to metrics and KPIs. More on reporting part, yes. Now, the reporting is something, it's a very important that Sneha is talking about, although not part of this topic. Reporting is a very important thing. And why reporting is such an important thing? If you're able to come up with a very organized and structured template or a document to share this information with the key stakeholders, you're able to articulate the business vision to the key stakeholders, you're able to gain more clarity, you're able to spread the message to everyone. So reporting again, Sneha and others, depends upon what's the standard format used in your organization. In few projects, what they do is they'll create one tabular representation and share the details with their users. In few projects, they may come up with a weekly bulletin or a notification and they'll share with everyone. In few projects, they'll come up with some Power BI dashboards, and with the help of those graphical representation, they share the details of the matrix. I think few minutes back somebody had this question. Aparna had this thing to mention that through the graphs, the dashboards, they represent the KPIs. Yes, and you all must, I think some of you can confirm the chat box if you receive some messages in your Outlook every week and they talk about the progress on different initiatives with the help of Power BI dashboards. Is there anyone who is receiving such messages from your operations team that this was the target, this much we have achieved, and this is something that we have to work upon. So some companies have those Power BI dashboards to share with their stakeholders the overall progress, the KPIs. We have some Tableau reporting. Yes. So that's why, Aparna, when you had this question, I knew that this is something happening in your project. This is also happening in my project, Sneha and others, that we create one Power BI dashboard. And in that dashboard, we come up with several parameters and tell our stakeholders that this is how we are progressing towards it. Like one of them can be automation. What level of automation we have achieved in our projects and how much is left. So that's why uh, Sneh is saying that do they expect, that depends upon the job description, the profile. In a few projects, they expect BAs to know the Tableau tool and Power BI tool to create those reports. And that's why Sneha and others, as part of this master's program, are you all part of the master's program here or just for the CBAP? If you're here for the master's program, you'll find here that in the master's program, we have other courses like Power BI, Tableau, Python. So those all may help you come up with a proper reporting and dashboarding. Okay. One more thing I would like to show you all here, everyone, since Sneha is asking this question. Dashboarding and reporting can also be done using the Jira tool. Okay. So in the Jira tool, I'll just show you all how to do this thing, although not part of your syllabus. In your Jira tool, you can see here that we have an option to come up with the reporting. And I can show you all some existing reports. So I can create one dashboard here, one reporting here for, let us suppose, Sneha. And I can save it here. Now you can see here, everyone, in this dashboard, I have several options. I can show you all how to come up with the KPIs using the Jira. You can see here average age chart, activity diagrams, bubble chart, created versus resolved, heat map, issue statistics in progress, resolved, and all such things, roadmap, pie charts. So you can see here, even in Jira, even if you don't know the reporting tools like Tableau and Power BI, you can use this Jira dashboard to come up with proper reporting. Are you with me, Sneha and others? So this was about, everyone, the matrix and the KPIs. Very important for people who are preparing for job interviews and also for the CBAP examination. Next, and the last technique in the list, everyone, is the process analysis. Process analysis, everyone, when we talk about, it's the next step after the process modeling. Process analysis is the analysis to make your process more refined, more organized, and free from any redundant, duplicate, or unwanted components. Process analysis stands on two pillars. Process analysis can be carried out with the help of two methodologies. One is lean, another is Six Sigma. Lean versus Six Sigma. What is lean, everyone? Lean is something that you all must be using in your projects. Lean is something very popular across different projects. Even people in sales like Karan, you must be aware about how to apply lean in your sales. What is lean? What lean means to everyone? Very simple question to answer. Lean is about elimination of the waste. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Sanjita, for coming up with the answer. Elimination of the waste. removal of redundant, duplicate, or unwanted components from your requirements, and then the corresponding solution. Lean is about and recover the losses, if any. Yes. So, but recovering the losses is something part of Six Sigma. We'll talk about it. Lean is more about how well you are able to identify all those elements, components, those are not adding any value. All those elements and components, those are redundant in nature. And how well you are able to come up with a plan to remove such things and make your process more efficient. I'll take one example, a very basic example, to make you understand the difference between Lean and Six Sigma. What you are saying, Karan, is more about Six Sigma. Let's see how. I'll give a simple example. Example is, everyone, let us suppose I say that there is one basket. In this basket, there are eggs in this basket. And these eggs are total 100 in number, 100 eggs. Karan did his analysis and Karan identified that in this basket of 100 eggs, there are around 8 rotten eggs. Now, Karan is afraid that these 8 rotten eggs may impact the quality of the remaining eggs. So, what is the next step that Karan is taking here to ensure that these 8 rotten eggs do not adversely impact the remaining eggs? What you'll do then, Karan, Sanchita, and others? You'll remove the rotten eggs from the basket, and you'll have how many eggs in this basket now, everyone? You will have just 92 eggs, and these 8 eggs are in a separate basket. And what you have done here, you have applied lean to it. So what is lean? You have removed the waste from the process, the redundant component, those duplicate components, to ensure that your process is streamlined, organized, structured, and not having any issues. Now, if these eggs are there in this basket for another few days, these may also get rotten, or there may be some issues with the quality. Then what you do with these eggs to maintain the quality, to ensure that these eggs are like having the same quality maintained and there's no issue with them? What you'll do next to ensure that you maintain the quality of these eggs, if they're not sold, you'll put them in some refrigerator, some storage, yes or no? And that is the Six Sigma. Six Sigma are all those important standards. Is there anyone Six Sigma certified here? Yellow, green, or black belt here? Anyone Six Sigma certified in this list? No? Usually we have 3 to 4 learners in every batch. Six Sigma certified analyst. No? Okay, perfect. Six Sigma is more about uplifting the quality. Now let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example from the IT world. Let's try to understand this thing. And last thing before our break. Let us suppose I say, I'll give you a simple example here. I'll take you all to your drive link, and in your drive link, I'll take you all to your sample projects, and we'll try to understand how it works. Let us suppose I'm talking about one of your project here, hospital management system. This is one process model created by Srijaya Kasturi, one of the learners from the previous batch, and it's had to apply a process analysis to her process model. So this is one process model on your screen in few minutes. Let me open the process model here. This is the process model on your screen, a swimlane diagram. Now, Sneha and Karan are reviewing this process model and performing process analysis. It's mentioned here, fill the registration form, create user ID. Now, Sneha says that this is not required. When you fill the registration form, on submission, ID is automatically created, so you don't need this task to create the user ID. It is the automatic process. Let's remove this. It is redundant. Login, then department Sneha says along with Karan, the department we had mentioned the time of registration. So the department is redundant. Now when Karan, Sneha, Abhijit and others, they are able to identify a few important things here. Those are not adding any value. They are planning to remove them. That's lean. But when Sneha, Karan and others come up with the plan to ensure that registration process is having all the important details, login criteria is in accordance with the business needs, doctors availability is in line with the KPIs, they are trying to uplift the quality standards of the main solution components, and that's your Six Sigma. Now my question is, why the name Six Sigma? Why not 1 Sigma? Why not 2 Sigma? Why not 3 Sigma? Why the name Six Sigma? Can anybody answer this question? Yes, so can you may get you may come up with yes, absolutely wonderful, Ayushman. 99.99. I'll add one more 9. This much percentage. 1 sigma, if you calculate 1 sigma, everyone, sigma means in statistics or sigma means everyone. It's a very simple question from 8th standard. In your 8th standard, statistics, there used to be one Greek word, or you may say Greek terminology, sigma. What is sigma? Sigma means standard deviation. You learn this thing as part of your upcoming courses. That sigma is standard deviation deviation from the mean position. And if you calculate 1 sigma for the given set of data, this includes around 90% of the data items. 2 sigma is around 94 plus. 3 sigma is something around 98. But if you go with 6 sigma, 6 standard deviations to the given set of data, we are covering 99.9996% as Ayushman was mentioning. And this is about including all the important requirements, components under the quality. And that's why as part of process analysis, we apply 6 sigma. So in a nutshell, process analysis can be carried out with the help of two important methodologies. Process analysis completely depends upon the two methodologies, and that is Lean and Six Sigma. For Lean, we have one method known as value stream mapping. Value stream mapping is about identifying all those important components, those that values, and come up with a plan to remove those components, those are not adding any value, those are redundant and duplicate in nature. So VSM is something based on the Lean methodology. Whilst on Six Sigma, we have another important method, and that is known as SIPOC. What is CPOC or SIPOC? Some say CPOC, some say SIPOC. Supplier is going to provide few inputs. You have to ensure that these inputs are proper before you add them to the process. When you add them to the process, it's going to give you some output, and this output must fulfill the demands of the key stakeholders or the customer. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 things you have to consider as part of any process so that you are applying the SIPOC model in a very efficient manner. You are applying the Six Sigma. And this applies to sales as well, Karan and others. Yes, supplier, what inputs you're getting from the supplier, are these inputs sufficient before you add them to a given process? When you add them to a process, are you getting desired output? Once you ensure that yes, this output is going to fulfill the customer demand, then you'll transfer this to the customer. This is how the SIPOC model works on high level. And we'll talk about this thing once again as part of strategy analysis. Yes, so in your notes, you all can create one mind map. What is the mind map? Process analysis, main central topic. Process analysis can be carried out with the help of Lean and Six Sigma. On Lean, we have a method known as value stream mapping VSM. On Six Sigma, we have a method known as SIPOC. Elicitation on high level, we had discussed in our very first session, and we had discussed that elicitation is about how well we are able to draw out, explore, and identify the information relevant to the change. And here we have discussed about 3 important pillars to the requirements elicitation: collaboration, research, and experiments. Now, as part of this knowledge area, we'll expand this discussion. We'll have more detailed view of the requirements elicitation. We'll have a discussion around how the elicitation is performed. What are the 3 sequential steps like preparation, conduct, and confirm? How well we communicate this information to the key stakeholder, what is the plan, and how we communicate this thing in the organized manner. What is the standard way to communicate the information? And we'll also talk about at last managing stakeholder collaboration. So elicitation collaboration knowledge area, everyone, this has 5 important tasks associated with it. Prepare for elicitation, first thing. Then conduct elicitation. Then confirm elicitation results. Then communicate the information to the key stakeholders. And at last, managing stakeholder collaboration. For the previous knowledge area, we had created a short form as ASGIP. Here you all can create P3CM. ASGIP, yes. And here P3CM. What is P3CM? P is for the preparation. How well you prepare for the elicitation. Now, what are these 3 C's? 3C here means conduct the elicitation. That is when you organize a session with your key stakeholders and you talk to them and you gain more clarity. Confirm the elicitation result. Confirm elicitation results is more about the sign off that you receive on your BRDs or your high level requirements. That's the confirmation of elicitation results, the sign off or the approvals. That's the second C. And once you receive a sign off, everyone, once it's approved, once it's validated, you will then communicate the information to the key stakeholders. That's the third C. And M here means manage the stakeholder collaboration, because once you communicate something to others, for obvious reasons, your stakeholders are going to come back with their questions, with their queries, with their concerns, if they need more clarity. So all such things will be part of manage. So this is P3CM. Prepare, conduct, confirm, communicate, manage. Okay, perfect. Let's now move into, let's talk about 4.1 and let's discuss what is the preparation for the elicitation, how it is carried out, what are the key elements, and what's the practical significance and importance behind the preparation for the elicitation. Question is, let us suppose I say that in another 10 days, let me ask you all a very simple question to start with. Let us suppose I say in another 10 days time, you have one requirements gathering session with the stakeholders 10 days from now. What do you all think should be part of your preparation so that you appear more organized, more structured, and you have a very fruitful discussion with your key stakeholders? That's going to happen in the next 10 days, another 10 days time. What do you all think must be part of your groundwork, preparation to ensure that when you conduct the elicitation, when you talk to your key stakeholders, in minimum time, you are able to fetch maximum output? And the second thing is stakeholders. Prepare the stakeholders and also know your stakeholders. What else apart from these two things? That's part of the scope. Yes. So when we say agenda or the scope, it includes the timelines and other aspects. Okay. Current problems and the risks, that can be again part of the agenda or the scope. What else? Don't you all think it's a very important thing? Baseline the requirements. Yes, that can also be part of the agenda or the scope of the discussion. Very important thing that you all are missing is the importance of, I think Sneha, you had mentioned this thing, importance of creating some supporting documents or some important visuals that you can discuss during the live session. You all would agree with me, if you have certain presentation or some model or some design or simply a document that may necessitate, that may facilitate, that may help you talk about the things in a better manner, because you cannot speak everything. You need something to be written as well. Yes or no? So if you have certain supporting material like a presentation or a document or a visual, that may also help you have a proper elicitation. Yes or no? So there are total 5 elements, everyone, as part of preparation. Let's see what are those 5 important elements. Understand the scope, the agenda of the meeting, the as Swapnilata was talking about, the baselining of the requirements, so that you may have a detailed discussion with them. Baseline the requirements, understand the scope, come up with the timelines. Another important thing is to prepare the stakeholders, as we all discussed. Then secure supporting material in the form of PPTs, visuals, documents, and other important ways to communicate the information. Then another important thing is set up the logistics. Now, what are the logistics, everyone, when we talk about preparation? Let us suppose I say I am into any offline discussion. Offline discussion in the sense I'm having a discussion with my stakeholders in the same geographical location in one conference room. In one conference room, if I'm planning to have a discussion, I have to ensure that the projector, the whiteboard, we have table, chair, computer, these all things are in place so that we have a better discussion. People can sit and have a detailed discussion. While if I'm into any online discussion with my learners, with my stakeholders in different geographies, different parts of the world, dispersed stakeholders, then the meeting setup, as Aparna is talking about the meeting setup. What else? Internet. Yes. What else apart from internet? Apps like Zoom, MS Team. What else? Google Meet and others, whichever your organization is using, is running, is working fine. Yes, so those all things would be part of the logistics. Basically, logistics are all those important things. Those may help you have a very organized discussion with the key stakeholders. Computer, internet, and all such in the online discussion. Offline logistics may be very different from the online logistics. And then the techniques. Now, there are several ways to prepare for the elicitation. Let's try to understand what are the possible techniques. Techniques, there are total 8 techniques mentioned here. Stakeholder list mapper personas, brainstorming, mind mapping, document analysis, data mining, interviews, risk analysis. So these all techniques can be used, or some of them can be used based upon the nature of the requirements, type of the requirements, type of the stakeholders, type of the discussion. So based upon all such important things, you may decide which all techniques can be used to prepare for the elicitation. So these are the important elements on your screen. Learners who are preparing for the CBAP examination, you all can create one short form as 5S to learn and remember the elements. First S is scope. Next S is selection of the technique. Next S is setup. Next S is supporting material. And the next S is stakeholders. So if you know the 5S, you know the 5 elements as part of preparation for the elicitation. Yes. Now let's talk about few important techniques. Those may help you prepare for the elicitation. And these are the important techniques here. The technique that we have not discussed so far, a technique, a very important one, is your data mining. Data mining is a very important technique. We'll talk about the theoretical part here in your upcoming courses like your Tableau and Power BI in Python. You learn with the help of data set how to apply data mining. You learn the concept, the definition here, and the practical part you will learn in your upcoming courses. So let's see what is data mining and how it works and how it's so important for any business analyst to apply. Data mining, everyone, originates from one very traditional activity, and that is coal mining. Coal mining. What is the main purpose of coal mining, everyone? To the word they said it's about extraction of coal to generate energy. But what was the hidden intent? What was the main purpose of coal mining throughout the world? That was diamond and other hidden treasures like gold and silver. Diamond, gold, and silver. And what used to happen in coal mining? We already studied this thing in our class 8 standard chemistry subject, that when coal is compressed to a certain level, temperature and pressure conditions, this carbon turns into a diamond. So what they used to do? they used to break down the large pieces of coal into smaller pieces, used to filter that coal, get their hands dirty with coal, and if they were lucky enough, they used to find the pieces of diamond. And the same thing is happening in data mining as well, a very similar approach, and that's why the name data mining. In data mining, there are three important things that we are doing here. Let's focus on these three important techniques as part of data mining. First one is the descriptive data mining, everyone. Descriptive data mining, then the diagnostic data mining, and then at last, predictive data mining. Let's try to understand the difference between the two. Let's try to understand how it is applied. And I'll take a very simple example to explain you all this thing, very layman example first, and then one example from the IT world. Since majority of the learners here we have from the India or Indian subcontinent or from other parts of India, I'll take one very simple example of the Indian monsoon. And I'll talk about very simple question to start with. And the question is, what is the difference between the climate and the weather? What's the major difference between the two? This question is from your 6th standard geography. Geography. India has a monsoon climate. What does that mean and how it is different from the weather? What's the difference between the climatic conditions and the weather conditions? What's the difference between the two? A major difference. It's especially for those who are not from the IT background. Like here in India, everybody knows that on 5th of June, monsoon is going to hit the Kerala coast. Yes. How are we so sure that monsoon is going to hit the Kerala coast by 5th of June? Because over the years, we have found this pattern that the monsoon winds hit the Kerala coast by this date. So weather is a day-to-day condition and certain important patterns and trends in the weather help us define the climate. Let us suppose weather is cold for another 3 months. This 3 months is next can be defined as winters. Weather is that you have rainfall for another 4 months. These 4 months are a rainy season. Yes, weather is very hot for 4 months. This is your summers. So, meaning to say, what I'm trying to explain you all here is, if you have a detailed set of data in the form of descriptive data mining, and if you're able to identify the patterns and trends in the data set, it would help you come up with the forecasting. A result of well-defined patterns in the weather. Is everybody with me following this thing? So the patterns in the weather would help you define the climate. Similarly, I'll take one more example. Let's take one example from the investment banking. If I talk about everyone, the stock market, the capital market, and if I talk about the investor, if I talk about the statistics, majority of the investors, most of the people are interested to invest in mutual funds, exchange traded funds, bonds, and other things. And the number of active investors directly investing in the stock market is less, and this is more. More population here, less population here. And we all know, in case of mutual fund, our money is going to the stock market. In case of direct investment, the money is going to stock market. Here, there is an average interest around 14 to 18%. And here the interest varies. It may be in negative, it may be positive up to 200%. But why do you all think people prefer mutual fund, ETFs, and others, and less participation in direct investment? Less number of people with demat account. Why so? What's the main reason? Risk. Now, my question to you is, Saket and others, when your money is going into the stock market in both the cases, why risk is less here and why risk is more here? Risk is in both the cases. If you read mutual fund, it says it is subjected to market risk. Yes, read the offer documents carefully. There is a fund manager in between. Here, in case of mutual fund manager in between, who is doing data mining on your behalf, and what he is doing the diagnosis. He is identifying or she is identifying certain patterns and trends, and accordingly he is investing your money. Yes, everyone. So this simply means when you talk about yes or no, and if you're an expert, if you're doing this thing for years, you may do it yourself and you don't need a fund manager or any asset management company. And generally people do this thing. After having a lot of experience into investments with mutual funds and ETFs, they start doing it on their own. So meaning to say, what I'm trying to explain you all here is, data mining involves, first thing, descriptive data mining. Descriptive is about the detailed analysis of the data, the detailed analysis of all the given important details. And then you are applying the diagnosis, and the diagnosis is about identifying patterns and trends in the data. And then based upon the diagnosis, you come up with certain predictions, you forecasting, and you take some decision. So data mining is about data-driven decision making. How well you look at the data, look at the patterns, and then come up with some decision. Now, Aishwan, I'll take one more example here. Nowadays, if I talk about 25 years back or 30 years back, the CEO, the CFOs generally used to be the gray hair fellows or very senior people. And now the trend is CEOs, CFOs, and others are even people from the young generation. 35-year-old person becoming a CEO of the company, 40-year-old person, relatively young. Why so? Because here now the trend is the data-driven decision making, and it's not based on your gut feeling. It's not based on entirely on your experience. It involves experience as well as the analysis of the data. And that's why analytics, data science, machine learning is becoming very important. So I'll just show you some statistics to make you understand how it works. Although not part of your syllabus, but you'll get an idea how it works. So I'll just open the Tableau tool to show you all how it works. Paste it here. Paste it here. And then you just need to enter your credentials, your first name, last name, your personal email ID, not the professional one, your role as a student or a learner, your country, and then download the app. That's it. And within a few minutes, you'll be able to find an interface like this. It's completely free of cost. The public version, there's no license fee involved, and you can simply use this app. Okay. So now I'll show you all, although you learn these things in your upcoming courses, I'm just showing you all a few things so that you understand how it is carried out. So if I show you here, you have an option to add the Excel sheets. So I'll add one Excel sheet from my local machine here. And once you add this, you will get to the Tableau interface wherein you can apply a lot of statistics. You all can see here that we have, I'll just quickly add this to, yes, you can see here now I've added this table here. And if I go to this sheet 1, just demo a few things so that you understand the importance of it. Now you all can see here that in Tableau we have a lot of predefined visuals that may help us create some very attractive dashboards. And here we have this tab as analytics that helps us come up with trend lines, median, average. And if I take you all to this data set, here we have the options like sum, average, median, minimum, maximum, percentile, deviations, variance, and others. These all important measures of central tendency are going to help us come up with certain patterns and trends in the data set. Those all patterns and trends in the data set may help us forecast and predict some outcome. So that's why Tableau 2 is becoming very important nowadays. And you can see here, this is very similar to a Jira tool. You just need to drag and drop few things and things are done for you. So in your Tableau course, you'll learn how to play with this data and create some very attractive dashboards and reports. Today, I remember, Sneha, you had this question around reporting. So Tableau is one of the very good reporting tool with just few drags and drops, with just few customizations to few important entities, you will be able to come up with some very attractive dashboards. So Tableau is something that I suggest you all to learn as part of your master program. And there, with the help of those graphical representations, you may be able to identify certain important patterns and trends in the data set, and that may help you come up with some forecasting and predictions. So that's the importance of the Tableau tool. Simply, you can go through some data set, and if you're looking for some good data set, then I'll suggest you all one application. Some of you would be already aware about this thing. If you're looking for some good organized data set, you can go to Kaggle. In Kaggle, you'll find some very good data set to play with. So if you're looking for a good data set, some Excel sheets to play with, plug and play with Tableau tool, you can find some very valuable data set here on Kaggle. Okay. So this is just kind of a flavor or a glimpse of what you'll get to know in your upcoming courses. In your Tableau course, we're going to talk about all such things in detail. Yes, so that's the data mining all about. To summarize, data mining includes three important techniques: descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive data mining. Descriptive data mining helps you describe the data and do the detailed analysis. Diagnosis includes patterns and trend recognition. And predictive is based on patterns and trends, how well you're able to take some decision, how well you're able to forecast something that's going to happen in near future. That's the data mining technique all about. Okay. Now, after the preparation, everyone, the next task in the list is to conduct the elicitation. Now, when we talk about everyone, conduct elicitation, as we had discussed, it's about to draw out, explore, and identify the information that is relevant to the change. And here, as we had discussed in our very first session, importance is given to collaboration, research, and experiments. The short form that we had created here, every BA must cry. What is collaboration? Collaboration is when we interact with our key stakeholders and we rely on stakeholders' experience. Is this something that's always helpful? No. We cannot rely on a stakeholder experience completely. Yes, partial reliance may help, but not the complete reliance on what they are giving you. Then what's the next thing? And this is, if you all remember in that story, D1 and D2 are doing, yes or no? If you all go back to the very first session, that Arabian Night story that we had discussed, D1 and D2 focused on collaboration. But D3 focused on all three: research, discover information from the documents, because stakeholders may not know about the information. It may happen. Research can be in the form of the exploration in your Jira tool, how well you're able to identify some existing information, you discover the information, you look at the existing data set, you conduct some survey, get some feedback. All such things will be part of your own research. Whilst the last thing is the experiments. Discover the information without the stakeholders or the document. And here we have examples like prototyping or proof of concept. Prototyping includes creation of wireframes. Let's see how to create a wireframe. What is a wireframe and why it is so important when we conduct the recitation, and why it is becoming a very essential, you may say, business analysis technique in the agile world. So let's try to draw one wireframe and see how it works. And then you can also work on your project task when you have to create the wireframe. That's part of your homework. So let's try to draw this now. So in your same tool that I had discussed with you all earlier, appdiagram.net, let's first draw using this tool and then we'll talk about other tools, how to draw this. At the bottommost part, left hand section, you'll find one button as more shapes. Is everybody able to identify and locate this blue button in the left hand corner, bottommost part? Yes. Click on this button, more shapes. Under this software, if you'll scroll down, you'll find here mockups. Select this checkbox and click on apply. Let me repeat. Blue button, click on this blue button. Then under the shapes, go to the software section, scroll down, you will find mockups. Select this checkbox, remember this setting, and then apply. And if you're done with this thing, once you're done with this thing, then under this list, you'll find mockup buttons, mockup containers, and mockup forms. Please check and confirm. Is everybody able to find this under the list, mockup buttons? Is anyone with the answer as no? Is there anyone who wants me to repeat on this thing? Till this point, with me, everyone, shall we proceed and draw this? Yes. Now let's create the outer frame first for the wireframe, and then we'll try to create the inner frame. Mockup containers, row number 1, 1, 2, 3. If you double click here, this outer frame of the wireframe, you will see on your main grid the way it's appearing for me. The third icon from this list onto your main board the way I have done here. The outer wireframe, everyone. Aparna is saying yes. How about others? Yes. Now let's try to create one inner frame. Just to take the example. Let us suppose this is the outer frame for canteen ordering system. You want me to repeat? Okay. First thing, Saket, are you able to find mockup containers and forms in this list? Yes or no? Yes, okay. Mockup containers, first row, you'll find here browser window on mouse over. Just click on that and it will appear on the main grid the way it's appearing for me. Yes or no? Everyone. Saket, yes for you? Yes, perfect. So this is the outer frame of a given wireframe. Now under the mockup forms, you'll find in the fourth row, last column as sign in. I'll add a sign in feature here like this. You're not able to find mockup because you have not added it, Sanchita and others. So what you need to do is click on this more shape. Are you able to find this button more shapes? Yes, click on this more shapes. Then under this list, did you click or you able to like find this mockup and did you apply check to this? Check this box, remember the setting and click on apply. If you'll do these things, then after applying, you'll find mockup buttons, containers and the forms. Got it? Now we have this outer frame, we have this inner frame. Now let's try to add one image to this. In this top ribbon here, you'll find this plus icon. If you click on plus, go to the image, click on open. It will help you select some image from a local machine. So let's see if I have some image that I can add here on my desktop. If I have some, my pictures, saved pictures. No, there's no picture with me here. No, I don't have any picture. So what I'll do is you can add from the local machine if you have any picture. I'll simply copy paste a food image from the internet and I can use the snipping tool in my system to capture any image. So I have a lot of images here, so I can capture one of them. Copy and paste the image. I can resize it and paste it like this. This is suppose my canteen ordering system. Main starting page, registration page to start with. Now let us suppose I'm having a discussion with Sanchita and Aparna. Aparna and Sanchita are the people from the business operations and they are our key stakeholders. And I've shared this wireframe with Aparna and Sanchita. Sanjita is not happy with this. Sanjita says, what is this page one? I don't like this. I had mentioned this thing that you have to come up with some better representation. So I said, can I come up with something like this COS, canteen ordering system? Sanjita says, for now, I think COS is going to solve the purpose. You can mention COS and Unilever so that people know about the name of the company as well. So I said, okay, I'm fine with that. I'm coming up with Unilever COS. Then when I talk to Aparna says above, I had clearly mentioned that we need more safety and security features. You have just mentioned about username and password, and that won't solve the purpose for us. So I said, okay, Aparna, shall I add one more field here as one-time password? So Aparna says, yes, you may do that. And then I add one more field here as one-time password. When I have a discussion with Supri says, above, this is not looking good. This blue button here, sign in, sign up here. Why don't you bring this to the top and make it look more presentable? This is not looking good. Then I have a discussion with Sake. Sake says, there is the logo. Where are the details of our different social media platforms? So I said, okay, we'll add the social media platforms here. Somebody says there is a copyright and the details of our registration. So I say, okay, the copyright details I'll add here. Somebody says that why this new user is mentioned here. You can pull it here and you can add the logo here. Don't you all think with the help of such a very basic diagram, we're having a very comprehensive and very detailed discussion with the key stakeholders? Everybody is so interested to provide a feedback. Imagine if I would have created one Word document and I would have listed all these things, it would have taken weeks for me to get the feedback, and with the help of such a basic diagram. So that's why wireframing is one of the very important technique, I must say, that may help business analysts gain some valuable feedback from the key stakeholders. Is this for a BA to draw or for a UI UX developer to create? UI UX developers are going to create using some standard tools so that an HTML version for it can be created. You are doing it to gain the honest feedback from the key stakeholders. So it's done by both. Your UI UX developers are going to create such wireframes and you're also going to create it. Your objective is something different from their objective. But if you already know about this basic concept and you want to use a standard tool, then you can take the help of Balsamiq. Balsamiq is the industry specific tool, the tool that's, you may say, very popular across different industries. And you can simply install it 14 days trial version, drag and drop few things, and you will be able to create a very attractive wireframe using the Balsamiq. Another very popular tool, and I think some of you would be using it in your projects, is the Figma. Figma is what I'm using in my project to create the wireframes. So you all can use the Figma tool as well. You'll find it, get it started for free here, the trial version. And using a trial version, you all can create a wireframe using Figma as well. So for the projects, since we all are learning the tools here, you all can apply any tool of your own choice. I have given you 3 choices. You can create using app diagram, you can create using Balsamiq, and you can also create using Figma. The concept is the same. You just need to drag and drop few things on the main board, arrange them, and you'll be able to get a wireframe. Yes. When we talk about everyone, the UX is something linked to user experience, and there you'll find a working model. Let me show you one very important thing here. Let's see one very important thing here. When your front-end developer creates a prototype, that's a functional prototype, that's a working model, and that's a limited implementation. Yes, but when your BA is creating a prototype, it is a wireframe or non-functional. Are you with me, everyone? When a BA creates a prototype, he is not going to use the coding like HTML5, Angular JS, or any other sort of coding. No, it's just simply a wireframe. But when you talk about the UX, with the help of front-end development, it involves coding, programming, and you get a prototype that is functional. It has certain limited implementation being done. You can easily operate that. But are you able to operate this? No. It's merely a mock-up. That's the difference. Are you getting it? If you're looking for more details, let me share with you all the details. Details on prototyping and others you'll find here. I think I shared this link with you all in our very first or second session. MVP, prototype, and others in the BA landscape. And here you'll find, everyone, the prototype, the proof of concept, the MVP, the MMF, the MLP, and all those details. So go through this article from the batimes.com, read through this thing. Okay. So just go through these topics, some very good articles from very renowned authors. Now, shall we move ahead and talk about few important techniques here? Yes, perfect. Thank you. Now let's have a quick polling. We are entering into our last 30 minutes, and I have two options. One option is to talk about data modeling and draw few designs. And another option is to talk about few basic techniques like focus group, interviews, interface analysis. So let's talk about, even I am in the favor of talking about the easy ones today, because data modeling involves some very focused discussion. Today, in last 15 minutes, we can talk about some simple, easy techniques. And the next session, tomorrow's session, we'll talk about data modeling in detail. With the help of Tableau tool, we'll look at few data models and we'll draw a few ERDs and we'll look at some class diagrams as well. So let's talk about few simpler techniques today. Easier set of techniques, but important ones. First one is the focus group, everyone. Focus group, when we talk about everyone, focus group, this is about pre-qualified individuals. Pre-qualified individuals in the sense stakeholders with good knowledge, experience, and expertise. Knowledge, experience, and expertise. In any focus group discussion, business analysts act as a facilitator, a moderator. BA is going to have a discussion guide that is going to discuss during the focus group discussion. And overall, it helps to take some important decisions, judgments, or finalize or close any pending topic. Let's look at one interview question here, one CBAP question here, and let's see how they frame the questions around focus group. Santosh and Aparna are working as the business analyst. And they're having a discussion with Karan and Akash. Karan and Akash are the people from the business team. They are the business users. They are the business users. They are the ones who are going to provide the sign-off. Santosh and Aparna create some standard document using some standardized templates, and they share this detail with Karan and Akash. Karan and Akash, they review the document, they reject it, and they send it back to Santosh and Aparna to make improvements. Santosh and Aparna again have a discussion with them, again share the document with them, again they reject it. Again they share, again they reject it. In a way, now Santosh and Aparna get to understand that Karan and Akash are reluctant to provide the sign-off. Several back and forth discussions they have with Karan and Akash, and that result into nothing. Now Santosh and Aparna are afraid that if they have more back and forth discussion, that may lead to some delays in the timelines, the product delivery, and that may impact the overall project. Santosh and Aparna now know that it's very hard and tough to get the sign off from Karan and Akash. What should Santosh and Aparna do in such drastic scenarios? They have tried their level best, but business users are reluctant to provide a sign off. What should Santosh and Aparna be doing next? What's the answer? Answer is now, instead of wasting time in having several back and forth discussions, they should have a focus group discussion. In focus group discussion, they may add now the subject matter experts, the pre-qualified individuals. These can be your senior project managers, domain subject matter experts, or anybody having good experience with regard to topic under discussion. This may help you take a decision and close the given topic that may cause you problems later. So you may have subject matter expert here, product owner, whichever you think as an analyst may help to close the topic. Sometimes technical architects may also solve the purpose. So technical architects, solution architects, your product owner, or whosoever you think may contribute and may easy out the things, may help you take a better decision. That's the importance of focus group, everyone. Focus group is about a collection, a group of pre-qualified, and not everybody is part of it. You won't involve everyone. You'll only involve those people who have got some prior knowledge, prior understanding about the topic under discussion. They have certain level of authority. If they say something, people are going to accept it. Those people you involve so that you're able to close the given topic, you're able to take certain important decisions, and they may also help to resolve conflicts and build consensus. They ask you this question in your CBAP examination: what's the difference between, and there are two options, focus group and brainstorming. What's the difference? Brainstorming involves all. There is no filter as such. But in focus group, we have just pre-qualified individuals. That's the main difference. Okay. Now let's talk about another simpler technique in the list. Another simpler technique is, everyone, the interviews. Interviews can be of two types: open-ended and closed-ended. Now, this is a very basic question for you all to answer. What's the difference between open-ended questions and the closed-ended questions? Let us suppose I ask one question to my learners and my learners respond as yes or no. how you will classify this. Is this a closed-ended discussion or open-ended? This is closed-ended discussion. Either they agree or they disagree. Open-ended is when my learners come up with the answers like, please elaborate, more details, more examples, not able to understand. Yes, as Swapnilata has a very good question, a very good answer here, that scenario based, you come up with multiple scenarios to get the overall picture of the solution, or the open discussion, the detailed discussion, scenario based, criteria based, detailed risk analysis results, all those things will be part of open-ended discussion. Generally, when we start with the analysis, it's the open discussion with the key stakeholders to look at all the possible scenarios, as what Swapnilata is mentioning. Let me add a red heart to this. Absolutely wonderful, yes. Scenario-based discussions to examine each and every given scenario so that we leave no stone unturned. And then once you cover all the scenario, once your coverage is complete, then it's time to gain an agreement that can be in the form of closed-ended discussions. That's the interviews technique. Open-ended and closed-ended questions. Interviews may be structured or unstructured, depending upon the given project and other things. Then we may also have some collaborative games that we may have in our projects like Fishbowl, the product box, and others. Collaborative games is one informal method to gain more ideas from the key stakeholders. Yes. So you are the business analyst for your organization and are working on a solution that will connect several databases to a web application. You are concerned that the database may not be operable with the solution a programmer is recommending. What requirements elicitation technique can help you determine the interoperability of the software, everyone? Interoperability of the software. And the answer is interface analysis. So whenever you find anything that's related to linkages like APIs. API you all must have heard of. API is application program interface. Those packages, those nowadays we use for data transfer and absorbing or accepting the different data from different sources. So linkages, APIs, connections, integrations, linkages with third parties, yes, those all things are related to interface analysis. So whenever you find there is a connection established or linkages with third party, as Aparna is talking about, those all things need some analysis to ensure that the linkages, associated connections are working fine. You have to ensure the interoperability of the softwares, and there comes the importance of interface analysis. Okay, so that was the last topic for the day. We are done with our discussion for the day.
Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In today's session, we will learn some important tips to crack the business analyst interview questions. Now, without further delay, let's get started. So, in this particular video, we will discuss some of the important tips that will help you to crack the upcoming business analyst interview questions and make you one of the most highly sought after business analysts in 2024 and beyond. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Just for a quick info, if you want to upskill yourself to master business analytics skills and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various business analytics programs. Simplilearn offers a postgraduate program in business analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. Through this program, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like prescriptive and predictive analytics, regression, classification, and over a dozen others. That's not all, you also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects and learn from industry experts in top-tier product companies and academics from top universities. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into a business analytics role as a fresher or moved on to a higher-paying job profile. If you are passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comment and description box below to find a business analytics program that fits your experience and areas of interest. Now, without further delay, let's get started. So before you attend any of the business analyst interviews, you need to basically take care of your groundwork. So few suggestions on that are, first one, check the job postings. When it comes to checking job postings on platforms like LinkedIn, Indeed, and others, it's essential for aspiring business analysts to stay informed about industry requirements and trends. Regularly monitoring these job postings not only keeps you updated, but also helps you tailor your skills and preparations to align with the current needs of business analysis field. The second suggestion is about research the company. Researching about the company is a crucial step in preparing for a business analyst interview. It involves gathering insightful information about the company's history, values, mission, and recent achievements. Think of it as decoding the company's DNA, enabling you to demonstrate how your skills and expertise can seamlessly integrate into their unique business environment. The third tip is about understanding their domain knowledge. Delving into the domain knowledge of the company is like unlocking the secret language of their industry. It's about comprehending to specific challenges, trends, and intricacies that define their business landscape. This understanding goes beyond generic industry knowledge and focuses on the nuances that set this particular company apart. Now, the next one is analyze if your skills are transferable. Evaluate the transferability of your skills. Identify how your existing expertise can seamlessly apply to the requirements of business analyst role. This analysis ensures a smooth transition and highlights your adaptability. Now the next one is align your resume to their domain request. Align your resume like a customized business proposal. Tailor it to emphasize skills and experiences directly relevant to the business analyst role. This approach captures attention, showcasing your perfect fit for the company's specific needs. Or in some situations, you can also hire a resume writer to do that for you. Or in some situations, you can also hire a professional resume writer to do that for you. Hiring a resume writer streamlines the process. Professionals craft a compelling document ensuring key skills and achievements that stand out. It's an investment in presenting your best self on paper. Now moving ahead, we will discuss some of the important technical skills required to become a business analyst. Starting with the CRM tools. CRM tools are customer relationship management tools, are the digital solutions and enhance interactions with customers. They centralize customer data, track communications, and manage relationships efficiently. Popular examples include Salesforce, HubSpot, and Zoho, and these tools are essential for optimizing lead generation, improving customer satisfaction, and boosting overall revenue. Moving ahead, we have business intelligence tools. Business intelligence tools like Tableau and Power BI turn data into actionable insights. They facilitate efficient analysis and visualization, aiding marketing analysis in competitor analysis and revenue generation. Moving ahead, we have business acumen. Business acumen is savvy application of business principles. It requires understanding trends, financial literacy, a strategic mindset, and much more. For marketing analysis, it's key to interpreting data, spotting opportunities, and contributing to revenue generation. It's like having sharp business intuition for informed decision making. Moving ahead, we have a project management skill. Project management skills ensure efficient planning and execution, vital for market analysts, orchestrating successful campaigns and collaborating effectively with stakeholders. A green belt in project management could be beneficial. Moving ahead, we have data analytics fundamentals. Data analytics fundamentals involve extracting data from data sets like Excel, database, web, etc. It's about interpreting information to make informed decisions, a core skill for marketing analysis and driving effective strategies. Moving ahead, another important tip is about brushing up the fundamentals. Brushing up on fundamentals means refreshing essential skills. It's about staying sharp and maintaining a solid foundation, crucial for marketing analysis to navigate challenges and drive success. Now moving ahead, we will discuss the experience. Now, experience is more about the current roles and responsibilities that are you playing with your current organization. Aligning your current organization roles and responsibilities involves tailoring your current task to match the requirements of the new job. It's about highlighting relevant skills and experiences to show a seamless transition, demonstrating that you're a perfect fit for the desired position. Now, moving ahead, we have soft skills. And in soft skills, the first one that we are going to discuss is about the dress code. Professional dressing is about presenting a polished and appropriate image. It involves choosing attire that aligns with the workplace culture, reflecting a combination of competence and respect. The next step is maintaining a confident smile while you're answering the questions. Smile confidently for a positive impact. Confidence in delivery enhances your message. Lastly, in soft skills, we have answering language. Use corporate language. Utilizing corporate language for enhanced connection and reliability, and it ensures clear communication and fosters a professional rapport. Now, moving ahead, we will also face some of the critical questions which might be different from your skill set. Questions like, why should I hire you? Now, these are some of the important questions which doesn't have to do anything with your current roles and responsibilities, skill set that you have, or technical mindset. It is completely about your mentality, how you approach to work, how you approach to your team, how you approach to your responsibilities. So the recruiter wants to know how you think about this particular question. So give a wise answer. You can tell him something like, you can hire me for my strong analytical skills, experience in competitor analysis, and success in lead generation. I am confident in data-centric approach that will contribute positively to the company's growth. Thank you for considering my application. So basically, you're highlighting your strongest points and also you're giving a subtle answer why they should hire you. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the second question. So this question is really common. They might ask you for the reason for leaving your current job. So give them some bright and brilliant answers. So you can say, I sought new opportunities to further apply and expand my skills aligning with my career goals. I believe this role is a better fit for my expertise and aspirations. Now, the last question is, what are your key strengths and weaknesses? So you can say, my key strengths lie in strategic thinking, data analysis, and effective communication. I excel in competitor analysis and digital marketing. As for the weaknesses, I am continuously refining time management to enhance efficiency. Now, apart from this, you can also cross-question your interviewer about your agenda. Agenda that covers some critical questions that will impress your interviewer. So some of those questions are as follows. You can ask your interviewer that how can the current company help me meet my career objectives? Questions like, what new skills will I get to learn when I join your company? And questions also like, what does a typical day look like with your new organization? Or if you have already joined, what does it look like a normal day in your current organization, right? So questions like these can impress your interviewer, and it will explain how enthusiastic are you about your new role and how enthusiastic are you about your new work environment, right? And with that, we have come to an end of this session on tips to crack business analyst interview questions. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session, then please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest.
Let's start with beginner level business analyst interview questions. This section covers the fundamentals, perfect if you are a new business analyst or preparing for an entry-level role. We'll look at questions that test your basic understanding, like what a business analyst does, key documents, and essential skills. These are the foundation for everything else you will learn later, so make sure you understand these concepts clearly before moving on. The first question is, what is business analyst and their role? A business analyst acts as a central link between different teams within an organization. Most importantly, between business stakeholders and technical teams. On a day-to-day basis, a business analyst collaborates closely with stakeholders to gather requirements through interviews, workshops, and surveys, ensuring what's being built truly solves the business real-world problems. They don't just collect their wish list, but they ask critical questions to clarify needs, identify the root cause of the issue, and break complex process into understandable tasks. Their role isn't limited to one department. Across industries from finance to healthcare and retail, business analysts date, documents businesses, processes, and helps create actionable project plans and drive efficiency, profitability, and strategic decision making. Think of them as detectives, translators, and advisors who ensure the technology delivered actually boosts business, not just tick the boxes. The second question is, what are the core competencies and skills required? A business analyst skills break down into several key groups. On one side, strong communication and negotiation skills are a must, since they constantly balance different stakeholders' needs and sometimes conflicting priorities. Analytical thinking and attention to detail help them solve complex, multi-faced problems. On technical side, most of the business analysts are experts in tools like Excel, SQL, Tableau, and business intelligence tools. They also understand database, process modeling, and often use platforms like Jira or Confluence to track and document the work. In addition, domain knowledge, knowing the regulations and trends in your industry is essential for understanding the business context and proposing relevant solutions. The third question is, what is the difference between BRD and FRD? BRD or Business Requirements Documents is all about why and what it defines at a high level, what the business needs, standing goals without diving into the technical details. The FRD or Functional Requirement Document shift gears into the how, laying out detailed specifications for developers. For instance, the BRD might say the system should enable online payments, while the FRD spells out integrate with payments gateways, support credit cards, and wallets, respond within 3 seconds. The BRD aligns everyone on goals. The FRD tells the teams how to build the solution. The fourth question is, what is requirement allocation and what techniques are used? Requirement elicitation is a structured process for drawing out what business actually needs. BA uses interviews and workshops to interact directly with stakeholders, sometimes running group sessions to surface conflicting priorities. Brainstorming helps generate creative solutions, while document analysis means reviewing your old process documents to spot gaps or hidden requirements. Observation, literally watching a user at work, can reveal pain points users may not verbalize. Prototyping lets business analysts show quick system mock-ups to clarify expectations earlier and reduce surprises. Effective elicitation prevents costly miscommunications and ensures the project solves the right problem. The next question is, what is gap analysis and what type of gaps can occur? Gap analysis is about comparing where we are now with where we want to be. It helps businesses, teams spot what stands in the way of achieving their goals. These are the gaps. There are several types of gaps, which includes performance gaps, which is like actually sales falling short of targets. And then we have the market gaps, which is missing products or customers compared to competitors. Then we have technology gaps, which is using outdated systems. And then we have manpower gaps, which is staffing shortfalls. By identifying and prioritizing these gaps, a business analyst helps leadership direct resources where their impact will be greatest and outline a realistic roadmap for change. The next question is, what document does business analysts typically value? A business analyst judges essential documents throughout the project. BRD and FRD for requirements, SRS, which is System Requirement Specification for technical details, use cases, documents for scenario flows, vision documents for projects, big picture, traceability matrices to ensure every requirement is met and tested, and test case for validation solution. Each document acts as a checkpoint, aligning teams, tracking progress, and simplifying audits. Next question is, what is SWOT analysis and how it is used? SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Business analysts use this to help organizations understand what advantages they have, internally, like a strong brand, skilled team, or what they need to improve, like what resources, shortages. What are the external opportunities that we can chase, like a new marketers, and threats to watch for competitors, moves, regulations. This structured overview supports project planning, risk mitigation, and also strategic discussions. It helps teams make objective decisions instead of relying on intuition alone. The next question is, what is business analysis process flow? A business analyst process flow typically begins with understanding business objectives, followed by deep dive analysis and scoping. Next, the business analyst plans and organizes the analysis work, documents details, requirements, supports solution implementation, and finally tracks and evaluates if the business value was delivered as promised. This process is iterative. Feedback from each step improves the next. The next question is, what is the difference between stakeholder and a customer? Think of stakeholder as an umbrella term for anyone who impacts or it is impacted by a project. Customer are specific type, the actual end users or buyers of a product. Other stakeholders might include executive support staff, IT teams, regulators, or even vendors. Recognizing these roles helps business analysts tailor communication and recognize priorities that don't always align. The next question is, what is a user story and how it is different from use cases? A user story is a brief information feature description written in user's language, such as, a shopper, I want to get delivered status updates so that I know when my packages arrive. Use cases are more formal and detailed, mapping out every interaction between the user and the system step by step, including expectations and alternative paths. User stories are perfect for agile teams to quickly capture needs and prioritize. Use cases are better for complex systems or documentation-heavy environment. Now that we have covered the basics, let's move on to the intermediate level business analyst questions. Here, the focus shifts to practical application, how business analysts work and in real project handle requirements, analysis process, and deal with methodologies like Agile and Waterfall. These questions are common for experienced or mid-level roles which interviewers want to see not just what to know, but how do you apply your own knowledge in real-world scenarios. So here the first question is, what is the difference between Agile and Waterfall methodologies? Waterfall is a traditional project management methodology. It's like laying bricks in straight line. Every phase, which is requirements, design, development, testing, development, must be finished before the next begins. Changes are tough to incorporate once you start. This is ideal for projects with clear understanding of requirements and a little need of iterations. Agile, on the other hand, works in short, iterative circles called sprints. Teams adapt to feedback, prioritizing work, software over exhaustion documentation, and keep collaborating with stakeholders. Agile is best for projects where requirements may evolve or where rapid delivery or core value is important. Real-world example is software product teams use Agile to deliver new customer features continuously, while construction projects commonly uses Waterfall for strict planning and predictions. The next question is, what is use case modeling and what are the components? Use case modeling lets us map how users interact with the system, usually as diagrams or written scenarios. Key components include actors, use cases, and the relations between them, such as include or extend. The system boundary shows where the system stops and outside world begins. Precondition and postconditions set and the scene and wrap up each scenario. For example, in a banking app, actors may be customers and bank clerk use cases, which includes transfer funds or check the balance. This modeling helps clarify what's expected and uncovers hidden requirements and alternative flow. The next question is, what are functional versus non-functional requirements? Functional requirements list out exactly what the system must do, such as logins, payment processing, report generation. They describe actions, features, and user interaction. Non-functional requirements define equal attributes, how well the system performs, such as the speed, security, scalability, and readability. For a retail website, functionality requirements, specifically the step for checkout. Non-functional requirements define quality attributes, how well the system performs, such as speed, security, scalability, reliability, and usability. For a retail website, functional requirements specific the step for checkout. Non-functional ones state that the checkout should complete in under 4 seconds, or that will customers' data is encrypted during transition. Both the types are vital for a system's success and user satisfaction. The next question is, what is Requirements Traceability Matrix, which is RTM? A Requirements Traceability Matrix, which is RTM, is like a roadmap for requirements. It links each requirement to corresponding designs, implementation, and testing artifications. RTMs ensures nothing is missed, especially when a requirement change, a common situation in business projects. You can track which test case validates which requirement and demonstrate compliance for audits or quality certification. For example, regulatory projects in banking or pharma often require RTMs for every step to meet legal standards and internal quality checks. The next question is, what is data flow diagram, which is DFD, and what are their components? A data flow diagram visually maps out how data moves through a system. Imagine drawing circles, open rectangles, and arrows and squares. A place order process could have multiple inputs from customer and data stored in order database. DFDs are used in business analysis to clarify system boundaries, spot redundancies, and plan improvements. The next question is, what is Moscow prioritization techniques? The Moscow frameworks helps teams focus by categorizing requirements. Must have essentials for launch or compliance should have importance but can wait if necessary. Could have is nice to have additions and won't have is out of the current scope. These techniques let stakeholders negotiate priorities and trade-off, reduces scope, creep, and ensure resources go to what matters the most. The next is, what is the difference between OLTP and OLAP? OLTP, which is Online Transaction Processing System, manage frequently real-time transaction. Think of ATM withdrawals, online purchases. They are optimized for speed and quick updates with highly structured data. Whereas in OLAP, which is Online Analytical Processing System, they are built for deep analysis, mining historical data, and complex queries. Think business dashboards and sales trend analysis. OLTP answers what's happening now, whereas OLAP answers what happened in the last quarter or why, both essentials but for very different purposes. The next question is, how do you handle scope creep in projects? Scope creep is where extra features or requirements sneak into the project without proper review. This wrecks schedules and budgets. To manage it, document all requirements clearly and keep them visible. Set up a strict change control process where every change must be justified and approved. Communicate regularly with all the stakeholders to manage expectations, analyze the impact of each change, and require formal sign-off for scope modification. Educate everyone early about why scope management matters and use the Moscow or similar techniques to say no when necessary. The next question is, what is business process re-engineering, which is BPR, and when it is used? BPR is about rethinking and redesigning entire business process for dramatic improvements. Not just incremental tweaks. Companies do this when the competition heats up, customer demand faster or better service, or technology opens up a new possibility. For example, a retailer moving from manual inventory to automated AI-driven stock management isn't just tweaking a process. They are transforming it. BPR can lead a major cost reduction, speed gains, or quality improvements. The next question is, what is ASIS and to-be process analysis? ASIS analysis documents the current way of working, the before picture. To-be analysis designs the after solution, which is incorporating improvements and optimizations. Gap analysis comprises these two and identifies exactly what needs to change, helping you set a realistic actions plan and measure progress. For example, mapping now invoices are processed today. Then designing a faster automated version is classic. ASIS or to-be work, this approach provides transparency, minimizes disruptions, and increases buy-in for a new process. Now finally, let's step into the advanced or hard-level business analyst questions. These questions are designed for senior-level interviews or roles that demand strategic thinking and leadership skills. Here we'll be discussing topics like stakeholder management, risk analysis, enterprise strategy, and change management. At this stage, it's not just about knowing tools. It's about the techniques. It's about showing that you can think critically and make data-driven decisions and align solutions with business goals. So let's get started with the first question. How do you perform stakeholder analysis and management? Stakeholder analysis involves identifying all individuals or groups who can affect or are affected by the project. Start by listening stakeholders through interviews, documents, reviews, and brainstorming. Next is assess each one's influence and internal level, mapping them on a matrix which categorizes such as champions, supporters, critics, and blockers. Develop tailored engagement strategies for each category, communicating frequently and transparently for high-influence stakeholders and monitoring others continuously. Effective management ensures alignment, reduces resistance, and facilitates smoother project delivery. The next question is, what is business process modeling and what notations are used? Business process modeling graphically represents workflow to understand and improve processes. This is an industry standard offering precise symbols for events, activates, gateways, and flow. UML activity diagrams provide object-oriented process flow with decisions. Swimlane diagrams map responsibilities across departments, highlighting handoffs. Value stream maps focuses on identifying waste in process for lean improvements. These models clarify complex process, support stakeholders' alignment, and guide automation or software development. The next question is, how do you conduct risk analysis in business projects? Risk analysis begins with identifying risk through brainstorming, expert interviews, and historical data review. Each risk is evaluated for likelihood and impact, often plotted on risk matrices to prioritize focus. Response include avoid, mitigate, transfer, or even accept. Monitoring risk continuously ensures that new risks are captured and existing ones are managed proactively. Categories span technical failures, budget overruns, operation hurdles, strategical risk, compliance issues, and external factors like market or natural events. The next question is, what is enterprise analysis and its techniques? Enterprise analysis addresses the organization's strategical needs and align projects accordingly. Techniques includes business case development, which is justifying projects with problem statement, solution options, cost benefit ROI. Next, we have feasibility studies, which is assessing technical, economical, operation viability. And then we have root cause analysis, which is methods like 5 whys and fishbone diagram. The business model canvas visually describes value proposition and revenue streams. Pestle analysis evaluates external political, economical, social and technological, legal and even environmental influence. Posters 5 forces analysis competitive industry dynamically. Together, these guide strategies, discipline, and solution scoping. The next question is, how do you measure business analysis effectiveness? Effectiveness measurement involves quantitative and qualitative KPIs, solution performance, which is percentage requirement met, and operational, stakeholder satisfaction, which is surveys and engagement, and then we have business value realized, which is ROI, cost savings, efficiency gains, quality matrices, etc. Regular evaluation enables continuous business analytics process and improvements and demonstrate value to leadership. Next, we have what is data mining and how does it support business analysis. Data mining extracts valuable patterns and trends from large datasets through techniques like classification. For example, we have customer segmentation and also clustering, which is grouping without predefined categories. And then we have association rules, which is discovering relationships like product boundaries. And then we have regression analysis, which is predicting sales trends. These insights enable business analysis to support decision making and forecasting market behavior, uncovering risk and identifying strategical opportunities. Next is, how do you handle conflicting requirements from different stakeholders? Conflicts arise due to diverse priorities. Begin with active listening to reveal core needs. Facilitate workshops for open dialogue and conscious building. Employ negotiation tactics focusing on win-win solution. Use prioritization frameworks, which is MOSCO, weight scoring, and impact analysis to provide object basis on decisions. Document all the decisions and escalate to senior management only if resolution isn't achievable at stakeholders level, ensuring transparency and accountability. Next, we have what is the solution assessment and validation. This is a process which verifies that implemented solution meet documented business requirements and deliver value. It includes validating requirements via testing and reviews, monitoring system performance against criteria, facilitating user acceptance testing, which is UAT, tracking benefits realization against projections, collecting stakeholders' feedback, and identifying the opportunities for process improvements. Functional, performance, security, and usability tests ensure solution alignment and readiness. The next question is, how do you perform cost-benefit analysis for business solutions? Cost-benefit analysis, which is CBA, weighs all project costs, which includes development maintenance, training against benefit, like increased revenue, efficient gains, and risk reduction. Financial matrices such as ROI, net present value, which is NPV, and payback period quantify feasibility. Sensitivity analysis test assumptions. Intangible benefits like brand reputation and improved customer loyalty also factor into the decision making, providing a well-rounded evaluation of value. The last question is, what is change management and how does it relate to business analysis? Change management manages the human and organizational impacts of new solutions. Business analytics collaborate with change managers to assess readiness, develop communication plans, define training requirements, and support stakeholders' engagement. They help to ensure users understand, accept, and efficiently adopt new processes or systems, increasing the likelihood of sustained success or continuous improvement. And that brings us to the end of this comprehensive business analytics interview preparation video. We have covered the entire journey from beginner level fundamentals to advanced statistics concepts, helping you understand not just what business analyst does, but how to think and communicate like one. Remember, every interview is not just a test of your knowledge, but also your ability to connect business goals with practical solutions. So keep practicing how to explain your answers clearly, use real-world examples from projects or case studies, and show that you understand both the business and technical side of the problem. And with that, we have come to the end of our course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.